Talk Shoes.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 74, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Today we're talking about episode 610, The Package. That's what she said.
Ooh.
Is that a joke? I don't know. Thought I'd try it. Before we get into the episode, we did want to mention that last week we recorded our first ever Lost Lowdown interview with Alex from the It Only Ends Once podcast. So that was pretty cool.
Yes. It was fun. It was interesting.
Yeah, you get to get the lowdown on the lowdown, as it were.
That's right. Behind-the-scenes scoop, some history, perhaps some things you didn't know before.
Mm-hmm. And some things you probably didn't want to know.
Probably.
And
we also talk about Lost.
And we do talk about Lost. And the link to that is on our main page at lostlowdown.com. And, yeah, so go check that out, guys. We really appreciate Alex for doing that and being a fan of the Lowdown. Yes.
He brings up some classic moments from the Lost Lowdown.
Definitely.
Which was
it was pretty cool.
Fun to revisit. So, yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and if there are any It Only Ends Once listeners, people who are listening to us for the first time, welcome.
Yes. Double welcome.
And hopefully you guys will enjoy the conversation.
Yes. I agree.
2 + 2 = 4.
That's right.
Oh, look at that.
Good point.
To agree.
You're so right about that.
I am.
If you keep being right, I'm going to have to keep agreeing.
Yeah, that's true. Or should I say, is it true?
Ooh.
And then you say yes.
Yes.
All right, so let's go talk about the episode.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, Sun and Jin episode.
Yes.
One of the best ones I've ever seen.
By far, one of the best Sun and Jin episodes, absolutely. Even the Flash Sideways was good.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Flash Sideways was pretty well done, I think. Pretty captivating for Sun and Jin. It was like season 1 Sun and Jin episode.
Totally, that's what it reminded me of. Those early ones that were good before they got boring.
Really, let's just say it. Before they got married, apparently.
Oh.
That is when Sun and Jin got boring.
You're so right.
Right? It's when they got married.
I remember that one about Jin before he even met Sun. Like, he was cool before he met Sun.
Yep. That's all his friends said, too.
Yep.
He used to come play basketball with us, and now...
She just brought him down.
Yeah.
And now they're not married in the Flash Sideways, and they're just inherently more exciting.
Yeah, Sun is doing a striptease, and all kinds of crazy. Jin is like, thinking about eloping with her. And, yeah, no, it was. I really liked this episode. I don't know why Ab Aeterno struck me in a weird way. Everyone loved that episode. I thought it was okay. But and maybe it was just a letdown with Rich's backstory. Maybe that's just a big thing.
Yeah.
But I thought this episode was pretty well done. Absolutely,
I loved it. I went in with completely. I had no expectations for this because I went along with the crowd and just enjoyed Ab Aeterno, even though I agree Richard's backstory was disappointing. I guess. Maybe that was just less of a big deal for me or something, but I didn't. I was expecting a letdown on this one because I enjoyed the last episode, but I wasn't really let down. I really liked it. I'm surprised. I guess that's season 6 for you. Like, things are interesting.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, I thought it was
fucking around anymore.
Yeah, so the stuff on the island was pretty interesting too. We get more stuff about Widmore, and we get the big clarification of why Locke wants to leave the island with the candidates.
Yes.
It's not for their own benefit.
Right.
You know, before when Locke was telling people he wanted, you know, I just want what I always wanted. You to come with me, you know. I just met you. Yeah, never mind.
Mhm.
Now we get a reason. I think now it's clear why he wants them. You know, this and with the last episode too. You know, it's clear that he doesn't want anyone there who can take over for Jacob.
Right. Yeah, which kind of goes along with what we were speculating last week. You know, about what happens when you kill Jacob. You know, if there's a candidate there, I mean, it does appear that he has to take them too.
Mhm.
And so it's not good enough to just kill Jacob and hope the candidates don't notice.
Yeah, but I have to say, you know, again, I think we said this last time, is what happens if Locke leaves but someone is there on the island? A candidate is there. Or can he just not leave with the candidate there on the island?
I'm thinking he can't leave with the candidates there, but I don't know. It's not totally clear what the specifics are.
Mhm.
But that's what I'm going with for the moment. I mean, he did offer to leave Ben in charge. So I mean, maybe that was a lie, but you know, if it's true, then it suggests that you know he can leave some people behind.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm thinking as long as they're not candidates, it's okay.
Mhm.
Because I don't think Ben was a candidate.
So do you think that means he killed everyone at the temple because they were Jacob's people? Because it seems like he could have just left them since he knew
Honestly,
they were
I still don't know why he killed the people at the temple. I mean, it kind of just seems like he wanted to get a group together.
Mhm.
You know, but as far as I know, based on the story right now, there doesn't seem to be a reason he needed to kill everyone at the temple. I mean, maybe it was just the idea that the candidates originally were going to be sort of protected there, and so maybe he just wanted to clear it out and make it not a safe house anymore.
Mhm. Nah, that makes sense. Plus, you know, get everyone out of there.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else from this episode that was interesting?
Well, let's see. I mean, we'll get into the specifics, but you know, we find out how Jen gets in the refrigerator.
Mhm. Oh man, I have to say, I felt, oh man, it was how Jen tied into the Keamy and Saeed storyline was so obvious. It was just, I don't know why we didn't just guess that. It was such an obvious guess. Oh, he's going to give the watch and the money to Keamy.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
Right. Yeah, for some reason that seemed too easy.
It just never seemed like, you know, to me, I guess I never thought that was true because, or I never thought that would be true because it just seemed like, well, Keamy wasn't there in the original timeline or something, so he wouldn't be the guy, you know, that they'd be going to see, you know. So that's why I didn't think that made any sense, but it apparently makes a lot of sense, and it's very simple.
Right. I got as far as thinking that the money would be confiscated and that would lead to the problem, but what I didn't think of was the little twist that, you know, they were being sent there for Jen to be killed.
Mhm.
I didn't predict that. That was the surprising part for me.
Yeah.
You know, the son's dad would actually, you know, first of all, that they're sort of having this secret affair, and then son's dad would find out about it and, you know, send him there on a mission to deliver his own sort of execution fee.
Yeah, which is great drama. Like,
yeah.
Here, go give this guy money so he can kill you. I can't believe no one saw that Sun and Jin weren't wearing wedding rings.
Oh, yeah.
Like before. Not that I look at their fingers all the time, but I'm just, I don't know if they were just really careful on how they shot them in previous scenes.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised no one was like, oh, look, he's not wearing a wedding ring.
Yeah. Well, I never noticed wedding rings, so even if they shot at their hands, I probably wouldn't have paid attention. But I don't remember anyone pointing that out, so I'm assuming they didn't show it or something.
Yeah.
Because they definitely play it like it's a surprise in this episode.
Definitely.
When they go up to the clerk.
Yeah, we're gonna need the fornication suite, which is 2 separate rooms and a secret door connecting those 2 rooms.
Yeah. Like that. It's the fornication suite. They actually just named it that.
Yeah.
Let's just call it what it is.
Hey, there's a Hilton.
When you want one room, but you have to have 2 rooms.
Exactly. When you're when tradition dictates you have separate rooms, but you really just want one.
Yeah.
The fornication.
The fornication suite. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Before we get started, I think this is going to be a theme this season, at least as long as I come up with stuff. Just sort of house cleaning on old lost mysteries.
Ooh, house cleaning.
I have another one this week, which is really old, and it's about Hurley's imaginary friend Dave.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God. What are you going to say now?
That we all remember.
Jeez, we're going to bring up Dave? This is season 6.
I know.
Wow.
I know. Now, this is old. This comes from an interview with David and Carlton, I believe from 2007. It's on the Lostpedia page and has been for a long time. I just never read it until this week. And that's what's been happening with most of the things I find. It's just stuff I never noticed. So it's possible that, they'll change their mind or something, because I think they've done that a couple times. But anyway, what they say is that, first of all, they pretty much flat out state that he was an imaginary friend, but the other thing was the reason he's called Dave is because of Hurley's dad, who's named David. And that's sort of why Hurley names him Dave. It's supposed to be wrapped up with his issues with his dad.
Wait a minute. You're telling me a character on Lost has daddy issues?
Yes.
I don't believe it.
That's my scoop this week.
Wow, nice scoop. Nice ace reporting there.
Thank you. Yes. And they also flat out state that Libby's husband David has nothing to do with Dave.
Oh, good.
So.
Because that would have just been interesting.
Right. Exactly. They wanted to clear out there's nothing interesting going on there.
All right.
So
let's move along. If you're interested in interesting, then let's move along.
Yeah, but there is a reason he was named Dave. It's just not connected to Libby.
Okay.
So that's the that was the story in 2007. Now, for example, like on the commentary for The Man Behind the Curtain on the DVD for season 3, they say that Annie, Ben's little childhood friend, was going to become very important in the story, and it doesn't look like that ever happened. So, they change their mind about things, I think. So, so if they want, they could go back and do something different with it, but that was the story at one point. So anyway, it just seemed worth bringing up.
I'll interject this a theory I saw on the forums that what's her name is Annie, the new chick. I forgot her name. Zoe.
Alana? Oh, Zoe. Zoe is Annie. Okay.
Zoe is Annie.
Wow. Okay, so she I guess she left the island or something and became a geophysicist and then got recruited by Widmore later. Yeah, okay. Why not?
Why not indeed?
I never knew quite what to do with Annie, but I thought it was gonna somehow matter at some point. But it hasn't yet, so I guess that would be a way to tie it in.
Yep.
That was on the forum? Wow. I didn't see that.
Somebody had that theory.
Okay. I don't remember seeing that.
Well, maybe you should read more.
Maybe I should. Wow. Searing indictments.
All right. Well, I'm ready to go into the episode.
Okay. Well, I will be your narrator today.
Not the tour guide?
No.
I really want to know where the bathroom is.
You'll have to ask the tour guide.
Damn it.
Yeah. Okay, so the first scene is we start with a night vision point of view shot where Widmore's team observe Locke's camp. We overhear them. Sawyer offers Kate some pretend cocoa. They see Locke. Then we switch to the ordinary point of view. Locke advises Jen to leave the bandage off of his leg wound for a while. Then he talks to Jen about the names on the cave wall. He says that Quan is on the wall, and the only way they can leave the island is if all the people whose names are not crossed off leave the island together. Jen observes that Sun is not there, and Locke says he's working on it.
All right, working on it.
Yes. And I guess we'll see his work later. Yeah, so this is a scene where I get the idea that they really wait. What was the thing you were saying earlier? That they have to. He has to leave with all the candidates. I forgot what the other option was.
That he can leave and leave some candidates behind.
Oh,
what do you mean?
Okay.
The other option.
I guess I didn't remember what the other idea was. Just he can just leave candidates behind and it doesn't matter at all. I thought there was more to it than that.
Yeah, it was. Well, I don't know. I don't know what you're asking specifically. You're asking what was our theory about what he had to do?
Yeah, I thought you offered an alternative about the candidates, that he didn't have to leave with them, that some other specific thing. I don't remember what it was, so I can't tell you.
Well, I think it was pretty much either he leaves the island with the idea that he can't leave unless he takes the candidates with him. Was that it?
Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, as opposed to he just is doing it to be safe.
He just wants to take them versus he can't actually leave without taking them.
Yeah. So here he pretty much says he has to leave with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, he could be lying, I guess. But Locke does seem to be. You know, Locke. I realized that Locke is or Man in Black, I guess, is really. He reminds me of Ben in that he tells the truth a lot of the time, just like Ben sort of lies a lot of the time, but not always. So you can't count on it. He does lie sometimes.
Yeah.
But so I tend to want to believe him, but you can never be totally sure, especially when it's a lie that's very, when it's an issue that's very important to him. That's the stuff he's more likely to lie about, I feel like. So I don't know. I mean, but for the moment I'm taking this at face value that he really does have to get the candidates to leave.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I usually try to take what he says at face value, and the opposite of what you do with Ben. Right.
Exactly. Yeah. But Ben is someone, that's the other thing. Ben is someone I always wanted to believe, even though he lied all the time. And Locke is someone I always suspect of lying, even though he's usually telling the truth.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's a weird character. Not used to an overwhelmingly honest villain.
An overwhelmingly honest incarnate of evil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like evil is honesty.
Yeah. Well,
strange.
When you go so far in one direction, you end up coming back the other direction, I guess.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. Yeah. And I still don't quite understand. I still don't. Well, we'll get into that later, I guess. The bigger issues, but the point here is that I guess this whole thing about Quan is still up in the air. At some point, we gotta get over that.
I think it's Jen.
You think it's Jen? Okay.
I have a there's a scene later that I think it's either a coincidence or it proves my point.
Okay. I see. Okay. I think if it's one or the other, then I think it's Jin.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking it could be both.
Both would be in line with what they set up for Sun and Jin, and I think they're going to throw us a curveball.
Okay.
I'm expecting a curveball.
I see. So both is sort of the obvious thing, and so you're thinking it's misdirection.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. That would be more dramatic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So usually the choice with more drama is sort of the better one.
Yeah.
Because together it's like we can just be Jacob together, and that's just sort of easy.
Yeah.
Not that they would really want to do that, but better that than just saying just Jin has to do it.
Mhm.
I'm
kind of, just to throw this out there, I'm kind of wondering why Rose and Bernard aren't candidates.
Oh.
They seem to have acclimated, last time we saw them, they seem to have acclimated to island life pretty well.
Mhm.
It just seems like they're fairly decent people.
Sure.
Like, why aren't they, applicable to for the candidates?
The crappy answer is they're not main characters.
Oh, okay. Huh.
And besides that, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen Jacob touch them.
Yeah.
And so he maybe didn't think they were eligible for whatever reason. And we also don't know exactly what happened to them.
Yeah.
That whole thing's still up in the air. I'm still kind of bothered by the idea that Richard said he watched them all die, and he's hanging around all these people whom he watched die and hasn't even brought it up yet.
Listen, they're all in hell, right? So
I guess. I mean, he doesn't seem to think that anymore. And so, I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. Of course, and he should have known that in 2004. When he sees Jack and Locke and Saeed and all those people who were there, when he was around. I mean, he should have been surprised to see them then.
Yeah.
So it's just very odd to me that hasn't even been brought up.
Well, I think that's one thing that has to be clear, that when Richard first saw the Losties, and that when would that have been? Season 3 or something?
Yeah. I mean, that's when Richard first was even in the show.
Yeah.
So yeah, like he was around during the Man from Tallahassee time when they had Jack and Saeed and Locke and Kate went to get him back, and
yeah, he should remember Kate. He should have been like, "You're the one who brought me young Benjamin Linus."
Yes.
To heal at the temple. Like, that's the first thing he should have said to Kate.
Yeah.
So I think that it's pretty clear. I think it just has to be clear that they didn't, they didn't have that whole time travel thing worked into the plot.
Yes.
That whole our Losties were part of Dharma thing. Like, I just don't see that was really there.
Yeah, I agree. I think, they just sort of. I think they had an idea they were gonna do some time travel, but the specifics weren't worked out, and so they didn't incorporate it.
Yeah.
But I'd expect them to bring it up now. After the fact.
Exactly.
That
like this whole time you knew us and you didn't tell us that we were time traveling and would time travel, and
then you give Richard a throwaway line about why he didn't do it.
I guess I underreacted.
There you go. Perfect.
I was going to mention one thing about Adam and Eve.
Okay.
Now that we saw in Abaturna, we saw Jacob gave Richard the white rock to give to Locke. It makes me think that one, Adam or Eve has a white rock and the other one has a black rock, right? Isn't that how it is?
Yeah.
Are they each holding a rock?
Now I'm not so sure. I thought maybe both rocks were in like a bag.
But that's right. Both rocks are in a bag next to them.
Something like that.
Well, it just made me think that it's something about balance and duality. Like one's going to be Locke's person and one is Jacob's person.
Oh, okay.
So Jack and Kate or something.
I see. Okay, and they end up living together.
Again for Jack and Kate.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess now that the rocks have significance, that seems like. Yeah, something like that theory is true. Although I don't see how it can be Jack and Kate at this point. I mean, something crazy is going to have to happen for that to be Jack and Kate.
And I will mention Jack and Kate are the ones who found Adam and Eve.
Oh.
So that'd be a nice bit of bookending if it happens they discover their own bodies. Yes. They were the ones who found them originally? I don't remember that. According to Lostpedia. Well, they're always right. And it'd be funny if Jack is like, from the decay of the clothes, I would say this body is me. Yes. From the decay of the clothing, I would say this is my shirt. Wait a minute. Only my shirt decays like that. Only my shirt decays like that, exactly. I'm a doctor, damn it. I know these things. Yeah. But I mean, do you have in mind they would have to time travel or something, right? I mean, how else could their bodies be there? They're dead. I think Hurley gave us the explanation. They went back to the dinosaur time. They went back. Okay. And they got eaten by dinosaurs, of course. Okay. You've seen the movie Jurassic Park, right? Yes. This is the island from Jurassic Park. Oh, okay. Okay. Yikes. That's interesting that you say that. I actually read that some of the locations that they shoot on were also used in Jurassic Park. Wow. So, in a sense, strange. They really are on the Jurassic Park island. Wow. Let me also state that there's $1 million in my checking account right now. Justin, do you have anything to tell me? I'm just going to confirm everything you say. So, yes, you do indeed have $1 million. Awesome. Spend it wisely. Wow. I will. That's it for the podcast, guys. I can go check my account. Wow. That's it, huh? Hey, the podcasting really was all about the money. No. I'll be back. I just need to verify the funds. Oh, okay. And go buy some stuff. Sorry, I thought once you became a millionaire, it was goodbye, Lost Lowdown. No. It would take at least $2 million to make me quit the Lowdown. Oh, okay. I see. We're in a recession, so. Right. You want to keep all your options open. Exactly. I see. All right. Back to Lost. Right. What are we doing? Next scene? Any more of this scene? Oh, okay, so... Are you serious about your Adam and Eve theory? You know what? To the extent I have no other ideas, I am. I do think it's somehow fitting since Jack and Kate were the ones who found them. Mm-hmm. That's Jack and Kate. I like the idea that the one black rock and white rock represents one from each side, and that somehow they end up together, or somehow like that duality, like Jacob and Jacob and Smokey, just didn't realize that that somehow they could strike a balance. No one needed to be in charge or something like that. I don't know what they're going to say about it, but that's just what's coming off to me. But yeah, okay. Something like that. Something like that. I don't know how it would work. Yeah, time travel seems like it would be involved, or there's some other explanation about about that cave or something, or special or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. I guess I could do something weird with the alternate timeline.
Mhm.
I seems like there still has to be some kind of time travel, but now that we have more than one version of the same character, you have that in play. I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be Jack, the current Jack on the island.
Yeah.
It could be Jack X.
Jack X, yep.
I mean, wild speculation.
That reminds me, I saw the LAX. I saw that translated, I think in Spanish or something.
Mhm.
But they spelled it out to like Los Angeles X, whatever X is in Spanish, Spanish or German or something. And it just seemed like it lost the interpretation that it has in English.
Oh.
Of the whole universe thing, alternate timeline universe, whatever.
Right.
Anyway, just thought I'd bring
They
it
didn't
up.
just use the letter X?
No, they didn't use the letter X. He spelled it out.
Okay. Yeah, that's odd. I mean, I think they have the letter X in Spanish, don't they?
Yeah. It's I learned that word.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely have the letter X.
Yeah. It's almost the same alphabet.
How else did they spell xylophone?
That's why the letter X exists.
I'm sorry, xylophono. Sorry.
Thank you. Please.
So, did you have anything about this scene? Else? Earthquake. I'm in the middle of an earthquake.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Whoa.
It's fairly mild, but...
Is it still going on?
Shit is shaking, yeah. Whoa. Please stop. Uh-oh. It's really just a gentle sway, but it's not unscary. It's still going. Yeah. Hold on.
Damn.
Is this really happening? I'm like, I need evidence that my room is shaking.
It probably is.
Yeah, I mean, all my blinds and stuff are moving, and
I just have one more thing I want to say about this first scene before we move on. At the beginning, when Locke suggests to Jen that he leave the bandage off of his leg wound to let it breathe, friendly medical advice or something more?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when I heard that, I thought it was somehow signifying that the wound would heal if if he let it or something. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm asking, is he saying that to Jen just to help his leg heal, or is there some kind of ulterior motive for having the wound in the open air?
I don't know. It just, it seems so plausible that the open air might help, even though I guess that's counter to what you might think, since you want to close it off so it doesn't get infected.
Right.
I don't know. It struck me as weird, I guess, just subtly, that in terms of the island's healing properties.
Mhm.
But I don't think that's connected to him.
Right. I don't either.
And I don't think he has any ill will towards Jen. So I don't think it would be like, oh, if he exposes it to air, it might get infected or something, and Jen will die. I have to believe he's trying to be nice. But I don't know if it. I think he's being helpful with the information. But I don't know if it goes so far as to suggest that he is going to heal him somehow or be responsible for the healing. So I think that's a Jacob thing.
I see. Okay. I mean, I think he has ill will to Jin to the extent that he would want to replace Jacob. And so, as long as Jin isn't doing that, then I guess he doesn't have ill will against him. But
well, I mean, yeah, at this point he wants all of the candidates to come with him. So I feel like he doesn't have any ill will towards them, in this scenario. Now if the scenario is they're going to be replacing Jacob, yeah, he might want to kill them or something.
right.
But he doesn't want anything to happen to them now because his plan at this point is they're all going to get on the plane and leave.
I mean, I think it'd be okay. I mean, if they die, I presume that'd be okay. That would just mean he wouldn't have to get them.
If he dies on his own?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think he particularly wants him to live. It's just he doesn't particularly need him to die either.
Yeah.
Because I think, like with Locke and presumably all the other candidates, when they're dead, they're not a problem.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a fine line, though. That's a fine line.
Yeah, I don't really think that it's still just it struck me as a little bit odd. I might be making too much of it, but I couldn't. I don't know. It seemed worth bringing up.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else about the scene? Should I move on?
I liked all the night vision stuff.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was interesting seeing the Losties talk and do all their stuff through the night vision.
Mhm.
They have no idea they're being watched.
Right. Yeah. That's a nice way to start the episode.
That's all I got.
Okay. Well, the next scene is a flash sideways. At the airport, Customs returns Jin's suitcase and watch to him, but they are confiscating the money because Jin did not declare it. Sun and Jin start to leave the airport together. Jin explains that he missed the meeting at the restaurant. He was supposed to deliver the money and the watch. Then later, Sun and Jin arrive at a hotel. At the front desk, Sun checks in. The front desk clerk assumes that they are married, but Jin corrects him. Sun and Jin will be staying in 2 separate rooms.
Yeah, they will.
For a very short time.
Yeah. Still no one's watching.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is the continuation of the scene when they arrive to Customs and his money gets confiscated. I think one of the questions that gets answered in this episode is who can speak English.
Mhm.
Apparently neither one can.
Neither of them. Yeah.
Now I gotta bring that back up in a later scene, but in
I think I know which one.
Yeah, I think we all know which scene we're talking about here.
And I have a half-ass answer for it, but we'll get to that eventually.
All right.
Yeah. So the money gets taken away. That's the inciting incident, I guess, for this story. Picking up from LAX, which was a long time ago.
Totally. I guess I have to assume, now we know this money was to be given to Kimi so he could kill Jin. I just have to believe that Peck, which is the pronunciation
apparently yes,
is that he would have to know this money would get confiscated at Customs. Like, I feel like he's an international businessman. I feel like he should know that this will be a problem for Jin to try to get through Customs with $25,000. Unless the issue was just Jin didn't declare it.
Mhm. It
which
was
is,
Jin.
of course, what they say.
Yeah.
But even if you declare $25,000, I feel like you're still gonna have a problem in explaining why you have $25,000, in cash.
Yeah.
That you're just hanging on to. So my point is, I don't know my point is, if Peck knew that this would be like the money would get confiscated, then maybe he was trying to put Jen in a real bind that, Kimi would certainly kill him now. Right?
Oh.
I thought he might be more inclined to kill him if he doesn't have the money, which is kind of ends up what's happening. But versus if Jin got through customs with the money, I guess Kimi would have been happier, and just killed him anyway.
Right.
So you're trying to figure out if Mr. Peck was trying to make it worse for Jin, or if this was really just Jin's fault.
Oh, okay.
I
see. Yes. I could see it going both ways.
Yeah. All right, so they're not married.
That's right.
So, I guess we need to look back and think about, well, what's the difference here? Why wouldn't they be married? In the original timeline, they were obviously married by the time they got on 815.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the big difference? I would want to say the difference is Jacob didn't touch them, but he touched them at their wedding.
Right.
So,
yeah,
you can't really use that one.
No.
Because it would have been perfect. It would have been so perfect.
Yeah.
If it was like their first date or something, and he touches them, and that like binds them together, it'd be great. But it's like, well, he touched them in the main timeline at their wedding. They already decided to get married. It was done with.
Right. Yeah, and the Jacob thing just doesn't. I mean, maybe for Sawyer and Kate, since he touched them when they were kids. Ugh. That works.
Yikes. Hey,
Sorry.
let's leave the Catholic Church out of this.
Yeah, that sentence just didn't sit well. But like with Jack, I guess I don't know when that was supposed to be exactly in the timeline, but he must have had that kid a while ago, and like it could have been, it could have been before the Jacob touching thing. But in the case of Hurley and Saeed, it was definitely, it was after they even went to the island.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever differences are there with Hurley and Saeed just can't, won't fit into the Jacob thing very well either. So
I'm wondering,
sort of like that, seemingly.
I'm wondering if it doesn't matter when Jacob touches you.
It was just that he was going to, and it was sort of already his touching influence was already in place.
It permeates time, permeates time. Like it ripples through forwards or backwards through time or something. And I don't know.
I mean, it's a little bit contradicted by the thing with Richard, where, he certainly wasn't not aging until Jacob actually touched him.
Well,
but then again, that was an ad hoc thing.
That was a specific, giving of a gift. What do you want? I'm going to give it to you touch. That wasn't, I'm just touching you and you don't know why.
Yeah.
Not that Richard knew why at the time, but we knew why.
Right.
So I feel like that was a little bit different.
I agree it's different, but it at least suggests there's something temporal about his touch when he wants it to be.
Yeah. Well, and if it has to do with aging, it should be temporal.
Right.
I feel like we just made some sort of time joke. Some sort of like vaudevillian time joke.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Who's on first? The past.
Where's the future? Third base.
Third base. Hey. Who's on second? The present. No, who's on second? The present. Oh. Classic.
It is.
I can't wait till aliens show up so we can like translate and tell them that joke who's on first, and then they're just going to go back to their galactic civilization, and it's going to alter the course of their history. They're going to Oh man, it'll be great. The humans have not much in the ways of technology, but their verbal humor surpasses all.
Yeah, I like that idea. They were just way ahead of their time, that Abbott and Costello.
They were.
Their humor somehow far surpasses anything else we have to offer.
Yeah, we perfected comedy back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
So, all right. Anything else in this scene?
Let's see. I was going to speculate about Sun and Jin.
Okay.
But I can't. I mean, it's hard to. With all these stories, it's hard because we don't get flashbacks. So it's hard to know. The circumstances were like kind of coincidental that led to Sun and Jin getting married. It was all sorts of stuff. Like originally she was set up with, the bald guy, and then she found out that the bald guy was in love with this other woman, and so she was upset about it. And yeah, Jay, thank you. And she was upset about it, and she leaves, and it turned out Jin worked at that hotel where they met. Jin just happened to, get a job there.
He was opening doors.
He was opening doors, and then his friend told him that Love would be wearing orange or something, and then the Sun's walking through this park later, and Jin sees some lady wearing orange, and he's sort of looking at her, and then they just like run into each other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just this like kind of coincidental thing.
I think you left out the part where Cupid struck them with arrows. I didn't hear that in your recap.
You're right. I forgot about that part. Yeah.
And the stars in the sky crossed each other.
Yes. The planets aligned. The universe was in perfect accord.
Mm-hmm. Yin became yang, yang became yin.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So it was fate or it was coincidence. But I guess you could attribute that coincidence to Jacob if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just say that in this case, that stuff didn't happen. That little meeting didn't happen, and Jin was already was working for this hotel that Mr. Peck owned. And so somehow he ended up working his way up to being like the bodyguard for Sun.
What are you talking about? Do you think he's really her bodyguard?
Well, I say that because that's what some Kimi or Omar says later. They say your bodyguard was supposed to have the money. So that's
okay. So in your sequence of events, let's work with that. I'm wondering why. Well, first of all, why is Sun here?
It looks like ostensibly Sun is going on a shopping trip.
Okay. And so you're saying the idea is Jin is there to protect Sun as a bodyguard, but he's also supposed to deliver this money and the watch to Kimi.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of it's weird because everybody's got like secret motives.
Yeah.
Like Peck is sending them. He's really sending Jin to be killed. But supposedly Jin's escorting Sun and running an errand for him. But Sun is planning to run away, sort of elope with Jin.
Mm-hmm.
And Jin's just completely clueless about all of this.
Yep.
So it's a strange situation. But yeah, that's the best I can come up with. Like he was already sort of working for Mr. Peck before he met Sun. It's just that, getting married to Sun caused him to be kind of promoted.
Okay, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense then. Because, I was just thinking all of that, all the backstory was pretty much the same. He was doing the same work for Peck. But, yeah, it definitely makes sense that he wouldn't be doing that kind of work since he's not married to Sun, because that was the big thing.
Yeah.
So he just somehow works his way up to bodyguard.
Yeah.
All right, I can buy that.
Yeah, so I'm assuming his job is sort of different from what we saw.
it makes sense because I was wondering when Jin was gonna, bust out the moves. Where's the action moves? Where's the, beat 'em up stuff?
Right.
And he never does that. So maybe
No.
that explains that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he probably doesn't see as much action in this occupation.
Yeah, I could see that.
Than in the original. So, but you can attribute that to Jacob if you want.
Oh, I want.
Since the original thing did depend on a coincidence / universal faith.
Yeah. I'm going to leave Jacob out of it at this point. Only
you
because,
do? Okay.
Only because we know when he intervenes, or in the main timeline when he intervenes, which is, way different time period than him inserting some sort of control or influence during that part of their timeline.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll find out what the difference is.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the season's running out. Like, how much can they really explain? I guess, they could give us, like, a quick explanation.
Mhm.
I feel like that's the most we'll get. I don't think they have time to go into detail about how it worked.
Yeah.
But, okay, yeah, I also want to bring up, I feel like I meant to mention this on the last podcast, in this alternate universe, the island's underwater, and if the island is the same kind of place that it is in the original universe, that the court keeping the evil in, does that mean that the evil is out in this universe? Is this what happens when the evil escapes? I
want to believe that's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I want to say this is what happened when the evil escapes. Because maybe the evil hasn't done anything yet,
Okay.
Maybe, something will happen later that'll be, obviously the evil inserting some sort of force. Yeah,
because, I mean, from what we've seen so far, it doesn't really look like a world that's just filled with evil.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks pretty much like the world we're used to. It's got some good stuff, it's got some bad stuff, it's a mixed bag.
Mhm.
But, the hyperbole they're using to describe what happens, if smoke, unless the idea is the evil got buried under the ocean.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, the evil isn't literally under the island.
Right.
The whole cork metaphor thing. I just don't think it's literally, it's not like under it or anything.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think it would be, the evil is, if the evil is locked, then the evil is on the island, contained within the island, but on the island.
Right.
If the island sinks, I don't know what that means for Locke. We know he can't hover above water.
Mhm.
I think the biggest question is why did it sink, of course.
Yeah.
That might contribute to what could be expected to have happened to Locke and Jacob.
Yes. Yeah.
But it's clear the island was there, though. It's, Ben was on the island. Ben and his dad were on the island. I would still guess Charlotte was on the island.
Sure. Yeah, so that means in the 70s, the island was there. So whatever caused it to sink is more recent than that. Yeah.
Did we... Yeah, and see, Mikhail never seemed to go to the island.
Right.
Which that would have been, in the 80s or something, or 90s.
Yeah.
So yeah, something happened in the 70s with the island. I'm assuming, the incident was part of it.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable assumption. But it seems that it played out differently. It seems like the incident wasn't quite the same as what we watched.
Yeah, so I feel like it somehow what happened was in the main timeline when Juliet set off the bomb, the explosion, hit, the most of that energy hit the alternate timeline island, which caused it to sink, or to start sinking, and that the people who were on the island were able to get off, or maybe they had some sort of warning, and so they could evacuate, but nevertheless they evacuated at that point.
Right.
But I don't know what that means for Jacob and Smokey, and honestly, to have multiple timelines and have multiple incarnates of evil, I think is already problematic.
Yes. I agree. Yeah, it's weird to imagine them both just kind of drowning.
Yeah, which I don't think that happens. But I'm wondering if somehow there's only one, even though there's multiple Losties, that there's still only one Jacob and Smokey.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if somehow that's true.
Okay.
Like the island being singular and unique somehow, and
I see.
I can't verbalize it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get the idea. They're clearly different. We did see the statue foot, and it was broken. So that suggests it's at least possible the Black Rock landed there, and all that stuff still happened. Maybe.
Yeah, because we saw what. We saw Dharmaville, right?
We saw the barracks.
We didn't see the Black Rock.
We did not see the Black Rock, that's true. Yeah. We just saw the statue foot.
Yeah.
But that was where Jacob lived, at least most of the time. So, and there's no reason to think that he wouldn't just drown. I mean, it seems really lame, but I feel like he would drown if he were stuck there.
Well, can he get off the island? He's left before.
Yeah, how does he do that? It's a good question. He would, I can't imagine him taking a mundane method of transportation, like hopping on a sub or something.
No, I think he can just vanish.
Okay. Well, in that case, maybe he wouldn't be in danger.
Yeah.
But Smokey is still an issue, because I don't think he can leave the island.
Well, maybe that's what happened. Maybe the island is sinking and everyone's leaving. Obviously there's no candidates there.
Right.
At least not the final 6 that we know.
Right.
And Jacob has to leave, and that makes Smokey able to leave.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like with the analogy that should be true. So maybe we have yet to see the full consequences of that.
Yeah, maybe that's the whole thing is since Smokey was able to leave, now the big thing is, they gotta somehow get Smokey back to the island, or somehow, if there is 2 Smokies, if there's this alternate timeline Smokey, somehow they have to maybe get him back to the main timeline island.
Okay.
Or something like that. Like somehow, there's no island left here. We need to get him to the other island so he can be in prison there. Obviously, this is all that, don't ask me what happens after that.
Right.
But something like that maybe is going on, to where the Losties in the alternate timeline and the Flash Sideways will be presented with this whole idea of the island and somehow convinced of their past fate to get to the island.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think something like that is going to happen at some point. I can't see it. Because I remember earlier when we first started this whole timeline thing, as far as I could go was, Jack does some surgery on Locke and fixes his legs, and it's like, okay, and then what? It didn't seem like there was any sort of larger stakes to deal with, and I feel like that should come into play at some point, you know? I can't imagine they just sort of leave it at that, you know? And it does seem like, I mean, this episode definitely ends once again on an uncertain note. So it seems to me like maybe the Flash Sideways are picking up steam.
Yeah, I think so. And
maybe they will somehow converge. The characters will meet somehow. You know, we got Jack at the hospital, we got Saeed and Nadia at the hospital, maybe, and we've got, you know, Sun and Jin heading there. You know, maybe they'll just all meet at the hospital.
Why is Saeed and Nadia at the hospital?
Because Saeed's brother got attacked, and he's there.
Oh, is he still there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he was there.
Yeah.
He was there on the day that Saeed was taken, so it's the same day when you know, Sun and Jin are presumably heading there.
Yeah. Okay. What about... So wait, so where's Sun at then? Sun was... Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, Sun's going to the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could all meet at the hospital, but they don't know each other. So
they don't know each other, that's true.
Something's going to happen to where they kind of realize what's up.
There's gonna have to be a moment. I mean, yeah, in this one, once again, they don't do a lot as far as having those moments, but you know, I think at some point there will be some kind of recognition of what's going on.
Yeah, maybe All Along the Watchtower will play.
Oh God, don't say that.
We'll all slowly look at each other and realize something.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. We were all on the island. Yes, I remember now.
Wow.
I had some other idea about how they might... Oh, I was going to say Saeed and Jack should recognize each other from the plane.
Right, that's true. And we had Sawyer and Kate running into each other.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem like they're going to the hospital, but you know, they're at least together.
And who else is there? Ben and Locke are at the school.
Right.
Ben, Locke, and Alex and all those guys are at the school, and ours.
Yep.
I don't know how they're getting to the hospital.
Yeah, there's not a clear way for them to get to the hospital. Miles is with Sawyer. Oh, Hurley hasn't had one yet, so maybe his reason to get to the hospital is yet to come. He's the luckiest person alive, though, so I don't know why he'd ever need to go to a hospital.
I don't know. He just won one in the lottery.
Oh, okay. That'll do it.
Just won this hospital.
You just won a hospital. I didn't know they had a hospital lottery.
Hey, the state's budget is really bad. And,
we're just going to give away hospitals.
I don't know how that works fiscally, but, you know, I'm not an economist.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it would help to just say, hey, you own this hospital now.
Maybe they only give hospitals away to rich people so they can pay for it.
Oh, okay, so he'll still start having to fund the hospital.
Oops, now I have to fund this.
That's kind of a crappy lottery to win.
What kind of lottery is this? A lottery Claude made up. Ah, yes. That's what
I know it well. That's how I won this T-shirt.
This T-shirt, I won a hospital and a lottery, and all I got was a stupid T-shirt.
Yes, exactly. You know the T-shirt.
I've seen it.
Yes, I like your idea. Some crackpot theories just should be true.
Shouldn't they?
Yeah.
All right. I'm ready for the next scene when you are.
Okay. The next scene is back on the island. Locke leaves Saeed in charge of the camp until morning while he runs an errand. Saeed tells Locke he does not feel anything anymore. Locke says it might be best to help him get through what's coming. Jin notices that Locke is leaving, so he gets up to leave the camp before Locke comes back, and Sawyer steps in to try to stop him, saying that he has a deal with Widmore. But Jin is fed up with waiting. He's going to go find Sun. Unfortunately, he gets shot in the chest with a dart, which is immediately followed by the rest of the camp getting shot with darts, and they all fall to the ground. Then Widmore's team marches in, and standing over Jin, Seamus asks Zoe if this is the guy, and she says, yes, let's take him. Lost.
Is it Seamus or Seamus?
I think it's Seamus.
Okay. That is the better name.
I think that's how you say that.
Okay.
The only reason I know that's his name is Lostpedia.
Okay, good. So, you know, Sayid tells Locke he doesn't feel anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And Locke says, you know, maybe that's best. It'll help you get through what's coming. And I was like, okay, Sayid, ask him what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
Like, isn't that a clear indication you should say, like, what's coming? But I guess one of the things Sayid doesn't feel anymore is inquisitive.
Yes. Exactly.
He also doesn't feel the need to ask questions.
He is not questioning very much.
So usually I would say that, you know, especially if we talk about this later, I would say this is just a writing thing. But I like the idea that it fits in the Sayid's, you know, current psyche of, you know, Locke said something interesting, but I don't feel like asking him what that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. He's just silently just going through the motions.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even really care, I guess, whatever Locke's referring to.
Yeah, I don't think he does care.
He's going to help him, though. He does seem to be compelled to follow what Locke asks him to do.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't seem to really care about it. He's just doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird what's going on with Sayid.
It's very weird. Because it's like, it seems like the opposite of what's happening with Claire. Like, Claire seems bipolar and over-emotional, and Sayid is completely devoid of emotion.
I'm not going to make a sexist joke here.
I think you just did.
Damn it. I tried not to.
I know. It was a good effort.
I said one word and it didn't work. So I was going to say, yeah, that's interesting. I think the big difference is, you know, Claire was lied to for years about where her son was. And that's the whole thing is, and again, I still can't, I want Sayid and Claire to be mirrors of each other.
Right.
But the big difference is, you know, she had Aaron taken and she was told that the others had him, and that made her really emotional and angry.
Yeah.
And maybe if like Nadia was still alive, or if Locke had told Sayid for years that the others had Nadia,
mm-hmm.
that somehow that would get him to be emotional. I don't feel like that's true, but I feel like maybe that would have gotten him to be emotional too.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're suggesting it's not necessarily a symptom of the sickness, it's really just something particular about Sayid that he's reacting this way. I
would say it's particular about Claire that she's reacting that way. I feel like Sayid would be the more typical response.
Okay.
I feel like Claire is different because of her long-term interaction with Locke, and you know the circumstance and the fact that he kind of explained it. You know, when Claire attacked Kate, you know that she's got all this pent-up emotion about it. So
right.
I think that's why Claire is different, and I feel like Sayid would be. I feel like since we pretty much saw Sayid go through this from the beginning. You know, we saw him normal. He got hurt. We saw him try to be resurrected. And then or healed, I should say, and then he was resurrected. So we saw the whole cycle with him. So I feel like that should be our standard case.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you're right. It's the only one we know the whole story about.
Yeah.
You know, because we didn't really see what happened with not Widmore, with Rousseau's team.
Yeah.
And we didn't see what happened with Claire either. So that's all we have to go on. So I think that's a good assumption. And you know, Saeed did seem pretty normal right after he woke up. So this is sort of consistent with what Dogen was saying about the darkness growing.
Yeah.
You know, and that's it's kind of grown a lot now, and he just really doesn't seem like himself anymore.
Yeah.
And you know, this is more or less my worst fear. Like whenever we found out about that happening, the thing I said, I think, was I really don't want to see Saeed become Smokey's best minion. And
you did say that, and that is what's happening.
That is exactly what's happening, and it's very depressing to me, Saeed's arc, where it seems to be ending.
Yeah.
I hate Saeed being this like unthinking, robotic henchman of Smokey's who just kind of mindlessly goes around and does his little, you know, follows his orders. It's just, I don't know. I wanted so much more for Saeed. It
sounds like you're talking about Locke.
It does. It really does. It was the same thing with Locke.
Yeah, same thing.
You know, but Locke's dead. I don't have to watch him anymore.
Yeah.
Although that's depressing in its own way. So you're right.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Saeed. I mean, it's definitely weird to see him like this. I always remember, you know, when I saw this episode and I was thinking about old Saeed, I'm like, man, back in the day, he used to be the go-to guy for, like, everything.
Yeah.
We need something fixed. We need a mission. You know, we need to go, you know, somebody got kidnapped. It's like whatever happened, we need Saeed on our team.
Yep, he was reliable. He was competent. He was technical. He had good strategy. It was, you know, he was just an all around good person to have around for things like that. And
yeah,
you know, now it seems like he's basically a villain.
Yeah, now he's just sort of indifferent to anything. And Locke is telling him what to do, so he's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, I just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like this is going to end well for Saeed.
Maybe he'll snap out of it.
You think so? You think there's a chance?
Maybe he just needs some B vitamins for energy.
Of course.
Yeah.
Wow, that's all it is.
I don't feel anything. I need some B vitamins.
Wow.
Listen, supplements are important.
That's all he needs to do. I like that.
That's all he needs.
He did get shot, presumably lost a lot of blood, so, you know, he very well could be vitamin deficient, and that's just,
that's all he needs. He needs a multivitamin.
I really kind of wish that was true. So I could just hand him a little multivitamin, and it's the old Saeed again.
Yep.
Wow. That's all I needed to get my emotions back.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Claude knew. That's who.
Nice.
All right. Anything else in this scene? Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on here. So they start darting people with these tranquilizer darts. This is one of those scenes, you know, one of the things I like about this scene is it's clear that the only reason that that Widmore's team attacks these guys now is because Jin was about to leave.
Right.
And, you know, we've seen that so many times when, how circumstances, things play out and then coincidences line up and things like that. It was just interesting to see this cause and effect of like, well, if Jin hadn't decided to leave now, they wouldn't have attacked them now, and so things would have just been totally different.
Right.
Had he not made that one choice to like, I'm just going to leave this second. Like if he wanted to, you know, obviously he wouldn't have tried to storm off when Locke was there, but but things could have just been slightly different, and they wouldn't have gotten, kidnapped.
Right, and so much spins out from this. Like Jin wouldn't have met Widmore so early, which causes Locke to go over there earlier than he would have maybe, which then results in sort of the war starting earlier. And, this wouldn't have happened if Widmore had hired a mercenary instead of a geophysicist. And, so it's like just a bunch of coincidences piled on top of each other are making the story go a certain way.
Yeah, and they get Desmond at the end.
Yeah.
He's all still, if it had been a couple of days, he would have been, back to normal.
Right.
That might play, that might be important later.
Yeah.
So things would have played out a lot differently.
And Sawyer's plan totally falls through.
Oh man, he set that whole thing up, and it just came to nothing.
Yeah. It was completely just completely worthless.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. I really thought that was going to go somewhere. But, they've met each other now, and so there's really no chance they're going to surprise each other.
Yeah.
So it is interesting. I mean, that's a lot of things happen like that on Lost.
Yeah, and before it's like we always wonder, would things have played out differently? Is this fate or would just coincidence? And now it's like in this instance, you can see how the only reason they did this was because he was about to leave. Right. Then.
Yeah, it's weird to trace it back to Jin's very simple decision that he didn't want to stay at the camp right at that moment.
Mhm.
I didn't really think of that as being pivotal, but it really is.
Yeah, it is, and I think for both Sun and Jin in this episode, they both, make I would say Sun more than Jin, but they kind of stand their ground. They know I'm going to go do this. I'm not going to go along with the group. Because Jin has been trying to find Sun for a while, but he's been mostly just following whoever, but Sun too, just following whoever could help. But they both kind of get very very demanding. In this episode.
Right. It's almost like they know it's their centric episode.
It's like they know, yeah. Somehow they saw the TV schedule and they're like, you know what, this week is our episode, and I think we can get away with being a little more demanding.
Yeah. Yeah. Jin sort of fell into a trap. I mean, he was sort of trying to go find Sun, but then, he got injured and he fell in with Locke's camp. And it kind of seemed like with Jin, once he got healed enough and he saw Locke leave, he saw the opportunity and decides to leave. Whereas it seems like Sun has been sort of more so following, just kind of going along with the group and not trying to strike out on her own as much.
Yeah.
She was Jin just kind of, I think, really had a bit of bad luck.
Yeah, and I guess that's the next scene where Sun really starts to get upset.
Yeah, I think so. Is it? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, what do I want to say? I was going to say about this Seamus character, who I think is largely responsible for the relatively low threat that Widmore's team seems to exude.
You mean, are you trying to say he's no Kimi?
Yeah. I'm trying to say that. Yeah, it's a real contrast. I mean, Kimi has this, really intimidating presence. When he shows up at Sun's door, it's like you feel the danger immediately.
He's going to eat her in any second, right?
Exactly.
He's smiling, and you see all those teeth, and it's like a shark or something.
He's so teethy. What's up with that?
He's very teethy. He's got a great, smile or something, because whenever he smiles and it's just the creepiest thing ever.
It really is. I don't think he smiled as much when he was on the island.
He didn't smile as much when he was on the island, but now he's all smiles, and it's just as creepy.
It really is, yeah.
He did this cool thing where, when he's at Sun's door and he's talking to her in the beginning before he comes in, he would kind of cock his head to the side a little bit, or look at her from not straight on, but from an angle, and it just made him seem so much creepier. Yeah, that guy, Kevin Durant, I think that played. Kevin Durant.
He was really good.
He's great, and you know what? He's Canadian, and we can't hold that against him.
No.
Canada did something right.
He's one of the good ones.
He's one of the good ones.
Him and Rush.
Yeah, Rush, Jim Carrey, Kevin Durant.
And Will Arnett.
Will Arnett, yes. Got to put him on there.
Yeah, exactly. But I did look. I looked at the Lostpedia sometimes has casting calls for the characters, and if you look at the casting call for Seamus, he is described as like a scientist type.
Yeah.
So I think the idea is supposed to be that Widmore hired a kind of not really that I don't know, mercenary oriented kind of team. He hired this kind of science team, but he's sending them on these missions, and so it's sort of intentional, I think, that they're coming off like that.
Yeah, and I think it ties back to Dan and Charlotte,
Yeah.
Him, Widmore sending the science team there before. And I think the big thing is, I would see is the big difference here that, he's more interested in the science stuff than the need to have the mercenary team to get Ben. I feel like it's not about getting Ben anymore, obviously.
Yeah.
And now, of course, you'd think you'd want some hired guns to protect yourself against Smokey, but they've got the pylons.
Right.
The
sonic barriers.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess it does seem like he's sort of he's assembled an entire team of the science team from the original freighter. And he just hasn't brought the Kimi people this time. He's just sent them to do the Kimi work.
Mhm. Yeah, and I don't know if we're supposed to believe he's just short. It's just is this just 100% intentional? Is it he couldn't find good people? Is it, I wonder why these people on this team.
Yeah. I want to say there is some kind of point to it, but I think there is a point based on the casting call. They wanted this kind of thing to happen, but from Widmore's point of view, I don't know why he would do it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe we'll find out at some point.
Alrighty.
I also wanted to say this whole thing of like shooting the camp with these darts that make them pass out is again kind of reminiscent of the others.
Mhm. Oh, it's like just high tech, like.
Yeah. But that was their thing. They had those little make you collapse darts.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's sort of what that reminded me of.
Yeah, that's what like I said before, the Widmore's team makes me feel like they're off island others.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
Why are so many people wearing purple shirts on this show?
How many people are wearing purple shirts?
So I didn't notice.
I think Alana's wearing one.
Yeah, so I didn't notice. I noticed like 2 or 3 people at first were wearing purple shirts, and now I was just looking through some of the episodes now. So Miles is wearing a purple shirt. Ben is wearing a sort of purple shirt.
Okay.
Locke is wearing a purple shirt. Sawyer is wearing a sort of purple shirt. Who else did I see wearing? I think Sun is wearing a purple shirt under her white shirt.
Oh, okay.
If I'm not mistaken. Jack's shirt does not look purple. There's a lot of characters with purple shirts, and I don't know why.
Wow. Wait, you didn't mention Alana. Does she not have a purple shirt on?
I'm
was I wrong
about that? No, she does.
Okay. The only reason I noticed was because she's wearing something different from what she's worn on the entire show so far.
This was supposed to be her first big scene, her costume change.
Yeah.
She apparently, she just got some new clothes.
Yeah. So it was noticeable to me, but I didn't notice all the other characters. Yeah, I guess the costume department was just really into purple.
Yeah, they're all wearing purple, which I don't know why you would do that. Why would you have like 6 characters wearing the same color?
It's a very odd color choice too.
And is it really 6? I just said that, but that's sort of relevant to the show. That number 6.
Oh, the 6 thing?
It's Alana, Sun, Miles, Ben, Locke. Sawyer's shirt looks purple to me.
Okay.
And that's 6.
Yeah, that's 6.
And I don't know if there's other people. Sayid is wearing a black shirt. Kate is wearing... I don't remember what Kate is wearing. I don't think it's purple. Is Kate in this episode?
Yeah.
Where is she?
Very briefly. I remember she's there at the beginning, but it's night.
Yeah.
And you see her a couple times later. She talks to Sawyer at a certain point. Towards the end, I think. Right before Locke comes back.
Yeah, I don't know. I just noticed that, so purple shirts. What are you gonna do?
Purple shirts. It's I don't know, it's the current trend.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's Kate. She's not wearing a purple shirt.
Okay.
Oh, Keeney's wearing a purple shirt and the side.
Oh really? It kind of makes I can see Kimi wearing a purple shirt. That seems to fit with his character.
Yeah.
It's weird to have all the on-island people wearing purple, though.
Yeah, some of them is light purple, some of them is dark purple, but it's all purple.
Okay.
See if you can count the purple shirts in this week's episode of Lost.
Wow.
All right, well, next thing.
Okay. No theories associated with the purple shirts?
I have no. There's no. I'm gonna leave that to being the costume department, having their artistic license and consistent color palette or something. I don't know.
Okay.
It looks good. I don't have any problems with it. It just stands out. I can't name any other episode where 6 characters are wearing the same colored shirt.
Yeah, me either.
No.
Okay, so do you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Next scene, we go over to the main beach camp. Miles and Frank play cards. Ben asks Alana what they'll do now. Alana says wait for Richard. Ben is skeptical that Richard will return. Alana thinks Hugo will find him and bring him back. And until he comes back, they will wait. On hearing the word wait, Sun gets frustrated and stabs a knife into the table, but then walks away, not saying a word. She goes over to her garden. Jack meets her there. Sun doesn't care if Richard comes back, or about the fact that they're candidates, or about the lighthouse, or about Destiny. She just wants Jack to leave her alone, so Jack leaves her alone.
All right.
Yeah, boom. So, back to the garden.
Wow, back to the garden indeed.
I guess I should have known they would show it again, but I really didn't think they'd see it again.
Oh, man, the garden. How are those tomatoes? Yeah, they're dead. Nothing's been tending to them.
I never really imagined that she grew anything as outlandish as tomatoes.
Yeah, I didn't expect she did that either. But I'm not a horticulturalist.
What?
Nor can I pronounce that correctly.
It's hard to pronounce.
But I'm going to say time shifting might not be good for plants and growing. Maybe that interferes with it somehow.
I see. You think the plants time shifted?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I don't know.
Listen, something was time traveling on that island.
I just want to point out that tomatoes are native to South America, so I don't really know how they ended up there.
Mhm.
A little weird. I guess they could have been brought by someone.
Oh yeah.
But they shouldn't be native.
Dahmer brand tomato plant seeds.
Thank you. That's
Come
it.
on.
Of course. See, I guess I always envisioned the garden as an herb garden,
Mm-hmm.
You know, and maybe just sort of just a decorative, like just a nice garden to hang out in, but not. I didn't really think of it as being like let's really grow some produce. I
didn't remember them growing any produce before.
Yeah, me either. It really just seemed to me like something for Sun to do to pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
That it wasn't like a serious project.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, it was it doesn't look like I remembered it, just like everything they go back to this season. It's never exactly the way I remember it looking.
Well, apparently in Hearts and Minds, she used guava and passion fruit seeds.
Okay.
And it was supposed to contain medicinal herbs and vegetables. That's also from Hearts and Minds.
Oh, okay. Wow, Hearts and Minds. I didn't get anything to do with that.
I know. She had the aloe vera plant.
Right.
From Walkabout. She uses it like toothpaste, which is weird.
Yes.
And she uses it to treat rashes and solitary, which makes sense.
Right.
So, all right, yeah. So she had other stuff in there.
Apparently so. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Season 1. It was a long time ago.
Apparently, Jack presents Kate some guava seeds, asking what a garden would be without guava.
I don't believe that line was in the show.
Let's just be honest. We've all asked ourselves that question. What would a garden be without guava? And we all come to the same answer. No difference. What would a garden be without guava?
A normal garden.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Jack. What would a car be without guava seeds? I think the answer is the same.
Wow. Yeah, we got to do that rewatch at some point.
Yeah.
I can't believe the shit they put in. It's weird.
Yeah, they just.
What would a garden be without guava? The fuck?
Shut up and start talking about candidates already, all right?
Exactly. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow.
This is why you guys never found anything out about the island. You were too busy talking about guava seeds. I'm glad Lost City exists to remind us of gems like that. Yeah. I have to say, when Locke shows up in Sun's garden in this episode, she's obviously startled, but she should be because she was kidnapped from her garden before.
That's true.
And that weird episode where it was, what was it again?
It was Charlie.
It was Charlie, but he did it
at the behest of Sawyer.
But it was Sawyer's idea.
Yeah.
Because Sawyer wanted to. What was it? Sawyer wanted to make Jack look bad or something?
No, Charlie wanted to make Locke look bad.
Okay, that's right. Charlie wanted to make Locke look bad.
Yeah, but Sawyer wanted him to do it so they would be afraid of the others, and he would get control of the guns.
That's what it was. He wanted the guns back.
Yeah, so he could be the new sheriff in town for one episode.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the end of that.
He's just trying to be LaFleur.
He was totally, that was the first incarnation of LaFleur.
Yeah.
It was very short-lived, but he kept it in his heart, and he went back to LaFleur when the time was right.
Yeah. In any universe, Sawyer will be LaFleur at some point.
That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Oh man, that was a weird time in Lost.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't do that a lot anymore. The whole thing where they have some mysterious attacker and they don't show who it is.
Mhm.
And you just have to guess, and then they tell you later. That's, I don't know. They used to do that more, I think. I remember they had They had Saeed get hit in the head when he was trying to fix the radio. And then, like, years later, we found out it was Locke.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird.
They pretty much tell us now when people attack people.
Yeah, they could have kind of tried to play that game with when the Lodges get attacked at Locke's camp, but by Widmore's team. But it's no point in playing the game at this point.
Yeah, they're not trying to throw out fake mysteries.
Oh God, I remember who hit Saeed. Nobody knows.
Yeah, they didn't even talk about that. I think it was season 3 before that was revealed.
Mm-hmm. And then Locke went to blow up the sub, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think he was explaining why he wanted to do that or something.
Yeah, it was somehow related.
He didn't want them to leave the island, and so he had to blow up the sub, just like he had to hit Saeed in the head. Oh, Locke, you were...
Oh, God.
You were something back then.
You're on the right path. Keep going, buddy. Keep going. All right. Next scene.
Okay. Next scene is flash sideways. Jin knocks on the door of Sun's room. Jin tells her he's going to deliver the watch. Sun invites him in. She thinks it's too late to go to the restaurant and that it won't be a problem since the man works for her father. Sun unbuttons the top button on her shirt and asks Jin about the time on the plane when he asked her to button it. Jin says he was worried they were being watched. Sun asks Jin if he wants her to button it now. Jin says no. Sun continues to unbutton her shirt with Jin approving each unbuttoning. They approach each other, and once Sun's shirt is completely unbuttoned, they embrace and descend to the bed for activities that shall not be described.
This is just a total commercial from the Fornication Suite.
It really is.
It is. It's the commercial for it. Oh, no, we might get caught. Don't worry, no one's watching. Should I unbutton this? Yes, please. The Fornication Suite by Hilton. The people you don't want to know will never find out.
Yeah, you're right.
It was strange seeing Sun be all sexy in this scene. It was we don't get a lot of that from Sun.
Not at all.
Ever.
As in ever, exactly. Yeah, you're right. I was really shocked by this scene.
Yeah.
It came out. It just I was like, okay, this is not normal Sun and Jin stuff.
No, it's not. But I liked it just from the idea that whole button thing, which of course they came back to in LAX, was like the first big, Sun and Jin thing from season 1.
Yeah.
So it was cool that they managed to bring that back and sort of say something about that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're supposed to believe, if we're supposed to revisit, what happened in season 1 and sort of look at it differently, like, maybe he wasn't being overprotective or traditional, but he was just being something else. He thought, someone was watching them, or I don't know how far we're supposed to take it, but I did like that they were able to play with that.
Yeah, it's nice. That's one of my favorite things about the Flash Sideways. It's really a good way to revisit stuff from the history of the show and put a spin on it or say something about it, in a context that's not, just the current timeline. So
yeah.
they can really do interesting things like this. And I agree. I like that. It was really. I feel like what they're doing is just contrasting. Like the button issue in this timeline is different from what it was in the original.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's sort of my takeaway from it.
Okay, I see.
Because in this timeline they're having this secret affair, and so Jin is just worried that that someone's going to see them. Someone's going to see Sun with her shirt unbuttoned next to him and think they're too comfortable with each other or something. He's just paranoid.
Mhm.
You know, whereas I do think in the original timeline he was supposed to be overprotective.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, it's I mean, it's weird. It's like their relationship is a lot better when they didn't get married.
Uh-oh.
Seemingly.
Uh-oh, what are they trying to say here?
I don't know. Don't want to draw any conclusions, but just saying.
Yeah.
Seems a lot healthier than the constant. I mean, even the sort of courtship stuff that they showed in the flashbacks just wasn't as playful. You know, it just seems like they have a better way of interacting with each other.
Mhm.
You know, than even they did before they got married in the original timeline.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. I really feel. I mean, aside from the fact that Jin's about to get killed, you know, it just seems like this is a lot better situation. You know, just relationship-wise, forgetting about the other problems.
Yeah. To me, it came off like their relationship was newer.
Ah, yes.
You know, like they hadn't been together for as long as they were in the original timeline.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, because presumably it would have taken Jin a while to get from doorman to bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would have taken Jin a while to get from bodyguard to, you know, fornication suite partner.
Yeah.
Unless she does this for all the bodyguards.
Yeah, I don't know. Does she?
I don't know. I don't think we're supposed to assume that, but I'm just saying.
She lures them out of the country and pretends to want to elope with them.
Mm-hmm.
But all the time it's just, you know, she just wants to end the relationship, and she knows her dad sent them there to get killed. And
oh, wow. That's a dark son.
She doesn't, you know, she doesn't want to
go through the breakup. It's like the Femme Fatale son.
Yeah, I know. She doesn't want to deal with the breakup, so she lets her father kill her boyfriend.
And just goes after the next bodyguard.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that is Femme Fatale son.
I like that. I don't think that's what they're doing, but it's interesting.
Well, you should try it.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, so let's see. Next scene?
Next scene.
Okay. Sun continues to work in her garden. She cuts her finger, and then Locke startles her. Sun asks him what he's doing there. Locke tells Sun that Jin is with his people across the island, and he offers to take her there. Sun doesn't believe him and accuses him of killing the people at the temple. Locke says they could have chosen to come with him, and he didn't want to hurt them. Then he says he will not force Sun to do anything. He's asking her to come with him, and Jin is waiting. He offers his hand to her. Sun thinks about it for a moment and runs away. Locke follows. Let's see. Sun looks behind her at Locke to see how far behind he is, and accidentally runs into a tree.
Oops.
Yeah.
Man, that was the most comical part of this episode.
I know.
Every time I see that, I just laugh.
Me too.
Why a tree? Why did she have to run into a tree?
It's ridiculous looking. It's just
it's so bad. This is like where it's like it'd be different if she ran into a tree in some part of the island she wasn't familiar with. But this is, you know, generally speaking, the area she knows the best on the island.
Yeah.
You know, how to get from the beach to the garden.
Yeah.
Like she should know the best way to get to, you know, and just she didn't remember that tree thing. It was just so bad that it was so not only is it bad that it's a tree that she's running from Locke, you know, which good luck, right?
Yeah.
You know, and why would you run from Smokey? Geez.
Yeah.
And so that's bad. And then she gets hit by the tree. But then what happens because she gets hit by the tree? And it's just like, wow, guys, that's a lot to take.
It is.
That's a lot for us to take.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, no, there's also something about the pacing, the way they put in the transition noise for the flash sideways, like right before she runs into the tree, like somehow that makes it feel even weirder, like that's the punchline to this scene, that her running into the tree. I expect some sort of comical music to come on after she hits the tree.
It's so bad.
Like it just looks silly.
It'd be different if she tripped and fell. That's totally plausible.
Right.
You can't really see where you're going. You know,
Yes.
you're running through tall grass.
Right.
But to run into a tree, I don't know. I don't know, son. I don't know. I feel like you just wanted an easy out.
Yeah.
Like, I can't outrun him, and I don't want to know what happens when he captures me. I'm just going to knock myself out. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to believe that. It's just, I feel like it's kind of hard to make running into a tree look realistic.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, it's one thing if you're skiing or something and you lose control, but it's like I don't know. She really should have been paying more attention to the forward direction.
Says her brain.
Because it's like, she should have seen that tree coming, I feel like. It wasn't a huge tree, but it was big enough that, you know, she must have been looking behind her for a very extended period not to see it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what comes out of it, we'll get to that. That's that's another can of worms.
Yeah, it seems like she was looking behind her, but she wasn't running straight or something. And so whatever was in front of her wasn't, and anyway, it was a bit much.
Yeah. It was definitely a bit much. So what do you think about this Locke scene? It seems like this is kind of a pattern that they're doing this season. With these this is just very reminiscent of the scene with Ben. Locke just shows up, says, you know, he has what Sun wants. Come with me.
I think he did that to everybody, right? He
Yeah.
did that to Sawyer. He did that to Richard.
Yeah, that's just his thing, I guess.
Yeah.
So presumably he really doesn't know, as he says, as no one seems to know who the candidate is, but at the very least, if he gets both of them, he's safe. And, you know, Jen and Sun are both more likely to go if the other one's there.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the motivation. And it's interesting because he's telling her the truth. He does have Jen. Even though she's maybe correct to be suspicious of him.
Yeah.
So if she went with him, she really would get to see Jen. I mean, supposedly, not really because he's got kidnapped, but as far as Locke knows.
Well, I'd say if Locke would have done his due diligence, then he really should have just brought Jen's wedding ring as proof that Jen was there. But wait, maybe that doesn't prove what you might expect it to prove.
Right.
Just ask Ben about that.
Wait a minute. Doesn't Sun still have that?
Yeah, she probably still has it.
Okay. I lost track of the wedding ring.
Yeah, I think they haven't seen each other, so...
Yeah.
They haven't seen each other since season 4?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
If this was Sawyer, he would have been like, I don't even remember what she looks like.
You're right. You're so right. It's 3 years enough to forget about someone.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Just ask me. Don't ask Juliet.
Yeah, wow. That's right. Not only has it been since season 4, but it's been like 3 years. That's a long time.
It's a long time.
It's a long time. That's weird. I don't really usually think of it that way.
In the previous scene, when they're talking about waiting for Richard to come back, and Sun gets upset, and she throws a knife down, whatever she's doing. I'm thinking, oh, okay, she's gonna go storm off and look for Jin herself. She's tired of waiting. She's just gonna, because the cue for that was, we'll stay here and wait, and then she slams her thing, and you think, okay, she's not gonna wait anymore. No, she's just gonna wait by the garden.
Right. She just didn't want to be around them. She
just want to wait with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just like, damn it, son! I thought you were, gonna go find Jin now.
Right. I thought the same thing, especially because that's kind of what Jin does.
Exactly. Like you think, they're gonna go both look for each other and miss each other or something.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, they go through this Sun Jin centric episode and they still haven't met by the end of it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and there's people trying to help them meet.
There are, exactly. It's just, God, when are they going to, how late are they going to push their meeting to? Is it going to be the finale before they meet?
Oh, jeez.
Like, I just feel like if they didn't do it in this episode, what episode are they going to do it in besides the finale?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I think they'll meet before the finale. I definitely think they'll meet before the finale because I feel like there's gonna be stuff going on where we're not gonna have time for Sun and Jin to have a reunion. Hopefully there'll be bigger things going on. So I think they'll meet pretty soon. I mean, all that needs to happen is for. So Richard and those guys, I forget, what are their plans now? Aren't they going to go to Widmore, to the Hydra Island? Or
I guess. It gets a little confusing to me, but initially, that's where they're going to go.
Okay. So that's where Jin is.
Right, that's true. That's a setup. That's definitely a good setup for them to meet.
Yeah.
So that's probably, at least in part, why they put him over there.
Yeah.
So so they very well could meet pretty soon. I'm just kind of surprised they didn't do it in this episode.
Well, they did do it in this episode, but not to do it you're talking about.
Wow.
Yikes. Move right along.
Okay.
So Locke says that he promised that they would be reunited, which he's trying to keep his promise.
Apparently so.
Still think he's the bad guy? No, I'm kidding. So he doesn't take Sun against her will with him. And as he says before she gets knocked down, before the chase, I would never make you do anything against your will. I'm asking you to come with me. So he's got this weird thing, and I guess it's back to choice, to where if these candidates don't choose to come with him, then I think that that's important.
I agree.
He can't just force them to come with him.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like Smokey is not like Jacob in that he just has this, ideological commitment to allowing people to make choices. I feel like if he could force them, he would.
That's what I was going to ask. So do you think it's more of a function of the rules, and lowercase r rules, not the rules that you're talking about, but just in terms of how this has to work out? So you think it's more of that than of his character and wanting to give them the option? Yes,
I do. I really think that he wants to go home. That's his main goal. I think he's he's opposed to Jacob in general on issues like that. And Jacob was very much the give you the choice guy. And so I really think that if he could not give him the choice, he would. And I think he's obligated to do that for some reason. Such as the rules or, whatever is sort of governing why he has to round up the candidates and, why he has to proceed in this particular way.
Yeah.
I don't think that's I mean, it might be, but I really feel like that's more of a Jacob thing.
The whole choice thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why it's part of the rules.
Mhm. Okay.
I mean, it'd be interesting if it really were a part of his character, because that would be something he has in common with Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been consistent. I would say the big difference would be, what we saw the Man in Black do with Richard. He sort of was obviously trying to trick him into killing Jacob.
Yeah.
But when again, like he's just been very consistent in general. I think at least the Man in Black looking like Locke has been very consistent in how he approaches people. So I feel like it does have to do with just the rules on how he has to leave, or how he can leave. But I feel like if that's true, but I feel like he sort of, his niceness or whatever you want to call it, generalize it as, is part of that too. So I feel like if this isn't in his character to do it, then you lose some of his character. Because he's so forthcoming, generally speaking, all the time. I feel like that's part of his character. He told Richard, I wouldn't have lied to you about this and that. Jacob's all right giving you the choice, but he doesn't give you all the information. And so with Smokey, it's like, he seems to be about the choice too, but also he'll try to give you the information you need. Or at least he says he would. He tells Richard that.
Right.
And he has told other people, what the circumstances were too.
I see. Yeah. I mean, maybe he just...
But that's why I feel like it's part of his character, Bud.
Maybe he just thinks people make the wrong choices, but he thinks they should have the choice.
Mhm.
I mean, it's possible, for him to still be...
Yeah, I think... Yeah.
I do think in a way it is part of his character. For whatever reason he's doing it, I do think it's a part of his character.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I really want to say that he cares more about going home and leaving the island than he does about some ideological commitment to choice.
Yeah, but I mean, you would agree he's got his own ideological beliefs. Right?
He does, yeah. Yeah, I just think his desire to go home and leave is more important to him than those things.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, I feel like if he had a way, where he could just snap them all up and leave without this choice thing, if he could just force them, knock them all out and pop them on the plane and fly out of there, I think he would do it. I can't imagine him not doing it just out of his own ideology.
Yeah.
I can't quite buy that. But I'll buy that, in general, he's disposed that way.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what's up with the old Man in Black.
Yeah, I think we will.
All right. Anything else with this scene?
Let's see. Yeah, I made this. So when Sun cuts her finger and Locke arrives, probably a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing I wanted to note was that there was actually a deleted scene in the Ben episode right before he arrives, where I think Alana punches Ben in the face or something, and he has these wounds that you can see when Locke shows up. They just cut the scene out where that happens. I didn't really notice, but I read about it. So I don't know. That's sort of what fueled my wondering about Jin, and if he's got some weird thing with wounds, if he's attracted to wounds or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would. I feel like he's got a motive for all those people Especially when the two cases where he shows up to people out of the blue, he's there to recruit them. So
right.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a coincidence.
Okay, I agree, and yet I don't know. I'm somehow wanting. I guess I'm wanting to really. I'm wanting to understand the sickness more, and I'm wanting somehow to tie that in. It's a long shot. I agree. It's probably just a coincidence.
Yeah.
So
I think he would have shown up there if Sun didn't, if she hadn't cut her hand. So.
Of course, he was clearly going to get her anyway.
Yeah.
So you're right. You're right. Okay. So next scene.
Mhm.
Okay. The next scene is flash sideways. Sun wakes up in bed with Jin. Sun suggests to Jin that they run away. She tells Jin that she has an account. Jin realizes this was her plan all along. Sun is about to tell Jin something when there's a knock at the door. Jin hides in the bathroom while Sun answers the door. The door knocker turns out to be Martin Kimi. Kimi invites himself in.
All right, so this is the scene that I alluded to before about a little bit of evidence in terms of which one, Sun or Jin, is the candidate.
Yes. Okay.
In this scene, when it first starts, when Sun and Jin are in bed, if you look at the scene, you'll notice that Jin is in the sunlight and Sun is in the shadow.
Okay.
As they lay in the bed.
Mhm.
That's all I got.
That makes you think Jen is a candidate?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
That's all I got. Hey, what do you have?
I was going to say something about all this, having an account and wanting to elope and, somehow tying that in with, knowing English or not and the time travel and,
All frivolous.
All frivolous. It's all about where that sunlight goes.
No, I just thought it was interesting that they lit the scene that way with her just completely in shadow and him like bathing in sunlight. And hey, I don't know. I don't know if that means anything. It probably doesn't, but just thought I'd bring it up.
That's interesting. I definitely did not notice that. Now I am going to have to look at that scene.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah. Let me see here. And put speakers down. Okay, let's see. Where does that scene start? Right here. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
The sun comes in, and it's over on his side. I see. Wow. Oh, good catch.
So it either means something or it means nothing. So
you're right. It is one of those two things. That's a good theory.
Yep.
I really like those theories that just can't be wrong.
Can't be.
My favorite.
It's like binary. One or zero.
Mhm. Exactly. Yeah. So let's see. Right. So the thing I was going to say, since apparently neither Sun nor Jin speak English, the original reason Sun learned English was because she was going to run away from Jin on her own, and go to the U.S., and so she'd have to speak English. Since we found out here, she's sort of still planning to do that, but this time she's going to run away with Jin instead of away from him. There still would be some kind of motivation to learn English. The best thing I can throw out there is that, since they're together, there's less of it. Since she's not going to be on her own, there's less of a impetus to need to learn the language.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I would say I would go back a little further and say, the reason that she learns English isn't specifically because she was planning to run away to America, was specifically because she got involved with Jay.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that was connected to that.
Yeah, that's the guy who taught her English, and then they started having an affair, and I think they started having an affair because she was unhappy with her marriage to Jin. So I think all of those things, are related.
I forgot.
Related.
See, the problem I'm having is that we initially learned about her running away and her learning English before we learned about Jay.
Yeah.
So I'm getting mixed up what the order was, but yeah, you're right. Jay was the one that taught her English first, and really that kind of was a sort of thinly veiled excuse for them to see each other.
Yeah, in the fornication suite, no doubt.
Right. The Korean branch edition of the fornication suite.
The Peck Hotel fornication suite.
Yes.
We're gonna need 2 rooms. Really? We just want one, buddy.
Right.
You have to whisper that part. So yeah, so I think that I think it says a lot about the fact that she doesn't speak English. I think has, to me, in my opinion, has more to do with, what am I trying to say?
The fact that she didn't meet
more
Jay.
to do with Jay, yeah. And either they never met, or they met and he was teaching her a little English, and it never really, got further than that. But I would say, for simplicity's sake, maybe they just never met. She had, and if I remember correctly, her mother or something set them up, something like that.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, her mother. I think Jay's parents knew each other or something, and they collaborated and set them up.
So she wasn't married to Jen at that point, then?
No,
okay.
No, she hadn't even met Jen yet.
You hadn't met him yet. So wait a minute. So the idea is that Sun and Jay met before she met Jen.
Right.
And Sun was learning English, and she kept seeing him after she was seeing Jen?
Yes.
Okay. But were they ever married when she was seeing Jay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
basically, like she initially she was disappointed to learn that Jay was in love with someone in America or something, and that was what led to her meeting Jen originally. But I think the idea is that at some point they reconnected or something. I don't remember what the details were, but it was while she was married to Jen. I think, basically out of dissatisfaction with the marriage to Jen and, remembering, Jay, and, they sort of hit it off when they originally met. So and she knew that he knew English, and I think that became sort of the ruse for them to get together.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at his Lostpedia page. So this says Mr. Peck found out about the affair.
That's true.
And Jen was going to go deliver a message.
Yeah, he walked in. He walked in on them. In the Glass Ballerina, I think.
Yeah, so this is all very familiar, very similar to what's going on here.
Yes.
I guess you're supposed to know not to diddle the boss's daughter.
Oh, that's right. He actually sends Jen to kill the guy.
He sends Jen to kill Jay, yeah.
But Jen doesn't do it. He just tries to scare him and tells him to leave. But then Jay kills himself.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I forgot. All right, so this is actually consistent with Mr. Peck hasn't changed much.
He has not changed one bit. Maybe he's evil incarnate.
Good point.
But yeah, it's definitely consistent here. That's interesting. And apparently, the whole thing with the pearls, and I guess he wanted Sun to come with him to America.
Yes.
Yikes. Okay, so that's one big difference then, is this whole Jay factor.
Yeah, so it sounds like basically Jin is playing the role of Jay in this story. Sun's just not married.
He's just not married, yeah. She's not married.
And I mean, Mr. Peck was really hard on Jin, even though he let him marry Sun, but he wouldn't let them go on a honeymoon. He made Jin do all these horrible jobs for him. It was very he was micromanaging their marriage basically.
Yeah.
So, and he just, I don't know, he really didn't like that affair.
So, in the original timeline, was Jin just delivering a wash, or was there money involved also? I don't remember.
I think as far as we know, it was just a watch.
Okay.
I don't believe there was money involved in the original timeline.
So I want to think that Peck would want Jin dead in that timeline too, but maybe since he's working for him, he feels like he has him under control or something.
Yeah, something like that. I want to say, and of course, like Jin isn't deceiving him in the way he is in this timeline.
Yeah.
He knows Jin's married to Sun, so
yeah,
it's not the same kind of situation. But I could still see him. I mean, he definitely didn't like Jin, and they did have that weird scene I remember from Exodus where they had that guy approach Jin in the airport in Sydney and tell him he was being watched and that's right. Actually, Jin was planning for them to elope in the original timeline. Like he was going to use that trip as the opportunity for them to run away.
Yeah, that's right.
While even at the same time, Sun was going to leave him before they even left.
Oh, that was the whole tragic irony was that she was going to leave the trip to America. She was going to leave Jin, even though he was going to use it as a chance for them to be together.
Right, and to get out from under the thumb of her dad.
Yeah. I'm just going to say this. I've said it many times before, but couples and relationships, need to communicate. That's all I'm going to say.
Wise words.
Communication is key.
We could all do well to listen to those.
We could do well for that. So
yeah, this is really making me just like we talked about in the Sawyer episode. Like, there's just so much on these characters.
Yeah, there's so much.
It's a lot going on there. I really didn't think there was that much to it, but there really is a lot of details there.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things. Lots of little things.
And I just wanted to point out, I didn't mention it in my recap, but Sun looks at herself in the mirror for just a little bit too long.
What? What does that mean?
It means she's just ostensibly she's just checking herself in the mirror before she answers the door, but she looks at herself in the mirror a little bit too long for that. There's something that happens when she looks at herself in the mirror, and I think the mirror thing in this alternate timeline is a recurring motif.
Yeah, okay, that's what you mean.
Yeah,
she seemed to notice something when she's looking in the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Something beyond just how her hair looks.
Mhm. Flat. No, I'm kidding, son. So Jin goes in the bathroom, and then Kimi's at the door.
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't try to play that game of guess who's at the door.
Oh, yeah.
We heard his voice, and then they cut to him pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they're trying to pretend like we don't know he's around.
Yeah, disguise his voice and hello, Miss Peck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was just they just went straight for who it is.
Mhm.
I agree. Yeah, it's nice. They've kept that to a bare minimum this season.
Yeah. It's nice to have Kimi back.
Kimi gets a lot of screen time in this episode.
Yeah, he does.
I thought the thing with Saeed was kind of all the most you're going to get from Kimi. I didn't really expect him to play a big role like this.
Yeah.
I guess I knew he had to get involved in this story, but I didn't really realize how much Kimi we'd get. I feel like we've gotten as much Kimi in this Sideways timeline as we got, in season 4.
We've got as much Kimi in the Sideways as we've gotten some main characters.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a Hurley or something.
Yeah.
I mean, he's way up there. It's so strange to get so much Kimi.
Yeah.
I would have to believe they brought him back, but anyway, what were you saying? I
have to believe it's partly due to the what science calls the Michael Emerson effect.
Oh yes.
I think they really like Michael Duran, and they keep giving him stuff to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah, because his egg scene was so short, but here he gets multiple scenes. He gets a long monologue. It's really you feel like you get to know this Kimi, and this Kimi is a little different from the Island Kimi.
Yeah.
He's still dangerous. He's still scary, but he's got a somewhat different personality. Well,
he's not. He's not hell bent on accomplishing. A specific mission.
Yeah.
He's just sort of this is just like everyday Kimi or something. This isn't Black Ops Kimi.
Oh, okay.
Where he's gonna where he's prepared to strap a transmitter to his arm so he can blow up some dynamite.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Blow up the freighter that he came on.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck, Kimi? That was a crazy move.
That was a weird move. What's stranger? Why Locke blew up the sub, or why Kimi blew up the freighter?
That's a good question. They're really similar.
Yeah.
I don't know. See, in Kimi's case, basically the reason why he would have wanted to do it comes into play without his knowledge.
Mhm.
He ends up being able to use it, but he didn't know that before, when he actually set it up. So it's like he just kind of lucks out. In Locke's case, I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
He doesn't either.
Yeah. He just seemed like he was just blowing up stuff.
Yeah.
That's all he had back then. I mean, I guess that's supposed to be in line with he didn't think anyone was supposed to leave.
Yeah, he didn't think anyone was supposed to leave.
Yeah.
Which is why he left.
Which is why he left, yeah, because they weren't supposed to leave.
They weren't supposed to leave. I need to go.
Yeah. Oof.
All right. Well.
So, did you want to say anything else about this scene?
No. I mean, this is a scene where Sun says she's got an account and they can leave.
Right.
That's about it, right? Any other? Things?
Yeah. We return to this scene more or less later.
Yeah.
So we'll get more.
I guess she says. He says, "I love you," and she says, "Good. There's something you need to know." And I guess this is when she was going to tell him she's pregnant.
I think so. Yeah. I didn't really catch that until the second time, but yeah, I think that's the idea.
Yeah, and then there's a knock at the door. Look at that.
Mhm.
That's not cliche.
Not at all. It's like fate knocked at the door.
It's fate. Down from Canada.
Mhm.
All right. I'm ready for the next scene.
Okay, the next scene, back on the island, Ben finds Sun passed out by the tree. Sun wakes up. Sun tries to tell Ben what happened, but she speaks Korean. Ben asks her to speak English. She says that Locke did this to her.
Yeah, well, that's a name that does not need translating.
Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. I noticed in the seduction scene it was Sin and Jun with Sun and Jin.
There is some sin in that scene, I think. Not any John, but there's some
yeah, that's good. When she says, "You think I came here just to go?" You find out that the Korean word for shopping is just shopping.
Oh, really? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I like that. That's clearly a concept that was imported.
Yeah, because in Korea there is no shopping.
There was no shopping. Like, what is this thing? We need a word. Shopping. Okay.
Oh man, that's how it happened.
Exactly. Yeah, I just like that. I like it when you hear another language and it's just some English word just gets thrown in there.
Yeah.
It sticks out.
Yeah. I have to imagine it's somewhat similar when we have other foreign words in English just sort of normally used.
Right.
And I wonder if that would stick out to the speaker of that language or something. Like if I said rendezvous, not that I'm pronouncing it like the French would, but
right.
I wonder if they go, oh look, they couldn't come up with a word for rendezvous, so they just took our word.
Right.
Like meeting people didn't exist, so what did they use before that? Oh well, there was no word before that.
Yeah. Right. Or like déjà vu.
Yeah, there was no word for that.
We couldn't come up with a native word for that. Yeah, presumably that's true. And English has a ton of loan words too, so it probably happens a lot.
Yeah.
So we take, we give. It's all a balance.
It's all balance. Sun hits her head and wakes up, and she cannot speak English.
Yes. WTF.
I don't even have any jokes. This is already. It's too funny for me to make any jokes.
You're right. Sometimes things are, just inherently so humorous that you just can't squeeze any more humor out of them.
Yeah, any joke I would make would just diminish the level of humor here. I don't know what's going on, but it's definitely not a contrivance, I can tell you that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% sure it's not a contrivance.
Okay. All right. Well, you're more sure than I am.
No, it's definitely contriving. Yeah, I don't know what the whole point of this was, but I think it does have something to do with the flash sideways and the lack of English being spoken there.
Right.
I feel like there's some connection.
I hope there's a connection because that's the best reason I can think of for them to do this.
Yeah.
Because if they just did this to sort of trump up a little contrived drama, that's come on, guys.
Yeah.
Really? I want to connect it as well. I'm that's what I'm thinking. It's also kind of interesting that just symmetrically, I think at this point this is episode 10. I think we're about 6 episodes from the end, maybe 7, including the finale. And it was episode 6 of season 1 where we learned that Sun could speak English. So it's just sort of like we're going back to the beginning somehow.
Yeah. I have a crackpot theory.
Okay.
Which I guess means it might leak out of the pot since the pot is cracked.
Okay.
So let me say it quickly before it's spilled everywhere.
Please. I don't like cracked pots. I only like overflowing pots.
So you want it to spill in some fashion?
Yes. Just not out the side. That's not fun.
All right. I'm thinking in terms of how the Flash Sideways are related to the main timeline. I'm wondering if it's something because Sun hits her head and then she can't speak English. I just got to say that again.
Okay.
And
when you say it like that, it's hard to not laugh.
And the Sun and the Flash Sideways can't speak English, So I'm wondering if the big connection there is somehow the difference in the consciousness between the two suns. And if we throw a little flashes before your eyes in terms of consciousness time traveling, I'm wondering if there's some way that their consciousness is somehow connected between the timelines.
Okay.
So I'm envisioning something along the lines of, maybe if they get off the island, if the six get off, then what happens is their consciousness from the main timeline shifts to the Flash Sideways consciousness, and they have memories of both.
Oh,
events.
okay. Just like the Flash's thing.
Just like the Flash's thing, yeah.
Okay.
And then that way you have the Losties from the main timeline and the bodies of the Losties in the Flash Sideways who now know they need to, get back to the island
I see.
or stop Smokey or
okay. That's
whatever.
how they figured that out.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Wow, that'd be crazy.
Something, yeah, it is pretty crazy. It's crackpot. It's got a couple cracks in it, but
yeah.
I feel like that this whole consciousness traveling might be the key to understanding what's going on here, since we've seen an example of that before.
That's true. That's true.
And guess who's back?
Guess who's back indeed. I was gonna Yes, the patron saint of consciousness traveling.
Yes, Saint Desmond. Yeah, Saint Desmond of Scotland.
Yeah, that's for a crackpot theory. It seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
I would say it's not too cracky.
That's correct. Little potty, not so
very potty.
Well, that's because I feel like this. I feel like like I said, that's kind of the theory that just sprang in my head in terms of Sun losing her consciousness and what that might mean, and and that being the connection between between the two suns, which makes me think if Jack hit his head, he might go, "Oh man, I have a son."
Right.
I don't know. But,
Yeah.
I'm joking, but I don't know what the analogous thing would be for other people.
I really want to hear that line. Oh man, I have a son.
And I'm an awesome dad because I order pizza for dinner.
That's right. That's right.
But you're just not a cool dad unless you order pizza.
Mhm.
That's
true. That's true. He'll have to love me. I brought pizza.
I brought pizza. He's a teenage kid. What else? What else can I do?
It's a good point. I think it worked in the end.
I think it did too. Hey, David came home, right?
He did, and they were so going to eat pizza.
They were going to eat that pizza, even if it was old.
That's right.
All right. Well, keep that crackpot theory in mind. There might be other things along the way that either throw it out or clarify it. So.
Yeah. I think a consciousness traveling connection kind of theory. I feel like something like that should work. I can't. The details are hard to work out at this point, but fitting the sun thing into that, like. It kind of seems like in that case it's sort of alternate Sun coming, getting inside the head of Island Sun.
Mhm.
Of course she still remembers Jack and she can still understand English, and so there's still like the original Sun there, but somehow the language part gets affected. It's some little bleed over. I think that seems kind of plausible.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
We will, I think, I hope. Okay, so are you ready for the next scene?
I am.
Okay, in the next scene, Locke returns to his camp, to find everyone passed out on the ground. Locke wakes up Sayid. Sayid says they were attacked, but he doesn't know by whom. Locke asks, "Where is Jin?" And then we cut to Jin, but
right.
I'll stop there.
We can continue.
Okay, because this is basically
What
expositional.
did Sayid mean when he said we were attacked? Yeah, there's nothing here to talk about.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, very transitional. Okay, we cut to Jin. He wakes up in a chair in a room filled with speakers and with a screen facing the chair. We realize this is room 23. Jin tries the door, but it's locked. He throws a switch on the wall, and the room 23 video and sound presentation comes on. Then Jin flips the switch again, and the show stops. Then Zoe enters. She tells Jin that Dharma is doing experiments on subliminal messaging in this room. Jin tries to leave, so Zoe tasers him. Then she shows Jin a map that Dharma used to identify pockets of electromagnetism. She wants help from Jin Soo Kwon, whose signature is apparently on the map. Jin tells her if she wants answers, he wants to talk to Charles Widmore. Zoe informs Jin that Widmore would also like to talk to him.
Boom. Lost.
Lost.
Yeah,
Yes.
such a great... Every other scene is really, they could end the episode with almost. So, the first thing is, say what you will about the brainwashing room, but it looks like it would make a great home theater setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Man, it's like, what, a 20.1 sound system there?
I'm glad it's still 0.1. There's only one subwoofer.
There's always the one sub. You can't do anything about that.
But there's 20 speakers.
Well, there's 20 speakers, surround sound, and a nice recliner chair in front of a big screen. It doesn't look like it's 1080p, but you can you can get something else in there pretty easily.
Oh yeah, absolutely, retrofit it.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was probably built in the 70s, so they did the best they could.
Yeah.
But it's a great. It's really a theater room for one. But I guess you could pull that chair out of there and make it a little more hospitable. But but I totally agree. That's what I kind of thought when I saw the speakers on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh man, yeah, you could just watch stuff in here
and be brainwashed. So let's talk about room 23.
Okay.
Which is this room, right?
Yes.
Now, this was supposed to be the room they had Walt in, right?
Is that right? I guess it is. They definitely had Carl in there.
Yeah.
I guess Walt might have been in there in that Mobisode.
Yeah, in the Mobisode, wasn't it room 23?
It was called room 23, so presumably it had something to do with this.
And that's the room they had Walt in, and you see the room, but you obviously don't see him in there.
Right. It's implied, I guess, that he's in there.
But I never thought it was this room.
Oh, really?
I never thought he was in the brainwashing room. I thought they had Walt in some other room doing other experiments.
Oh, actually, I guess I agree. I never thought of. What can I say? I never thought of where they had... I knew room 23 was the brainwashing room, and I knew they had Walt in room 23, but I never imagined Walt in the brainwashing room.
Now, I blame your brain for that one. All right,
I know that's just a logical inference.
Your brain should have made that connection for you, and the fact that it didn't says, I think, that's your brain. That's not your fault. That's your brain's fault.
Okay, good. That's what I'll blame my brain then.
Yeah, blame your brain because your brain should have made that connection. Let's see. Something's in room 23. This thing is room 23. That something is in room 23. The brain is usually good at doing that.
Right. That's pretty much like a logic 101 problem.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes it misses that. My brain missed it too. Although my brain's defense is, I don't remember thinking that the brainwashing room was room 23. I didn't think we knew what room number that was. Yeah, they showed it when Sawyer and Kate went in there to rescue Carl. Okay. You see the 23 on the door. Okay, that makes sense. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. The other thing I wanted to bring up, which I think it's weird that they have Walt in here.
I do too. Yeah, that's why I didn't think Walt was in here.
We never mentioned. Yeah, remember that time they were brainwashing Walt?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we never talked about that.
That's just not what I imagined. I imagined they made him take tests and stuff, like he said, not that they tried to brainwash him.
Yeah, and I remember from that mobisode, it was like, you heard like noises and stuff going on. Like, I just remember getting the sense he was like, wasn't he like throwing things around with his mind or something? Like,
yeah,
there was weirdness going on in that room.
Yeah, they go outside and you see there's like a pile of dead birds.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Lying on the ground, and Juliet confronts Ben about it.
Oh man, forgot about the bird. I knew it was something.
I remember you said at one point, I think it was this season, or maybe it was off. I don't even remember, that the idea that Walt, the thing with the birds was like the birds were drawn to Walt.
Yeah, so that's what I remember seeing on one of the official podcasts with Carlton and Damon.
That's where you got it.
They were explaining that he didn't necessarily make the birds come to them, but it was just sort of like. It's something like it was more the fact that the bird died because there was a wall in between them. Mm-hmm. You know, like the bird was just trying to get close to Walt or something like that.
Right. And so maybe that's what happened with the polar bear as well.
Oh, the one that attacked him?
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah. Although it was really trying to kill him.
It did seem like it was trying to kill him, but it has to get close to kill him.
It does have to get close. All right, well, just wanted to bring that up. So back to Jen, I had something about this. What was I going to say about Jen in this room? Oh, no, I was going to say something else about room 23. So this is where they brainwashed Carl.
Right.
Or attempted to.
Yeah, it didn't seem to take.
Okay, I wanted to revisit that because that whole thing was Ben's overreaction to Carl dating Alex.
Right.
Right? Like he thought he was going to get her pregnant.
Yes.
So originally I think we thought that video was something Ben had made up. Mm-hmm. But now we know that the whole brainwashing thing was specifically a Dharma thing.
Yes.
I don't think before we had clarity that it was a Dharma project.
Yeah.
And it seemed like Ben just showed Carl whatever Dharma video was around. Like
apparently so. Even though it
references Jacob. Yeah. So I don't know what to make of that. Yeah,
it's very strange. Very strange. I think there's a certain amount of blurring about the others and Dharma sometimes. Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me of how at the temple, the water bottles with Dharma logos on them. Like sometimes it just seems like they don't distinguish between the two very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does. I mean, okay, like I always assumed that yes, Dharma built this place, so they used this room in some way. But I guess I imagine that Ben had crafted a video specifically for Carl.
Yeah.
And made use of it. So I did imagine that this was a Dharma created room, with that purpose in mind, but that Ben had utilized it for his own purposes. But it does seem like he just threw in whatever was lying around. And hoped that somehow that would make Carl not want to get Alex pregnant. I don't really know how that works.
It would confuse his genitals so much they'd become useless.
That's it.
Hey guys, I don't know what to do now. Don't ask me who's talking. Don't ask me who it's talking to. But that's what I heard them say. All right. Yeah, I don't know what was supposed to happen.
I like that. That's a good theory.
Yeah, I don't think it worked. Whatever was supposed to happen. But yeah, there was glimpses of like the DeGroots and Hanzo or something in that video, and so obviously it was just a Dharma video. But why Ben would show that to Carl again? There's only one explanation I could come up with, and you heard it already. So.
Yeah, well, I think that's what we're going to have to go with. It seems to be the best working theory.
I see that appearing on the Lost Slowdown highlights already.
Yep. If it doesn't, it will be a grave disappointment.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be on there. So, all right. I just think it's weird that you know it's strange or interesting or something that in season 6 we're getting this extra bit of info about this one room that was this one instance that they used it. It's like we never saw Dharma use it like that, you
right?
know? So it's weird that 3 seasons later we're getting this weird little detail about room 23 that we didn't even know we should be asking. You know? It's like all the so I feel like there's a specific percentage of information that we know about Lost and in terms of what happened and why that's just wrong.
Yeah.
You know, there is this percentage that like we're just misinformed or we're not connecting the dots the right way, you know, and I think at the end of the day that percentage is going to be still, you know, fairly unchanged because there's going to be stuff they don't ever address again.
Right.
So it's just interesting to see, you know, if you would have asked me before what room 23 was, I would have told you something a lot different. Well, not a lot different, but somewhat different than what I would say now. So
yeah,
it's interesting that a little change can do that, and it's you know, a lot of little things. So a lot of little changes to a lot of little things adds up.
Right. I mean, there's just so many details. They've got a pretty big story, and so there's definitely a lot that they haven't filled in, and we just have to fill it in ourselves. And yeah, some of that stuff's going to be wrong.
Yeah.
I also want to say, you know, it's a little weird to have this here to me, I guess, because, you know, the Hydra Station seems to be a zoological kind of research station. Like, that's how it's billed, at least. You know, it's got the polar bear cages and the shark, what do you call them?
Tank.
Shark Tank, thank you. But I guess, again, maybe I can throw that to Dharma had that weird thing where they would, like at the Orchid, where the cover story was that it was a botanical research station, but underneath they had the the time travel chamber or something. So maybe it's sort of like that. The zoological stuff is the cover story, and the secret project is the subliminal messaging research or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could also say, you know, humans are animals, so they're still zoological, right?
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe something like that is right. That was the zoological stuff was the cover. The Swan didn't have a cover, but it was underground. It didn't need one.
Yeah, it seemed like the Swan itself was totally secret.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the way Rosinski was acting, at least.
You know, I don't remember if we were talking about this on the podcast or not, but I was thinking about Rosinski again and just thinking about the timeline. And I was thinking, you know, maybe that you know, if the Losties hadn't time traveled, that maybe he would have, that our impression of Rosinski would have been totally different if he wasn't so paranoid about, you know, people, the hostiles finding out about the plans. You know, so I feel like maybe he wouldn't have been such an asshole. Like, he was really just an asshole because of the circumstances, and that normally he'd be an okay guy. Yeah. You know, if his life's work wasn't hanging in the balance or something like that.
Right.
But I guess we're only a few episodes till the end. I guess we're not going to be revisiting, you know, Rosinski and Kelvin in the hatch, right?
Yeah, at this point I doubt it. But who knows?
Maybe get a Desmond flashback?
It depends on how important it is, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It is true that Radzinski's annoying behavior was completely reacting to stuff that was caused by the time traveling characters being there.
Mm-hmm.
So from that point of view, yeah, maybe he would have just been a really nice guy if they hadn't shown up.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think he reacted like an ass, but yeah, it was a skewed point of view.
Yeah, totally. And he was right.
He was
he was wrong, but he ended up being right.
He was sort of wrong. Yeah, he was right that there was a threat. That's the thing about Dharma. Like, a lot of those guys never really understood what was going on. Like,
oh man, could you imagine just being 95% of the Dharma people just never knowing not even what's going on with your own organization, but like
right.
what's going on with the hostiles and the time traveling losties and all this other stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them really thought that they got infiltrated by the hostiles, I think, and the hostiles attacked the Swan or something. I think that would have been the story to a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
And they just had no idea that people time traveled from the future who had actually seen their stuff in the future. And, like, man, what a weird position to be in.
Hey, Roger, you know your son, Ben, who was shot by the hostiles? Yeah, that actually wasn't a hostile. It was a guy from the future who your son's going to grow up to be tortured by.
Right.
And, yeah, you know Kate, who saved your son? Yeah, she's from the future, too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. That'd be hard to explain.
It would. You know, I kind of forgot. I was reading on Lost Peter. I kind of forgot that when we originally met Ben, I didn't really forget, but I didn't sort of make the connection. When we originally met Ben, Rousseau turns him over to Saeed, and Saeed is the first person that questions him. You know, so like it starts off with Ben and Saeed, like that was something they immediately, you know, so having Ben and Saeed like closely tied together was there from the beginning. I didn't really realize that.
Yeah.
Saeed
was the go-to guy for, they were like, well, we need to find out who he really is. Go get the torturer. Yeah,
exactly. And so they were sort of connected from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's weird that Saeed then, you know, grows up to shoot him in the past and to work for him in the future.
Mm-hmm.
It's like their lives are just so intertwined.
Yeah.
Just
Ben is Saeed's true Nadia.
Yes, exactly.
You've been running away from love this entire time, Saeed. Love in the form of Benjamin Linus.
Wow.
The love that lies.
Wow. I never realized what a bond they shared.
Yeah.
That's good.
A lot of characters who you wouldn't pair up have these connections, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
You know, there's people who you know, just seem like it's just, and again, like you've been saying about the Flash Sideways and how you see the connections and the comparisons. It's weird when you see characters, you know, interact, you know, across different destinies and stuff, and it's like, wow, you guys are just fated to be like Omar and Kimi. Like, I love the idea that they're just fated to be, you know, some you know, almost a buddy cop, but they're not cops, but
right.
You know,
buddy criminals
or something.
Yeah,
you know. Which is, it's like, you know, it's like they're analogous to Sawyer and Miles.
Yeah.
I feel like they should all double date and hang out.
Like they mirror each other, yeah.
I think they'd have something in common.
They do seem to have a lot in common. That's weird. Yeah, I like that. I agree. That's another thing that's cool about the Flash Sideways. Like I wouldn't necessarily have thought of the Kimi Omar pairing as some kind of universal fated thing. But like, when they present it like that, it really comes across that way, and that's just kind of interesting.
And when Kimi tosses a bomb over to Omar and blows him up, it makes it seem like he doesn't give a shit about it.
Absolutely.
Oh man, maybe he doesn't, but still, it's interesting when you see those connections.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, even something like Locke and Boone, you know, just whatever that is about, you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think
which makes me think, if they're really going to go season 1, Walt is going to show up at Locke's school.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do that, but that would
give you. I can give you a way. You want a way real quick?
All right, go for it.
Let me think. Oh no. Well, I was going to say. How about this? Locke's mom. I'm not. Ooh, I did it again. Walt's mom.
Oh no! Back to that. Wow. We talked about Walt for 2 seconds.
At least my brain is consistent in that error. Wow.
It's true. Yeah.
I wasn't faking.
Those connect. They must be close together or something. They're just,
yeah.
It's like they're linked. Like the same center wants to store those things.
Yeah. So Walt's mom dies. Michael, same scenario. Michael has to step in.
Right.
But instead of being in New York, he lives in L.A.
Okay.
And he enrolls Walt in school, and it's Locke School.
Okay. No, so that part's fine. What I mean is just practically, how are they going to, are they going to recast the part? Or, like the actor is way too old to play how old Walt should be.
Yeah,
Fuck, I just did it.
Yeah, I know. Yikes. Yeah, and I was thinking he's actually probably too young for high school in that time period.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's a high school.
Yeah.
Actually, I think the actor is probably old enough for high school.
Yeah.
But it's just Walt shouldn't be that old.
I don't know what they would do with the age thing. But like I said, if they're going to really go season 1, Walt and Locke have a connection. So
You're right.
Something should happen.
I agree. I expect them to do something with Walt, and with Michael.
I do too. I mean, you can't. They would be remiss if they don't have Walt and Michael in this season. You know, it would be a shame.
Yeah, I agree. As much Keamy as we're getting.
Yeah, right.
They owe us a little Walt and Michael.
Yeah.
He's a little bit more vital to the story than Keamy. I like Keamy and all, but
Yeah.
Walt and Michael are original.
Yeah, OG Losties.
OG Losties, exactly.
Yeah, and I think, they showed us for last season, when I guess was that season 4? Oh geez. When Walt, I guess it was 5, when Walt was talking a lot when Locke comes to see Walt.
Oh yeah.
And Walt said, I had this dream about you. So I feel like that was some foreshadowing.
God, what the fuck was that? I still don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
There were people surrounding you who wanted to hurt you.
Yeah, why would Walt be dreaming about Smokey?
Exactly. That's just weird. That's really weird to have Walt dream about Smokey. And not realize, like he constructs this whole dream world, but he thinks it's Locke, even though Locke is actually dead nearby in a box.
Mhm.
Like Like, is that what that's supposed to mean? Like he just mistook Smokey for Locke?
That's what I have to imagine.
Like he basically just had a vision of
he saw it from a third perspective of like as if he was on the island or something.
Yeah.
He didn't view it from, a dream from like Locke's perspective or something and didn't know he was Smokey, but it was more like he was just viewing things and he saw what looked like Locke.
And just assumed that that's who it was. That's still very strange though. Why would he even have that vision?
Yeah, well, why would he a lot of things, I guess.
Yeah, good point. First we should leave the island, then we shouldn't leave the island.
It could have been some sort of warning. I mean, it could have been, the same way Walt appears to Locke. It doesn't help when I'm about to say their names, close together.
Right.
When Locke is about to kill himself and Walt shows up, tell him not to. Now, I don't think that was Walt, but I feel like some sort of idea of Walt being there to help or warn Locke, I think, is at play. The fact that he sees this sort of premonition almost.
Yes.
as a sort of warning, you know. I think that's sort of the idea, but I feel like my point is, since they did sort of bring that up, I feel like something is going to come into play with Walt again.
Yeah.
You know. Michael's dead. That's right. So, yeah. So that's the whole thing. Walt needs to get his ass to the island. He needs to be like, "Where's my dad?" Like, I'm tired of waiting around. He needs to be like Son isn't.
Yes.
I'm tired of waiting around. And I'm gonna go find my dad. Yeah.
Yeah. He really deserves to find out what happened to Michael.
Totally.
That was really sad to me that no one would tell him.
No one would tell him. No one even came to see him.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, not that.
Yeah.
I think he was under a different name or something, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
But still, like.
That's true. And Locke does go to see him.
And Locke does go. Well, he wants to make him come back though. That's why he goes.
Exactly. And but none of the Oceanic Six do.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has to go see Hurley.
Mhm.
In the mental institution.
Yeah.
You know, but I agree that the Walt who shows up when Locke's about to kill himself in the Dharma pit, I agree I don't want to say that's Walt, because I think that guy actually tells Locke to go kill Naomi, which I don't really see Walt doing.
Mhm.
He tells him he has work to do. Like, to me, that kind of seems like that's Smokey.
Yeah.
But that troubles me a little bit, because that means that the whole idea that Smokey has to impersonate someone dead isn't entirely true. You know, like, if that's Smokey, then he can impersonate people who are alive, or at least he could.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That part bothers me a little bit.
So you're saying Walt's dead?
Well, it'd just be easier if he was. I want that to line up with when Shannon was seeing Walt, the wet Walt, the wet backward speaking Walt, but it seems like that was a different thing.
Oh, Walt after he blew up the submarine, you mean? You got it.
I did.
That's why
Took
Walt's wet.
I forgot. That's what you do. When you blow up a submarine, you got to get wet.
You're just wet.
We finally know why Walt was wet.
That's why Walt was wet.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm kind of confused by all that. I'm not sure. It seemed like that was sort of really Walt, but this other one.
That's when he was kidnapped by the others, right?
Right.
And what was it? He was trying to warn her, like, to go back or something. Because that's the second time was right before she got shot.
Yeah. He sees her twice, and the second one's before she got shot. And he's speaking backwards, so you can't really understand what he says.
Oh, man, he's speaking backwards. Because I was going to say, like, well, maybe he was just around there with the others. For some stupid reason, they took him with them, and he, escaped for a second.
Threw a bucket of water
her. Oh, man. They won't be able to... Hey, maybe Walt knows... Well, I was going to say maybe he knows that they can't track him if he's wet, like if they tracked him with dogs or something would smell, but they're not going to use dogs. They're trying to wash his scent off. That'd be something good to do if dogs were around, but
I haven't seen any other dogs.
But there's no. Hey, Vincent.
Except Vincent.
Vincent's working for the others.
Wow.
They got better doggy treats. I'm working for those guys.
Wow, that's what happened to Vincent.
Mhm. Yeah, that's why he's always, when he's not around, he's over working for the others.
Vincent is a mole.
Vincent is the mole. That's the mole from season 1.
We finally figured it out.
Wow, we are just busting mysteries apart left and right
We
over
really
here.
are. We're going to solve Lost before
We
the
are gonna
podcast is over.
Let's I think we'll solve it before the podcast is over. Yeah, Vincent's the mole.
Wow.
That makes a lot of sense.
It does. Now that explains why he was always doing those weird things.
Mm-hmm. Like brought Charlie the drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's a dead guy's arm. I'm a nice dog, right?
I'm a nice doggy. I'm not a mole. I'm a dog.
See, that's why you originally thought he was Smokey, but now, he can just be the other dog.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, back to real pigs.
Okay.
Anything else?
What scene are we even on?
What are we even talking about? We went pretty far away from the main idea, I think. We were talking about Room 23.
Yeah, that's right. That's how we got there.
and then we got to Vincent as a mole.
I'm glad we could map that out.
Yeah.
It wasn't clear how we got there. Okay, right. Room 23. Okay, yeah, I wanted to say a little more about this scene. So Zoe shows Jin this map, and it's got a signature on there, and she wants to know something about the map. We never really exactly get to the point of this because he just.
What, knock at the door?
Yeah. Well. Yeah, Jin basically just demands to see Widmore, and so we never get the conclusion to this. But I feel like this is a clue about, what Widmore's plans are.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know exactly what they are, but somehow he's interested in finding these pockets of electromagnetism, and he's going to do something with them. Is he going to use them to kill Smokey? Is he just going to... I really don't know what the plan is, but it seems like this should be telling us something. So
yeah,
I just want to note it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if these pockets have something to do with Smokey or how to stop Smokey. Maybe he's looking for the pocket like the orchid, where the orchid is. Maybe he wants to turn the wheel for some reason.
Okay.
Maybe he wants to move it back in time or something. I don't know. I feel like it's something like that. Like he's trying to find something that's going to give him the upper hand.
Okay. So you're thinking it is connected with, some way of getting rid of Smokey.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I agree. But yeah, I just at this point I have no idea. And based on what the package turns out to be, I guess Desmond's ability, whatever you want to call it, was connected to the electromagnetism. Like it did. I think they sort of told us that because he turned the failsafe key, he was exposed to the electromagnetism, and somehow that made him more susceptible to crossing the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
And also, caused him to have the flashes before his eyes, and then the thing in the constant. So maybe that's maybe the electromagnetism is tied in with what they want to do with Desmond to defeat Smokey. I don't have a coherent way to put that together.
Mm-hmm.
That's just I feel like something like that is what's going on.
I wonder if somehow if they expose him to this electromagnetism and then maybe send him back through the barrier or something. Maybe they're trying to get him to his consciousness to time travel.
Okay.
And it can go. Then he can somehow go back to some fairly recent time, and I don't know, warn Jacob.
Mhm.
Can they even do that? Is that too much time travel?
Whoa. Wow. Go back
or
to
ask
when
Jacob
was
for
alive.
help. Go back to when he was alive and somehow get some information or do something that way.
Okay. Okay. Wow.
Is that too crazy?
I don't know if it's too crazy. It's definitely crazy.
Well, if it's crazy, it's probably on the right track. As long as it's not too crazy.
Yeah. I'm not willing to say. There's not very much I'm willing to say is too crazy at this point. I mean, the show's way out there already.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think it's strange that that Widmore seemingly knows that Jin that Jin was involved with Dharma in the 70s. But then I remembered that actually Widmore met some of them in the 70s and in the 50s, for that matter. So he's known about the time traveling Losties for a long time.
Yeah, totally.
Which is kind of crazy. I don't know what I would do with that.
He's surprisingly, stable and a sort of regular businessman, considering he knows time, that it's possible to time travel and affect the past and all this other crap. And
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and even, when Locke shows up, he asks him, how long has it been for you? And, Locke tells him like 4 days or something. So, so he even knows how quickly Locke went through those experiences and, so how quickly they were time traveling. And Locke, went into the future when he turned the wheel. So that's just a lot of stuff to take in. I agree. Widmore is surprisingly nonchalant about it all.
Yeah.
I would have a harder time with it. Richard was quite calm about it as well.
Yeah, and then he thought Jacob lied to him, and then he flipped out. And I think all those years of being calm, his anxiety actually came out.
Yeah.
His pent-up anxiety about it all.
Yeah, you're right. Took a long time, though.
Yeah.
He held it in.
Alrighty, what else? Anything else in this? So Zoe's apparently she's a geologist?
Geophysicist.
Geophysicist.
Yeah.
And I'm a rock scientist. I'm sure that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
What was I going to say about that? Okay, so apparently Jin was helping Dharma map these pockets of electromagnetism. I wonder if this has anything to do with, the grid system he was using with Sawyer when he was out trying to find the rest of the Losties when they were stuck in the 70s.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm wondering if this was part of Jin's job for Dharma, was to go out and map these grids or something.
Yeah.
But while he was doing that, he was looking for the Losties, and so that's how he was able to keep up that whole thing, because he was actually doing Dharma work too.
Right. I see that. Yeah. I never got totally clear on exactly what Jin's job was.
Yeah.
I thought they established pretty well what the other characters' jobs were. Even the new people who showed up, but it was never exactly clear what Jin was supposed to do normally. I mean, they showed him do a couple things, but yeah, I think that's a good thing. He was just the island cartographer.
Yeah, and I think he was really sort of far out, which is why he found Jack and Kate and Hurley in the first place, because he was sort of out doing, I guess, this.
Yeah. Yeah. I never quite imagined that he actually had duties of this sort. I guess I figured he was just doing routine stuff. I guess this is kind of routine, but still, I don't know. It's just more.
I map pockets of electromagnetism all the time. Nothing crazy about that.
Really? Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
all the time.
Okay. I should try it. I mean, apparently it's pretty boring, but it seems interesting.
It's stress relieving.
Oh, it's stress relieving. Okay, well, that's good. Everybody needs a little stress relief.
What do you think about Zoe?
What do I think about Zoe? I I'm not trying to put into words. I'm skeptical of Zoe.
Mhm.
That's the best I can say. She's a weird character. I keep thinking that her glasses look fake.
Yeah, I want her to take those off and to be like, yeah, I don't need to wear these.
Yeah, like they were just part of the disguise for Sawyer.
Mhm.
I also like that, they had that thing where Sawyer's like, your name's not even Zoe, is it? She's like, is yours Sawyer's? And it turns out, yeah, her name is Zoe, and his name kind of is Sawyer, so. The answer was yes.
So when two con artists use their real names, they'll both think they're fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I like that.
Yeah, it's nice that was the outcome of that. I don't know.
Use your real name, and if you get caught and they think you're lying, they'll think you're lying about your real name.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like hiding something in plain sight.
Right. Yeah, so
I honestly don't think her name is Zoe, though.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I didn't think about that, what you just said, and even though that makes a lot of sense, I did think that was just the code, her pseudonym for this project.
They're just calling her that.
So
yeah.
Everyone's calling her Zoe, but that's not really her name. But I do like your idea that her name just really is Zoe, and that's it.
Yeah. No, the code name thing could very well be true. And, Sawyer is kind of not exactly a code name, but, it's not Sawyer's legal name.
Yeah.
So that it may be more along those lines. But still, I don't know. I when they say that, I expect everyone to sort of start calling her by her real name, but everyone's still saying Zoe, so it's just kind of weird. But yeah, I really just I don't know. Whoever got those glasses, they just don't look real to me.
Yeah.
I just don't believe that she needs glasses.
I've heard people refer to her as Tina Fey.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yes. Oh, I guess I've seen that. Yeah. I forgot about that.
The Tina Fey look.
Yeah. I mean, vaguely.
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah, I don't know what to do with her. Part of me wants to like her, A part of me wants to be interested, invested in what she's trying to do, but at the same time, it's like I guess I feel like I can't trust her, Because I want to believe she's just this, this scientist sort of caught between a rock and a hard place, and she's got to do this job she doesn't really want to do, and sort of being the point person for Widmore's team, but so yeah, I want to sympathize with her, but at the same time, it's like I don't know what you're up to. So
your lack of trust for her, is that for her? Like, you think she has her own personal motives, or are you saying you don't trust Widmore?
I'm saying, I guess I'm more saying about Widmore. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really have anything about her personal motives.
Okay.
But just in terms of what she's trying to do and what her character is trying to do in general.
Okay.
Like part of it has to do with the ruse of, her pretending, the first impression we got of her was her lying, and being deceitful. So I think that has something to do with my mistrust.
Yeah, that is kind of how we met Ben. The biggest liar of all time on the show, I think. So,
yeah.
You're right. It's not a good first impression.
No.
But, they are going there knowing that there's an enemy there, and so they're suspicious. And so I sort of see why they would do it. And, for the moment, I kind of trust Zoe. I wouldn't fully trust her, I guess. But I'm 75% trust her or something. But there is something weird about her.
25% trust, 25% glasses.
Yes, you. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. Those glasses.
She doesn't need those.
No, yeah. Just don't look right.
I hated the taser.
Oh.
Because when she comes into the room, you can kind of see she's got something behind her back. And then she kind of walks in a bit more. She's talking to him, and he's like, "I'm leaving," and she's just like, "I'm just gonna taser you." And it's just, I don't know. That just bugged me.
Yeah.
Just I think tasers are too handy.
Oh.
As a plot device.
Yeah.
They're just too handy. It's like, oh, you got a taser, of course you do.
Yeah, it's a way that you can subdue someone without physically overpowering them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it'd be different if she had to, like, physically overpower him and, knock him down or something. But it's like, no, I'm just going to tase you.
Yeah, and they just kind of automatically fall down.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of the head bonk where they just instantly get knocked out.
It's a high-tech head bonk.
Yeah.
It's anticlimactic.
Yeah.
It's just like, as soon as they tase somebody, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's it. So, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it was a little lame.
Lame-o.
Lame-o. This gets the official lame-o seal of disapproval.
Yes.
Well, that should be a new thing on the podcast, the lame-o thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Taser was definitely lame-o.
This will inaugurate the lame-o seal of disapproval. Congratulations, Zoe and the Taser.
Zoe and the Taser. That's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
But it's got to be like 6 people in it, because the name makes you think it's 2 people.
Yeah.
So it's got to have a lot of people.
Yeah.
Or just 1 person. But it can't have 2.
No, that's the only thing that's excluded.
Yes.
Yeah, everyone will ask who the Taser is.
Mm-hmm. We're all the Taser.
I see.
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
That's the answer. Okay. Okay, so anything else about the scene? Are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah, they must want this stuff pretty badly. The fact that she's asking about these grids, the maps, they weren't supposed to capture them for a couple of days,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think it's interesting that that the first thing she wants is for him to help her with this stuff. It's not like, because he says, what do you want from me? Oh, we just want to keep you safe because you're a candidate.
Mhm.
She didn't say that. So.
Right. I mean, Sawyer was in the camp, and they didn't take him, so it kind of seems like they want Jen for a specific thing, and it isn't related to the candidate issue.
Yeah.
And Saeed as well. I wonder how much Whitmore knows about the candidates. It's not clear to me.
Yeah, I thought him taking Jen was a sign that he knew what was up. But clearly that's not.
Yeah. We don't seem to have any evidence that he does so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of strange. But I don't think Ben knew about it. Richard didn't know about it. So it's possible.
Well, Richard didn't know who would tell Whitmore.
Right. That's true. Although, who told Dogan?
Jacob, but why is a different answer.
Okay. Okay.
Why is a different one.
So Dogan had some kind of privileged position. He didn't have to
I
go through
think Dogan and Alana will be proven to be outliers in terms of the relationship with Jacob.
I see. Yeah. Alana, you're right. She's definitely different, and so yeah, Dogan is more like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he was like he had side projects.
Mhm.
He had his main project, and he was consistent with that. But then on the side, he did this other stuff that was a little different.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Okay, so Is that it? Anything else on this?
Yeah, let's go to the next scene.
Okay. Next scene, Locke asks Sayid if he's a good swimmer and hands him a gun, telling him to wrap it in plastic so it doesn't get wet. Locke realizes something's wrong with Claire and asks her about it. Claire asks Locke if her name is on the wall. Locke says no, so Claire infers that it doesn't matter if she gets on the plane or not. Locke says there's plenty of room on the plane for all of them. Claire says Aaron won't know her. Aaron thinks Kate is his mother. Then Claire asks if Kate's name is on the wall. Locke says no, not anymore. But Locke explains that he needs Kate to help get the other 3 candidates on the plane. Then Locke adds that once Kate provides this help, then whatever happens, happens. Locke gets up and leaves Claire to think about it. Sawyer asks Locke where he and Sayid are going. Locke says Hydra Island. We find out Smokey cannot waft over the water. Locke tells Sawyer he's going to get Jen back.
All right.
Yes.
So
where do I want to start with this? So here's all this Claire stuff. I like that, like, Locke was kind of annoyed in his tone. It's like the way he said, something wrong, Claire? Just like that. Like, Claire's high maintenance.
Claire what?
What?
What did you say, Claire what?
Claire's high maintenance.
Oh, high maintenance. You got that he was annoyed?
Yeah. Yeah, the way he said something wrong, Claire, was just it was with this annoyed tone, like, again with Claire. What is it now?
Yeah,
he's nice to her, but I feel like he's tired of dealing with her.
Yeah.
And also I think in this scene we get an answer for why he pulled her off Kate.
Mhm.
He feels the need. He feels like he needs Kate to help get the other candidates. So that's why Kate is important to him, and he was so forceful in protecting Kate from Claire.
Yeah, it's weird that Kate seems to have this ability to convince other people to do things.
Yeah.
Like Jack, that was the whole thing with Jack and Kate with the Oceanic 6 stuff. Was like, right? If I remember correctly, Jack was like, what was the whole thing? Oh, wait, what am I thinking of? Yeah, wasn't that the whole thing when the whole lie they needed to tell and everything?
Mhm.
And he was going to use Kate to convince everyone else?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He was going to use Kate to convince everyone else that this was the thing to do.
He had to make sure she was with him, and she said, I was always with you.
Always been with you.
Except for those times when I ran off with Sawyer for a while.
Exactly. So that reminded me of that thing too, of where Kate was important to get everyone else to come, and
right. And then we have that thing I remember from the beginning of the season when she goes off to get Sawyer, and she's like, I can be very convincing when I want to be.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess there's that idea out there that Kate's just very convincing.
Kate's very convincing. She's like Jacob.
She's like, wow.
Or Smokey.
Wow, do not let her speak a word. It'll be too late. You'll have fallen under her spell.
So did we talk about Kate and why her name is crossed off?
Yeah, right. So I think that's what he's alluding to here.
Mm-hmm.
Why her name was crossed off. So yeah, here's the thing though. I just want to if they're gonna go with that, and I think that's what they're doing here. I mean, when Locke says not anymore, I think that means it's crossed off.
Mm-hmm.
As we've talked about earlier, that's something they said at an event, and so we know that's supposed to be true, but it didn't make the cut. I mean, if they're going to make that a plot point, they need to put that in the show somehow. I mean, they didn't show us it, so I don't know. Is Locke's word here supposed to be enough? I guess I feel like it hasn't been clearly communicated. Based on, say you just watch the show, I feel like what Locke says here is a lie. Very strange lie.
But you do know from the show who the 6 candidates are, and they've been consistent about that.
Okay.
And no one's ever said Kate was one of them.
Yes, okay.
So, I mean, in that sense, they've been consistent. We've never seen her name on the wall in the show. But I think you're supposed to believe that it, you know, it would be weird for him to lie here. And when he says he needs her, because it would be like, you know, no, I don't need her because she's a candidate. I need her for this other reason, which is what he says, versus the other way would be if he's lying, I need her because she's a candidate and I need her for this other thing.
Right.
So it's like, well, why would you lie about her being a candidate?
Well,
Claire.
I would say the lie is the any more part.
Yeah, but the anymore part means she would still be a candidate, right?
No. The lie should be her name was never on the cave wall. Because they never showed it, crossed off or not.
Oh, you think he'd be lying that? So he'd be saying, yes, her name was on the wall, but it was crossed off. So that's the lie, that it not only was on the wall, but it was crossed off.
Yeah.
Because then you have to take that with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes it a complicated lie, I think.
It's a very complicated lie, but I think
because you'd want to, yeah, I think you'd want to lie and say, yes, her name is on the wall, and that's why I need her.
Right.
To say her name's on the wall, but it's crossed out, I don't see any advantage that gives him.
I agree,
Yeah.
but like we have no in-show evidence that her name was on the wall, crossed off, or not.
True.
You know, and it's like if they don't show it in that scene where they're in the cave, they never show Kate at all. You know, when he says this, it comes off like a lie if you don't have outside information.
Mhm.
You know, so it's just weird. Like I feel like they need to present in the show somehow that that's the case. You know, if it's going to be an important plot point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like we said before, Locke usually tells the truth. So.
Yeah.
And he's, you know, and this is if he was talking to someone else, you know, I'd say he'd have a more higher probability to be lying. But it's Claire. He should have no reason. He's never lied to her before, right?
Right.
Right? Never.
Right.
Especially not about her son.
Certainly not. Not about the most important thing to her.
So there, my point has been proven by science.
So I think the point is that Kate's name was on the cave wall, but it was crossed out, just like they told us. But it's also on the lighthouse wheel, not crossed out. So I feel like somehow that's going to matter, and this is setting it up for it to matter because what Locke says, you know, seems to be, I don't know what he's saying. It's weird because it seems like Locke is saying, you know, go ahead and kill Kate, I guess, to Claire, you know, once she served her purpose.
Which makes no sense.
Which is very strange because I thought, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought Claire and Kate resolved their differences a couple episodes ago, and Claire didn't want to kill Kate anymore.
Yeah.
So it's sort of weird.
I thought his little insinuendo about whatever happens.
Is that Spanish?
Yeah, a little Spanish.
Okay.
I didn't see that coming. I thought Claire had already forgiven Kate now that she knows where Aaron is. Like, didn't she say that? Didn't she tell Kate that or something? Like, I felt like we were over this.
Yeah.
Didn't she say that to someone? Like she was just trying to keep Aaron safe or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
I don't know.
Who are you talking about?
Didn't Claire say that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, she said she understood what Kate was doing and she forgave her and they hugged and it was a nice moment.
Yeah, so it's like, well, whatever happened.
Yeah.
Really?
And it's like, it comes off here like Claire's just needy. Like she just wants to know that somehow she's important. The Locke needs her.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like that's initially what she wants. Like, okay, if her name's not on the wall, then, you know, why do you need me then?
Yeah.
You know, which is, you know, that's weird. But then she wants to know about Kate. Like, she wants to know if Kate is needed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like what is supposed to be her motivation for asking that? Is she just like jealous if he needs Kate, or like I don't really understand from the point of view of the character. I don't understand what's going on in this scene.
I get some weird thing of she just wants to feel needed by him because he's the leader. Throw in some Stockholm syndrome, throw in some daddy issues, something like that. I think is why she wants to feel like she's needed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's too strange. It's just I think people in general want to be needed. And in the specific case, she wants to feel like that she's part of this huge plan that's going on, that she won't be left behind or something, or that he's just going to toss her to the side. Now that she just wants reassurance that he's not through with her.
Right.
Because she cares.
Yeah, but is he also jealous of Kate somehow? What? Does she? It seems it comes off like she. It
seems like he's implying. It seems like I feel like it's more of him implying that. Oh, okay, you don't like Kate. Well, I need her for right now, but you can get you can get her out of the way later.
Yeah.
It seems like it's the same way of when what was that scene? When Sawyer assumes Widmore wants to kill Smokey.
Mhm.
And it seems like Locke is sort of assuming Claire wants to kill Kate.
Yeah.
More than that's obvious from the scene, obvious from Claire's perspective.
Right.
Right. She doesn't seem like she wants to kill her, but he seems to think so. Yeah. So I think that's where the idea of jealousy is coming from, more from what Locke is doing than what Claire is doing. I think.
Well,
Claire has the neediness.
But she brings it up. She brings up Kate, Locke didn't bring up Kate.
Well, she was already talking about Kate, though. She was saying, he thinks Kate's his mother. It's her name on the wall.
Yeah.
So it was sort of in the conversation about what's going on.
Right.
About her going home and it's relevant to the conversation.
So she's also worried that about the fact that Aaron thinks of Kate as her mom, his mom, and so the idea is Locke is somehow thinking, okay, you want her out of the way then, so she can't fulfill that role. But I really think Kate needs to tell her, I left Aaron, I gave her to your mom, I'm done with Aaron.
Yeah, totally.
I feel like that would help, if Claire had that kind of assurance. Because it almost seems like, I agree he's making that assumption, but when Sawyer made that assumption, he appears to have been right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a decent chance that Locke is right here.
Yeah.
That she's relapsing or something. She's got some kind of weird thing where she forgave Kate, but now she wants to kill her again.
Yeah, I don't know. First of all, Claire needs to ask the question, where is Aaron?
Yeah.
And someone, specifically Kate, needs to say, with your mother.
Yes.
Those are the two lines that have not been spoken.
Yes. Yeah, because it's Kate's here right now, so obviously she's not taking care of Aaron right now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just she's acting like she is in a way.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, I agree. That's a long overdue conversation. That should have gone on way earlier. Hopefully we'll see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think about Smokey not being able to waft over the water?
Because that would be ridiculous. Oh, Lost. I love when they do stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense. That's fine. I don't know what to think about it except just to accept it as the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
It at least answers a question you had earlier in the season about Smokey just doing,
mm-hmm.
flying back home right away.
Yeah, exactly.
He does appear to need something to go, and so yeah, this whole thing about the water that also made me wonder what happens when the island sinks, if he's somehow, not able to float over the water.
But does that mean he can drown?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that, I guess.
I know that fire needs oxygen, and smoke comes from fire.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. But it's a bit of info that we didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And it calls
fly your ass over the water. Oh, man, Sawyer. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeah. Classic Sawyer. It also makes me want... I'm still curious about the Ajira people.
About who killed them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This makes it a little different. I mean, not that much. He can still take a boat over there, but, he can't necessarily zip over there in smoke form.
So you think more people killed them?
I don't know. Not necessarily. I guess the only thing that makes me think that is, and this is very circumstantial, but in the later scene when Locke goes over to meet them, and they're talking, and Locke says that you took Jen, and that's why he's there. And Widmore says, I don't know what you're talking about. If I didn't know that he's lying because I've seen the earlier scenes, I might believe him.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty convincing, and so it's like now I think back to what he says to Sawyer. No, I didn't, but I don't expect you to believe that. It's like, I think, I guess it's possible he was lying then, even though he came across as very believable.
Mm-hmm. You get a perspective. You get a very different perspective on the truth when you've seen it.
Yeah.
If we had seen Widmore's team kill the Ajira passengers when he says, "No, I didn't, but I don't expect you to believe that." That's like when it's the same way when Ben and Jack are on the Ajira flight coming back, and Jack has John Locke's suicide note, and he says, "Do you know he hung himself?" And Ben goes, "No, I didn't."
You're right. That kind of sounds sincere if you don't know the truth.
He looks over, he peers over his little glasses, and he's like, he's so sincere. He didn't know it. But when you watch it again, knowing the truth, it's just such a big lie.
It's clear that he's lying. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So I guess, for me it's still somewhat open exactly who killed the Ajira people. I guess also I thought in that scene with Locke, why even bother to lie about it?
Why did he bother to lie about that?
It was weird.
It's like, well, who else would have taken Jen?
Exactly.
There's no one else around Widmore. Like, maybe you could have gotten away with that back in the day, but right now, listen, there's no others.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, the only other people who could have taken Jen are Alana's crew at the main camp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
I'm
they
pretty sure
they didn't have the resources to do what they did.
Smokey probably knows they couldn't have pulled that off.
Yeah,
because they would have had to have a lot of darts and a lot of preparation to pull that off, and I don't think they could do it. So. It's obvious that he did it. So, anyway, the fact that he lied when it was unnecessary, it's just, I don't know why Widmore would feel the need to kill all those people other than just to get them out of the way. But I guess
maybe they're just in the way because I can imagine him trying to set up the sonic fence pylons and stuff and tripods and I can imagine other people getting in the way and not understanding what's going on or wanting to, just anything. It's pretty crazy, though, that he would just kill all those people, but we know he does kill people indiscriminately.
Yeah, he's not against killing people, but it is weird to have, he's apparently against Smokey, who I definitely think is a villain. If he's really the guy that just killed all those people, it's weird to have him be the guy who's gonna battle Smokey.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very strange, but the question seems open to me at this point. I still think there's a decent chance Smokey did it, but
Yeah, at this point I'm going to assume Widmore's team did it. I'm going to Occam's razor this thing and say Widmore's team did it. They arrived on the island, the Hydra Island. They saw these people there.
Okay.
I mean, it could have even been more, they could write it where it wasn't just, a massacre that, some of the Ajira people had a gun and they shot first or something.
Oh, okay.
Or, they can make it where it isn't necessarily just a big massacre, but...
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think Widmore was in charge when the purge happened. So, it's consistent with that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Still though, it's strange. I still think it's strange we don't know. I mean, why even keep it a secret? Can't they just tell us? I don't know. Frustrating.
Why did Sawyer say, I thought you were trying to avoid Charles Widmore? Wasn't the plan to kill him?
Did he really say that?
Yeah, he says, this is, can't you just turn the smoke and fly your ass over the water? And Locke says, do you think if I could do that, I'd still be on this island? And Sawyer says, no, because that'd be ridiculous. What the hell are you going over there for anyway? I thought you were trying to avoid Charles Widmore. Like, was he trying to avoid him?
That's weird. Yeah.
He was trying to kill him.
Yeah, from what I remember, the plan was, Sawyer told him he misdirected Widmore so they could change their plan of attack and get the drop on them. And so I didn't think the plan was to avoid Charles Widmore. That is weird. I didn't even catch that line.
Yeah, it's a little thing.
Whatever, Sawyer. What does that mean? Ugh. Wow. I thought you were trying to avoid Charles Widmore.
I guess it's a weird thing because he's trying to say, why are you going over there? And I guess the question should have been, why the hell are you going over there now? Are you going to attack them now?
Yeah.
And that would have been weird, I guess, for him to say, no, I'm not going to attack them now. I'm just going to go get one of our people and come back, and then we'll attack them later. I don't know. Maybe that would have been weird.
Yeah.
Or bad writing, one of the two.
Right. Yeah, okay.
I like Locke's line of, they took one of our people, James, and it's just like, well, if that's not a typical reason to go after a group of people, on Lost, I don't know what is. If you can't relate to that,
yeah,
one of our people were taken. That's why I'm going, okay, well, hey, that's reason number, Family Feud again.
Right. Yes.
So, reasons why someone would go somewhere else on the island.
Sawyer has been there many times.
Yeah, totally.
He knows what that's about. Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
Let's see. No, I think that's it. Do you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. The next scene is a flash sideways. Back to that. Sun gives Kimi the watch. Kimi says her bodyguard was supposed to give him some money and asks where Mr. Kwan is. Sun says no English. Another knock at the door. Kimi sits Sun down and goes to answer the door. The man at the door is Omar. He did not find Mr. Kwan in his room. Then Kimi notices 2 champagne glasses on opposite sides of the table and tells Omar to check the bathroom. Omar opens the bathroom to find a shirtless Jin. Kimi puts on the watch and invites Jin to join them. Kimi asks about the money again. Jin asks Sun in Korean what to do. Sun suggests giving him some of her money. Kimi doesn't like not understanding what they're saying, so he asks about Danny's friend, who speaks many languages. Omar says, Mikhail. So Kimi says yes. So Kimi asks Omar to get Mikhail to translate for them. So Omar leaves.
All right.
Yes. I like this little bit where when Omar goes to check the bathroom and Jin's just kind of standing there.
I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe Jin was just standing there. He didn't even put his clothes on. He wasn't pretending to be fixing the toilet or like, oh, excuse me, I'm just checking the plumbing. You know, like he had no cover story if he got caught. He was just standing there, like, you know, like it's like if he had just committed a murder and he didn't wash the blood off his hands.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
It's like, God, Jin. And that actually, you know, I was just thinking about how weird that was. And it reminds me of how the idea, you know, the differences between this Jin and the main timeline Jin. And I just feel like the other Jin wouldn't have been this sloppy.
Mhm.
You know, he would have been more industrious in terms of getting out of the situation, you know, or not even getting into the situation. You know, I feel like he would have went out the window or something.
Yeah.
Before, you know, and not just, I'll wait in the bathroom.
Right.
You know, where there's no escape. Yeah, I thought that was really strange. You're just waiting. Don't open the bathroom door. I'm not going to hide behind the bathroom door. I'm not going to be in the shower.
Right.
I'm just going to stand here so if you open it, you'll see me.
I know. It just came off kind of silly. Like, oh, there's
yeah, there he is. And see, this is why with the fornication suite we have the door between the two rooms. So you can make
so this reveals they did not, in fact, get the fornication suite.
I guess he didn't use it. He didn't use the.
Oh, they just didn't think of using it.
He either didn't use it or this isn't the fornication. We don't have enough evidence to really be able to tell which one it is.
You're right. Yeah. And maybe, you know, he didn't think it would be a big deal. So he thought he could get away with just waiting in the bathroom. Yeah. He didn't realize it was going to be Kimi. But yeah, it just that was weird stuff. Okay, so when Kimi brings up that Mikao was Danny's friend, is that by any chance supposed to be Danny Pickett?
I was trying to figure out who a Danny was, and the way he pronounces it, I thought he said Denny. I couldn't tell if he said Danny or Denny, but the transcript says Danny. But yes, absolutely. I would stake money on it. This world is too small, believe me, for it not to be Daniel Pickett. It has to be. I won't even entertain the idea that it's not him.
Wow.
That's how far I'm going with this.
Wow.
That's how far I'm going with this.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Listen. If Omar and Kimi are fated to be partners in crime, and Mikhail is fated to come into play with all these people, then yes, that's Danny Pickett.
Danny Pickett. Wow. I wonder if Colleen is.
I hope Colleen's around, and maybe it worked out this time better for them.
Yeah, hopefully Sun isn't going to end up shooting her again.
Why did you shoot me? I don't know. Who are you? No English.
Yes.
Oh, man, that's the line. I want to be able to shoot somebody, and they say, why? And I go, no English.
No English.
Well, there's something about that. There's something about that. Like, just sorry, I can't tell you why I shot you. There's no English.
Yeah, I like that. It's good.
All right. Yeah. So him seeing the, I like that Sun tried to hide Jin's shoes. But the two, when you have champagne, I guess you have your one glass and you never ever get a second one.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess if you're drinking champagne alone, you probably have other issues.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. It's just depressing to drink champagne alone.
Yeah, it's like eating a birthday cake by yourself.
Yeah, if you're going to get that depressing, just drink it out of the bottle.
Just drink it out of the bottle. You have no dignity left anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we kid alcoholics.
Wow. You're going easy on the alcoholics. I like that.
Hey, everyone has their vice.
Good point.
So he sees the two glasses, which was a nice little thing. Checking the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
What else was going on in this scene? That's it, pretty much, huh? Tells them to get a Mikhail.
Yeah, pretty much. That's where
Put your damn clothes on. He told Sun to put her damn clothes on.
Yes, he does. Okay, so you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's go next.
Okay. Later, Mikhail has joined them and translates both ways throughout the scene. Sun explains that the money was taken at customs. Sun offers to get the money for Kimi at the bank. Kimi agrees, so he sends Mikhail with Sun to the bank, and meanwhile he will take Jin to the restaurant, and they will meet there later. But before they go, Jin wants a promise that they will not tell Mr. Peck about Sun and him. Kimi says their secret is safe with him. Then Mikhail leaves with Sun.
I love, after seeing this scene again and seeing Kimi say, yeah, secret's safe with me. I'm not going to tell the boss, because the boss already knows.
Right.
I love that.
I know.
It's nice to be able to be honest in that situation, to be helpful or whatever, to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna, I won't tell. Oh no, I'm not going to tell. Why would I? Don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah, and I also I missed that too when I first watched this. That actually, what they catch him doing, they already know about.
Mhm.
They're not surprised that this is happening.
What, the Sun and Jin thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're saying Kimi and Omar and those guys. Yeah, they're not surprised. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It comes off like, they just caught Sun and Jin at an unfortunate time when you first watch it. It's just like, shit, now they're going to have to trust Kimi to keep a secret. But you realize that's like the whole point of Kimi, being involved in this, like the fact that this is going on.
If anything, if Kimi, not that he had this in him at all, but if he was wavering about whether or not to kill Jin, I don't know if I can trust Pike. I don't know if Jin is really having, even if he even cared, which he doesn't. He just gets his proof right here.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, this is true. Pike is not wrong. Peck
He's
is
not just
wrong.
paranoid, yeah.
Yeah, he's not been overreacting.
Right.
Well, I guess he is overreacting.
Well, he's overreacting, but yeah. He's not wrong that there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
But there's something going on.
There's something going on.
Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I agree. This scene is when you rewatch it, it's good. I like that. Okay, so you ready for the next scene or anything else on this?
Yeah, let me see. Mikhail, I'm so glad he's back.
Oh, man.
It was great. It was great to have a reason to have Mikhail back.
I agree. Didn't see it coming. I was really surprised, but
yeah,
I'm glad they found a way to bring him back.
I love when Mikhail was translating. He says, she says the money her father gave them was taken at customs. And I'm thinking Kimi's going to be like, oh, I see the problem, and he goes, that's not my problem. I assumed he would understand. Okay, well, their money got taken, not of their own fault.
Right.
And he's just like, so. Keep going. Yes.
Yeah, and.
Yeah, that was a little thing I liked. Because I'm just saying that is your problem, Kimi, but he's like, no, it's not. It's not my problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I also like the idea that, it's weird. He's going to take Sun's personal getaway money as payment for him to kill Jin. Like that's really.
Yeah.
That's hard.
You better hope she doesn't find out about that,
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Because she doesn't know, obviously, why they want the money.
Yeah.
So it's weird to have her offering to pay them.
Yeah, in these situations rarely does the person or couple in trouble like have easy access to pay off the bad guy.
Mhm.
You know, because you know, obviously we don't know. You know, you're first watching. You don't know the setup here, but you're thinking, okay, as if they can just pay him off, then he'll let him go.
Right.
So I like the fact that they had this stash of money that they could actually even do make this plan work. But I think the idea is Peck knew about Sun's account. He closed it.
Right.
But I think that also helps in terms of his plan of wanting Jen dead is that it prevents them from getting some large amount of money to try to pay Keamy off.
Yeah.
To try to say, well, I'll pay you double not to kill Jen or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, good point. It also provides maybe a little bit of evidence for the idea that Peck wanted to, put them in a difficult situation.
Mhm.
By closing that account, that makes things worse.
Oh, totally. Well, and it's just like, son, don't where does your money come from, my father? Okay. so when you went to the bank where your father has a huge account and you told them to transfer some of his money into your account, did you think he'd not find out about that? Did you think, you know what I mean? Like, money has traces.
Yeah.
And I don't see how she would have gotten any money on her own that she could have kept hidden.
Right. Yeah, she's not a member of the Oceanic Six here. She didn't get a settlement. She didn't buy out a controlling share in her dad's company. Yeah, she comes off as oblivious to the fact that the only reason she could even have that money is her dad.
Yeah, exactly.
So, he's the obvious person who would be mucking about with her accounts.
Yeah, it's almost like, hey, let's elope. I have my dad's credit card.
Yes.
We can go live happily ever after.
Exactly.
You'll never find out.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say she's just so spoiled. She really just
I
didn't
think so.
realize.
I mean, I think there's something like that with people who are really privileged that they the concept of certain things like that they don't grasp the same way.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I like that. It's weird to see Mikhail with two eyes, by the way.
I got to say, it was weird to see him with two eyes, but it didn't. It was so weird to see him, and not that I forgot about the eye patch, but I just. It was. I didn't even remember he was supposed to have an eye patch until his eye got shot out. And I'm
wow.
like, that's why you look different. Like I knew he was different, and I remember he had an eye patch, but I guess I was just confused about the timeline, or the fact that he at this point in the story would have had his eye missing in the main timeline. Like I thought it had something to do with that. So it wasn't that big a deal to me that he had two eyes, because I'm thinking, oh, this is a different time, which it is.
Well, yeah, it is.
But it didn't.
That is
so
the
I guess,
explanation. You were right about
that.
that.
Yeah, I know. That is the explanation. But I guess my point, my half point is that it wasn't until they shot his eye out that I saw that was meaningful that he had two eyes. Like they were making a point about that.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah. When I first saw him, I just found it shocking to see his other eye, because for me, like, Mikhail has an eye patch. It's a part of him. Like, I just can't see him without it.
Mm-hmm.
It was really weird to me to see his other eye working and functional. Like, I never envisioned him that way.
Blinking perhaps.
Blinking even, yeah.
Blinking. Looking to and fro, left and right.
That's right.
Focusing and unfocusing as on objects both close and far.
Exactly. Thank you for embellishing.
Oh, man.
All of those things and more.
Discerning color and shape.
Yes.
With cones and rods in his retina.
Mm-hmm.
His eye works, yes.
Yes.
Does he have a purple shirt on? No, okay. I will say this, Omar's shirt looks a little purple. I'm just going to throw that in there, too.
Wow. Okay. Purple shirt count, up to 7.
Shirt, it's up to 7, guys.
Okay, so anything else about this scene? Want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay. Back on the island, Jack looks at Sun's wounds. Ben is frustrated that Alana doesn't buy his story. Jack verifies that Sun can still understand English. Miles says she hits her head and forgets English. We're supposed to buy that. Jack suggests that it might be aphasia. Alana notices that Richard and Hurley have returned to the camp. And Richard says, pack your bags, we're leaving.
All right.
Yes.
What do they have to pack?
I don't know. They all got bags.
They all have bags. We know that. I don't know what's in them.
Yeah, I don't know. Saeed had a bag. I don't know where they all got their bags.
All right. So Sun hits her head and forgets English. We are supposed to buy that.
Yeah, and when Miles says this, I love this. This is one of those things. I never, before we started doing this podcast, I never noticed shit like this when they do this. But it's like, okay, you want to write something preposterous into your scripts, and so you just have a character point out how preposterous it is, and somehow you're all is forgiven.
As long as an audience doesn't mind something weird or bad or crazy or disjointed or out of place, as long as you address it.
Yeah.
As long as they don't think I think as long as they don't think the show is making a mistake or ignoring something.
Yeah.
I think they can go along with it. Yeah, it just seems like as long as you address it, it's like it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It's just such a simple fix, and Miles is so the audience in that line.
Yeah.
We're supposed to buy that. Like it's weird. It's like he's not even speaking as the character. Like it's just the collective audience's thoughts about this.
Exactly.
Because it is crazy.
Yeah, it's like the Sawyer line before. This is a little more direct from the audience, but
right.
That would be ridiculous for you to waft over to the island.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. Sawyer's with sarcasm, but so is this. But anyway, yes, you're right. But that's what it is. And so when I hear this, it's like, okay, this is the writers telling us, yes, we realize that this is kind of crazy, but just bear with us.
Yeah, exactly.
We do know what we're doing.
Yeah, don't make like a tree and leave.
Ugh. Really?
Yeah, I tried. It was
Damn.
It was a tough one. It didn't quite work, but tried to use the classic tree joke.
I used to say that in second grade. I had forgotten all about that one.
Yeah,
why don't you just make like a tree and leave? I was a mean second grader.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah. And then, they give a little trumped-up explanation. Her condition is very strange, though, because her language is not damaged overall. She still speaks Korean perfectly, apparently. And she understands English still, and she can write it, too, as we find out later. And also, it comes off like she thinks she's speaking English.
Yeah.
But it's coming out as Korean. This is just a really weird condition.
It reminds me of when Locke had his voice taken away. And it just seems like for Sun, she had her English voice taken away.
Yes. You're right. He had to write on a pad, too.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. That is what this is like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the connection's supposed to be, if there is one, but that just reminded me when Locke had his voice taken away. And yeah, it is weird because she's understanding English. It seems like she can't she doesn't know how to pronounce English syllables.
Right.
Which is so weird. Because it's like she can write them down, but she doesn't know how to pronounce them or something.
And she can recognize them because when she hears them, she knows what they mean.
Yeah, so it seems like she can learn English really fast.
Exactly.
It seems like you could just write it like, she can write some stuff down. You tell her how to pronounce it, and then she can just repeat you.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, she can learn English the fastest of anyone ever. You know why? Because she already knows it.
Exactly. It really helps.
Yeah. I feel like maybe that's how Jin learned so fast. He already knew it.
He already knew it. Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, man, that would explain.
It would.
Yeah, this whole thing is, it's the worst part of the episode, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the weakest
link. But you
link.
know what? I would say, oh, man. What is with us and old TV game shows?
I don't know.
Jeez. So, I would say this, though. The only thing it has going for it, because it is just kind of crappy, yeah, because it gets in the way of the plot moving forward. But I would say what it has going for it is it ties back into season 1 when Sun had the language barrier.
Yes.
You know, and she couldn't show that she could speak English.
Right. Yeah. I agree. I want to say that's at least part of the reason they're doing this.
Yeah.
It does also just create a barrier for the plot to move forward. So that's the contrived reason.
Yeah.
And it might be, you know, a timeline bleed over thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's another possibility. Of course, you know, the other timeline is very, you know, it's a very season 1 callback kind of timeline. So, that's kind of connected to the season 1 reference as well. But yeah, I agree. When I first watched this, I was not buying it. When I watched it again, it bothered me a little bit less.
Yeah.
Maybe because I had already gotten over it or something. But I really couldn't. I had exactly the same reaction Miles does.
Yeah, but you gotta love Frank. You know, he hits her head and forgets English. Are you supposed to buy that? Frank, ask the man who communes with the dead.
Right.
Yeah, you got him. Frank.
Okay, Frank. Fine. Somehow it's less preposterous that Miles communes with the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me why. Don't ask me to justify it. It just is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Frank, that's what he does these days. He just makes little snide remarks on the sidelines.
Yeah. He's like the new Miles.
He is. He's got Miles right next to him, but he's the new Miles.
He's the new Miles.
Okay, so we get a little more about what Richard's plan is later, so maybe I'll save my thoughts about that for when we get to that scene. Any other thoughts about this scene?
Nah.
Okay. I did want to say I thought it was a little. I don't know quite what to do with this little bit with Ben and how Alana doesn't believe him, and you know, I'm not sure why they included that. I guess just to illustrate that Ben isn't necessarily viewed as trustworthy, even though he's accepted. Even though she'll have him, she still won't trust him necessarily.
Well, the fact that Ben's the one who found her.
Yeah.
You know, they would immediately jump to the conclusion he had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Just any other time period he would have.
Right, that's true. Good point.
You know, and she says the line that we've all been wanting to say to Ben, you know, why won't you believe me? Because you're talking.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous thing for Ben to say.
Words are coming out of your mouth. That's why I don't believe you.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben should be quite aware of how not trustworthy he is.
Yeah, and he's like, I was gathering mangoes, and she was unconscious when I found her. It's just, you know.
I think it's true, but it sounds like a lie.
It sounds like a lie. Yeah, gathering mangoes.
Gathering mangoes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Is it by the hot air balloon you came here on?
Oh, I wish someone would say that. Oh, God.
Where is that balloon? Can they use that?
That's a good question. Yeah. Should reinflate that balloon.
They should inflate that balloon.
Yeah.
Get that thing working and fly off of there.
Fly away. Float away.
Oh,
like
man.
That.
Probably having trouble going through the right bearing, though.
Oh, well, yeah. Does that even matter anymore?
I hope so.
Season 6. Aren't we done with the barrier?
I don't know.
I don't either. But they didn't talk. I don't know. They didn't really talk about it. But I guess no one's really left the island for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. Locke arrives on Hydra Island. We see pylons set up along the perimeter. Someone fires warning shots at Locke, and Widmore's team jump out from behind the bushes. Seamus tells Locke to put up his hands. He does. Then Widmore comes out, and Locke walks over to meet him. They stand on opposite sides of the sonic barrier. Locke knows who Widmore is. Widmore tells Locke he knows that he is not John Locke, and everything else he knows is myth and ghost stories. Locke thinks Widmore knows more than that, judging by the pylons. Widmore asks Locke why he came. Locke says to get back Jin. Widmore plays dumb. Locke says, a wise man once said that war was coming to this island. I think it just got here. Widmore and Locke look at each other until the commercial break.
All right. I'm wondering what's up with the pylons. Why does that stop Smokey?
In general, or are you saying you don't believe they stopped Smokey? I mean, sorry,
well,
I don't understand your question. Like are you asking for a scientific explanation for Smokey?
No, I'm asking for, a show explanation of why it stopped Smokey.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see.
Just because, with this line here, he says, obviously you're not John Locke. Everything else I know is a combination of myth, ghost stories in the jungle, noises in the night. Locke says, I think you know more than that, judging by these pylons. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Is he trying to say, you know what I am, you know more than just that the pylons can stop Smokey, but that the reason that they stop Smokey, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, I see.
Is why do they stop Smokey?
See, yeah, I thought all he was saying was Widmore knows that Smokey is not, is one of Smokey's weaknesses is the sonic barrier.
Oh, well, maybe he's saying, I know you're the smoke monster.
Oh, okay, yeah, he could be saying that as well.
Although, that should tie into the what he says before about the myth and ghost story.
Right, yeah, clearly he already knows that. I really think he's getting at he knows specifically that these pylons are going to stop him.
Yeah, but how is that different than the other stuff he said? I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to read more into, because I feel like if he knows, it seems like the knowledge that the pylon stopped Smokey should be included in what he already said he knows about Smokey. But Smokey's trying to say, well, you know more than that.
So you think the fact that the pylons stop him are part of the myths and ghost stories?
I feel like that should be, yeah.
Okay.
Which if it's not, then he's just saying, hey, you know about the pylons. But if it is, then it makes me think he's saying, you know why the pylons stopped me.
I guess for me, like, the pylons are so specific that they don't really fit into a myth and a ghost story kind of framework. Like, they're really like a practical way of dealing with this entity, you know. And, like, Juliet knew about them, so I feel like it was sort of others' knowledge, that Smokey couldn't go through that barrier. And so I really think that's all he's saying. But maybe he is saying more than that actually he knows why that happens.
Well, that should be Dharma knowledge, right? Not others' knowledge.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm not saying where it originally came from, but what I'm saying is at some point the others learned about it.
Okay.
I'm not saying like they created it or anything.
Yeah.
I'm basically just trying to explain why Widmore knows about it.
Mhm. Well, yeah, and that could be what he means too, is that you know more than just sort of what the others know. You know what Dharma knew, which is that these pylons can stop me.
Okay, but I think the others knew that.
Well, the others definitely did know that, and because that's obviously true. But that's something that was Dharma.
Yeah.
And I think to me that could be an answer to what he's talking about too. Was that you know more than just the myth and the ghost stories. You know what can actually stop me.
Right. Exactly.
But anyway, I don't know. That just came off strange to me. But because no one will say what he is. This is as close as we've gotten to it, but
right.
But they don't seem to really know.
Yeah.
They're not being very clear about that.
And it's a little weird because it's like Richard met this guy in person, had extended conversations with him.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't have to be a myth or a ghost story if you have someone who actually met the thing.
Yeah.
Like he can just tell them, it's this guy, he turns into black smoke when he wants to. He tried to get me to kill Jacob when I came here. It would be a myth or a ghost story if Richard told someone and then died, and then, the story got passed down, and then it could sort of acquire that quality. But I really feel like it shouldn't be like that. It should be more, it should be more concrete than that, since they really know someone who's met this thing.
Yeah.
Who's around the entire time.
Richard must not have said anything.
I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jacob told him not to?
Yeah, maybe. I also kind of wanted to tie this in with that whole thing with the knife and you got to stab him before he speaks and stuff like that. Like, that sort of has the air of a myth or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
With the idea that Richard told that to Dogen. Like, I don't know. Maybe Richard, presented the stuff like it was a myth or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, but the whole stabbing thing came from Smokey.
Right.
So it's like, well, even if that got passed as a myth, is it true or not?
Well, it's a good question. I'm going to say it's not true.
I have to believe it's not true, yeah.
As far as I can tell.
So maybe that was the same thing with Richard. Maybe Smokey just wanted Richard to try to kill Jacob, and he thought Jacob would just kill him for trying to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing, like Dogen did with Saeed.
Oh.
So it was literally just a parallel.
Okay. I mean, I do think he really wanted him to kill Jacob, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Even though I like that idea.
Yeah. I was trying to remember, does that work? Yeah, he did want him to kill Jacob.
Yeah. But at the same time, I mean, I think Dogen really wanted Smokey to be killed. It's just he didn't think it would work.
Yeah.
So there's a weird thing going on there. I guess, yeah, maybe you could question whether Smokey thought it would work or not.
Yeah, I'm tempted to believe it wouldn't work.
Based on the evidence we've seen, the instance where Jacob actually was killed, it did not follow the protocol. So
no,
I conclude from that it's not a true story.
Yeah.
And of course, Saeed's case didn't work either.
Yep. All right. So when Locke says a wise man once said that war is coming to this island, is he remembering John's memories of Widmore saying that?
I think so.
Wow. Good luck, audience. I just, I remember that, but it's just like, how many of your average Lost viewers are just going to be like, oh, yeah, no. See, honey, this is what's happening here. The man in black who looks like John
Average
Locke,
American household.
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, cut to average American household. Yeah, it's just like, okay, so the man in black who looks like Locke, is remembering Locke's memories. Locke is dead, by the way, of when Widmore, when they were off island, told Locke to, are those potatoes done yet?
Yes. Yes, potatoes was the only way to save that conversation.
Yeah, honey, either put the meatloaf on the table or change the channel. But
you need a hobby, honey.
This Lost show is crazy.
Take up racquetball.
I love the subtlety of a line like that, because it works on its own. It works by itself, but to know where that's actually coming from is weird.
Yeah. It's also weird to me just practically, like even, for the Uber fans who know where it came from and understand the whole story, it's still pretty crazy because it's like when Widmore said that to Locke, what did he have in mind? Could he possibly have had in mind what's going on here? Cause
I just hope you're not about to ask me if War is only coming to the island because somebody said War was coming to the island, because somebody said War was coming to the island, and that, in fact, War didn't have to ever come to the island.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid that's kind of what I'm saying. Okay, I mean, maybe I'm not exactly saying, I'm saying something very close to that. It's like, When Locke originally emerged and Widmore offered to help him get the Oceanic Six back, he was not on board with Locke dying. He was trying to protect Locke, and basically Ben, killed off the guy he had protecting Locke, and that's why Locke was eventually killed. But as far as I can tell, if it were up to Widmore, Locke never would have died.
Yeah, I think he said, he wanted Locke on his side or something, right? Didn't he do something like that?
That was the end of the quote that Smokey didn't mention. If you're not on the island when that happens, the wrong side's going to win.
Mhm.
I don't know if it counts if he's on the island but dead, or if he's on the island but it's actually Smokey that looks like him. I don't know if either one of those even counts. But still, it's like, it seems like the war was created by Widmore's plan going wrong.
Yeah.
And so it's like Widmore was talking about war before his plan went wrong, but the only reason the war is happening is that his plan went wrong.
But it's such a connected sequence of events because, Locke is only there because of the stuff that happens before.
Yeah.
With, you needing to leave the island and all this other stuff, and that that has to do with Smokey anyway. So
right.
So it's hard to say what he thought. I mean, I guess I would say he didn't want Locke to die. But my point was going to be, I feel like, the question is, why does he think Locke needs to be alive for their side to win, or should be there on the island for their side to win? Because it might just be because of the whole, he thinks Locke is special because of all the time-traveling stuff.
Oh, okay.
And the final word was Locke wasn't that special.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if he was just wrong about that.
Okay.
That he just thought Locke was special and needed to be there, but in reality, that was only a product of these other events that were happening that made Locke seem special, but he really wasn't.
Right, okay. But still, like, what war did he have in mind? Like, assuming his plan goes through to get a live Locke back on the island, Smokey's plan doesn't work. He's not able to pose as Locke and go kill Jacob, and, all that stuff just falls through.
Yeah, well, I think this is the war he's talking about. I think he basically means the war against the Man in Black. I don't think he knew that, obviously about the loophole or any of that stuff.
It just seems like if Jacob isn't killed, Jacob holds Smokey there. There's no need to fight a war, basically, unless Jacob is killed and the Man in Black is about to escape, and like all that stuff plays out. So it seems like there's no need for a war unless Widmore's plan.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
One more. Oh, we're done.
Oh, okay.
I see what you're saying. I don't know if I have a good answer, but I do. I don't really have a problem with how it worked out. I see what you're saying, that he's alluding to a war that isn't destined to happen with that sequence of events, but which could only be explained by he knows something else that we don't know, or there's some other sign of the war coming, or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Wait, you're not sure what?
I'm not sure how to reconcile those things.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It almost seems like Widmore just went out on a limb and happened to be right, coincidentally.
Mhm.
Like that, I don't see any reason why he would want to say that at the time that he actually said it. It seems like by the time he was justified in saying it, it was already obviously an issue.
Yeah, it seems like another thing where he just happened to be right. He assumed something and it happened to be right. I mean,
yeah,
there was a sense that things were gearing up for something around that time.
Yeah.
You have Bram and those guys, doing stuff too.
Right.
So
yeah.
So there was a sense that something was going to happen. I don't know why they knew or what they knew in terms of the future, but there was a sense that something was going to happen. So maybe they'll explain that somehow. Maybe there's more evidence of time travel or something from the future that Widmore found, and gives him some inkling about the war or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it seems to work nicely because they turned out to be right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sort of trying to make the logic work internally.
Yeah. You'd have to answer, why does he think a war is coming? And we just don't know why he thought that.
Right. And, at the time, we just didn't really know exactly. Well, we still don't know why he was saying that, but it's just, now that we see what the war apparently will be, it's hard to believe that he had that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
To me, like, I just don't see how he would have seen this coming. Unless there is some bit of information that we don't know, like you said.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is weird. Once again, it's this is a weird artifact of having Smokey have Locke's memories. He can just pull out stuff like this that only Locke really knew.
Yeah. But the war apparently just got here.
Right.
According to Locke.
Yeah.
So watch out for the war.
Yeah. I mean, we should have the war. It's the last season.
Yeah.
If we're ever going to get the war, it better be now.
Yeah, this is the war season.
It seemed like they were talking about war a long time ago. It's overdue, I think. The Bram thing, I don't really. It seems like that is sort of Jacob influenced. It definitely seemed like Jacob was making plans, and Jacob seemed to have some idea of what was coming. I don't know how much. I don't want to say that he knows everything that's going to happen, but for whatever reason, he seemed to be preparing for some imminent event.
Well, he's been preparing for something for a long time.
Right.
I think you could say that.
Right. But it seemed like, particularly within the last few years, he turned it up a notch.
Mhm.
And sort of really started to intervene, and he got a team that he put on the 316 plane. In addition to getting Saeed and Hurley on there. So I want to say, Bram's team is talking about it because, they get it somehow indirectly from Jacob. They're related to Alana. He talks to her directly. So, but Widmore, there hasn't been so far a clear connection between Widmore and Jacob yet. It's not. I'm not clear on exactly what Widmore thought of Jacob. I mean, Jacob thought of Widmore.
Yeah.
So I don't know how he ties into all that.
Not sure.
But that's the only thing I can guess. Okay. Anyway, anything else about the scene? You want to do the next one?
Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Okay. Back at the beach camp, Richard asks Ben where Locke said he'd be. Ben says Hydra Island. Then Richard verifies with Frank that that's where he landed the Ajir plane. Richard says that Locke wants to leave the island, and the plane is the only way he can do it. So he says they're going to stop them by destroying the plane. Sun does not like the idea of destroying their only way off the island, but she only speaks Korean, so no one knows what she's saying. Richard tries to ask Sun about what Locke said to her. Sun rants in Korean that she doesn't want to save the world. She's not going anywhere. Then she walks away. Hurley infers that she doesn't want to come.
All right.
Yes. So I think here we realize, we get sort of what Richard was supposed to realize or want to do next based on the last episode.
Which was destroy the plane. Wow.
I think that was it.
I think we kind of guessed that, huh?
More or less.
Yeah, it's weird that this is the thing Jacob knew Richard would know what to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Man in Black's trying to leave the island. What should we do, Richard? I don't know. Stop him. Was that
right.
the big? Was that was the big thing, right?
I think so.
So none of this. Seems like that's an idea that everyone else could have had.
It does kind of seem that way.
Yeah.
It almost comes across like Richard kind of forgot about what happened to him and forgot about sort of who the Man in Black was and what the conflict was about, and it almost came across like he just sort of remembered all that and then that caused him to realize that they should stop the Man in Black.
Well, his wife told him you should stop him.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Directly. So it's I think that's where he gets the idea.
No, I agree. It's just the way they played the flashback leading into that. It comes across like he just remembered that.
I would say, yeah, I would give him. I mean, I think it definitely comes across like those emotions have resurfaced.
Yeah.
His initial reason for, remembering specifically why he's there and how he got there and all that stuff. Yeah, I think it gave him some newfound perspective on things.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you're right. Ghost Isabel is the one that directly told him.
Yeah, she's like, you have to stop him. And so what does he do next? He has to stop him. So.
Right. Yeah, it isn't clear. Actually, I want to, it doesn't seem like Alana knew to do that. And it doesn't seem like any of the other people knew to do that either.
Yeah, so here's my question. Does Alana know specifically, or any of them, but I'm going to say they don't. So does Alana specifically know that Smokey can only leave if he takes the candidates with him? Because she doesn't know that, right?
It doesn't, for all appearances, she doesn't know that.
Because it's weird, because she knows she has to protect the candidates.
Right.
But it's not like she's trying to go to his camp and get the other candidates that he has. Like Sawyer and... Right.
I mean, I think she wants to get those people. I think, the little conversation with Sun that she had suggests that she would like to get those people, but she just doesn't know where they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if she had her way, she would get those candidates, but I don't know then what.
Yeah. It seems like she should know that he shouldn't leave the island, but did they even know? Wait. Oh, so yes, I'm thinking maybe she doesn't even know that he wants to leave the island.
Yeah, possibly not.
Because in this scene, Richard says, well, the man wants to leave the island, and the plane is the way he can do it. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, if Alana doesn't know he wants to leave, then she doesn't know she needs to stop him, I guess.
Yeah. Jacob really didn't spread the knowledge around.
He didn't.
He just gave people these little pieces.
Yep.
And they all just kind of have to figure it out.
Much like the Lost creators did to the Lost audience.
Wow. Jacob is a metaphor for the Lost creators.
Carlton and Damon.
And we're the characters being manipulated by them. I like that.
Greatest show ever.
Yes. Yeah, so what Richard wants to do is very straightforward and simple. Let's just go destroy the plane.
Yeah.
We're not going to go to some magic location and,
turn some magical thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll suck Smokey into the ground or something.
Yeah, we have to go get the golden net so we can, catch Smokey or something.
Exactly. Yeah, I thought it was going to be more mystical like that. It's really straightforward. It's just... I still fail to be able to envision Smokey hopping on a plane and flying away. I mean... Okay,
can you imagine John Locke doing it?
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. I mean, maybe, I guess it's just a failure of my math. They keep saying it, so I guess it's not supposed to be implausible, but there's just something about Smokey just hopping on a plane and, just sitting there while they fly home. I mean, okay, that's what they're saying is going to happen. I don't know. That just seems weird to me.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
No.
Still, though, I think they want us to think that it might happen.
Yeah, they do.
And I have a hard time believing that. Yeah, so I just want to know.
It's the same as season 5 with the incident. They expect us to believe everything's going to change if they blow off this. I just don't believe it. I don't.
Yeah.
It's just like that same kind of thing of they keep saying it. They keep saying it's possible, but
right.
We'll see.
Yeah. Even Dan wasn't able to convince me. That's why I get there's no hope. He seems the most credible on those things, and I always thought his last minute turn about we can change the past. That was a weird one. Yeah. And it's so pivotal. Like, that's what's driving, that whole part of the story.
Yeah.
So the hydrogen bomb was his idea. Very strange.
Very.
Okay, yeah, so I just want to know, that's Richard's plan. We're just going to go destroy the plane to stop the Man in Black from leaving the island. That's his plan. I just want to note that.
Yep. What else can he do? So we should point out that the reason Sun came back to the island, we finally get it clearly from her own lips. So she could find Jin and bring him home.
Yes.
So, I think that bodes well for her. We were always wondering what was her plan besides just finding Jin.
Right.
I guess it was like Kate's plan.
Yeah.
Find somebody and bring him back.
Yes, exactly like Kate's plan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's more or less what I assumed.
Yeah, I guess I was just confused about how Ji-Yun played into all this.
What do you mean?
Their daughter, Well, just was Sun content to find Jin and stay on the island? Risk never leaving the island again just so she can find Jin?
I see.
Or, because she's risking not being able to raise her daughter by going back to the island.
Yeah.
But she's betting that she can, find Jin and bring him back.
Right.
And they can both, raise their kid together.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas it was kind of different for Kate because, she left Aaron in capable hands, and, she was risking getting stuck on the island, but for sort of a bigger thing of, she could save Claire, if she was lucky. So
I think Sun left Ji-yeon in just, equally capable hands. I mean, essentially the same, it's her grandmother.
Yeah. No, she's I guess what I mean is the difference is, like, Kate isn't, her real mother.
Right.
Isn't the kid's real mother.
True.
And Kate isn't in love with Claire.
Good point.
So I feel like she's she's taking a risk of being stuck on the island, but she's not giving up. It's not like she's risking not being able to raise Aaron because she's not trying to do that anymore.
Right.
So I feel like in terms of raising Aaron's sort of fine in terms of how Kate relates to it.
Yes.
Versus how Sun relates to it, because Sun is giving up raising her daughter.
Yes.
I guess that's what I meant by capable.
Yes.
Like, they're both capable. They're both grandmothers, whatever. But that's what I meant. I think the connection there is a bit. It's the same setup, but the connection is different. So.
Yeah, I think Sun is supposed to sort of, care more about Jin and, getting to him, whereas Kate's okay. She's upset about it, but she seems to be, letting Aaron go and sort of just trying to get Claire back to Aaron, sort of repair the damage that she's done. So it's a different kind of mission. Sun's trying to sort of reunite her family.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If Sun gets stuck on the island with Jin, she gets, half of what she wants.
Yeah.
If Kate gets stuck on the island with Claire, she doesn't really get anything what she wants.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so I guess Kate is more selfless or something?
Something like that. I don't know. I think the stakes are sort of, I don't want to say bigger. They're big stakes, but they're more selfless or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Her name's still crossed off on the wall, though.
True, but not in the lighthouse.
Not in the lighthouse.
Whatever that means.
So, I forgot what the final word was. Was that supposed to trick Smokey? What was the final word with that?
That's what they implied.
Okay, they did imply that. Okay.
They did, yeah. So based on, the way they use it here, I'm expecting that to somehow be a problem for Smokey in the future.
It just seems weird to me because it's like, okay, if Smokey thinks someone isn't a candidate, can he kill them?
It's a good question.
What if he just didn't know Jack was a candidate and he just wanted to kill him?
Right.
Does the little boy come in and say you can't kill him, or does or does he get to kill him and somehow the sirens go off or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't seem fair. You can't call the rules on him if he just didn't know he was a candidate.
But I don't know. It's like when you break the law. It's like, well, I didn't know that was a law. Well,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, he's just supposed to know.
I don't know.
I was deliberately misled. Like, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you mean.
I don't know. That's the defense I'd want to use, but it just doesn't. That's not a real good defense. Like, I didn't know what the rules were. Well, what can I say? You broke them.
Yeah. You're an island citizen. You're subject to the rules.
Yep.
Whether you know them or not. Yeah. Smokey has seemingly attacked, a number of the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not clear that he was in any way impeded, from trying to kill them before.
Yeah.
I don't know when we're supposed to think he found out about the candidates. I feel like it should have been, a while ago, but it is strange. We need to find out about the rules.
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else about this scene?
Nah.
Okay. Next scene is flash sideways. Sun and Mikhail are at the bank. The banker tells them that Sun's account was closed. The account was a secret, so Sun is confused about what happened. Mikhail asks who closed the account. The banker tells them that Sun's father closed the account. Sun says, why would he do that? Mikhail says, what do you think? Or why do you think?
Why do you think? He really wants to say, what do you think? But
yeah.
Why do you think? Yeah, why would he try to stop me from running away with my bodyguard who's beneath me?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why do you think, son?
I thought Mikhail played this scene with just a hint of relish. Like, he seemed to be enjoying this.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird. Like, he's overly polite to the banker. Could you please inform me who closed this account?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes, it was your father. Why would he do that? I don't know. Why do you think?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like his demeanor in this scene.
Yeah. Yeah, he comes off like her translator.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
He comes off like he's a translator.
Exactly. But it has a dangerous edge.
Yeah.
You know, because he's taking her there to get this money for this, gangster guy, and so the stakes are high. But he's acting like a normal translator.
Yeah.
I guess that's the interesting thing about it.
Another great Mikhail scene.
Yes. Thank you. I didn't think we'd get another one.
Yeah.
I thought the grenade at the looking glass was the last we'd see of you.
So I'm gonna say, I guess he's dead.
You think he's dead? Are you willing to call him dead at this point?
I think the fact that we've seen him again now gives me the ability to say, I think in the main timeline, yeah, he's dead.
Okay.
I will believe that the grenade killed him.
Okay. That's interesting. The fact that we see him alive again convinces you he's dead.
Yeah, because I felt like we would see Mikhail again. I don't know why. I just feel like we'd see him again.
Oh, so this fulfills that.
This fulfills the seeing him again. So
yeah.
I'm willing to say, now I don't feel like they need to bring him back in the main timeline because we got to see him here.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Episode 10 of Season 6. Mikhail's dead.
R.I.P. Mikhail. R.I.P.
Wow. R.I.P. indeed.
Yeah.
We knew Yi so long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of forgot Yi.
Employee of the month at the Flame.
Yes.
for so many months in a row.
How did he keep winning?
I had no competition.
Wow. And a Mikhail impression.
What are you going to do?
He had a cat named Nadia.
He did have a cat named Nadia, but not after the Olympic gymnast, right?
Not at all.
Or was it after her?
It was, yes.
Okay, good.
Saeed was suspicious, though.
Who else had that cat? Remember, there was a whole thing about that cat.
Yeah, a cat that looked very similar appeared in Saeed's flashback in that episode.
That's right, yeah, it was his flashback. It was the same cat.
Yeah.
The time-traveling cat.
The time-traveling cat.
Yeah, that cat turned the donkey wheel.
Finally! It's really a cat wheel.
Oh, man. Meow, I'm time-traveling.
Yes. I like that. Nadia the time-traveling cat.
Time-traveling? Really, it'd be the time-traveling kitty, right?
Oh, okay. That kitty needs a series.
Yeah, so she solves crimes by time-traveling.
Yeah, she must have had some adventures.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how you do all that time-traveling and avoid adventures, especially when you're a cat.
Listen, if you're time-traveling and you're a cat, your middle name is Adventure.
Yes.
Which makes it even stranger because you're a cat.
It's true. Why do you have a middle name, Cat? Something's up with you.
I need something to use for my computer passwords. Now the cat's on the computer. This is the craziest cat ever.
Yes. I wonder if the cat died when Locke blew up the flame.
I'd have to imagine yes, unless somehow it got out.
Okay. We know one of the cows survived.
One of the cows did survive.
But the cows were outside, so
yeah,
they stood a better chance.
Alrighty, anything? You ready for the next scene?
Yes. Next scene, Omar puts Jin in the refrigerator. Kimi is frustrated that Omar bumps Jin's head on the door. Kimi tells Omar to go get the Arab guy, meaning Saeed. Kimi dabs at Jin's wound with a cloth. Kimi straps Jin to the chair just in case he figures out what's about to happen to him. Kimi explains in expositional monologue that Mr. Peck found out about Jin and Sun, and the money was Kimi's fee for popping Jin. Kimi laments that Jin could not resist Sun because the heart wants what the heart wants. Jin says, "Thank you." Kimi tapes Jin's mouth shut and says, "Some people aren't meant to be together."
I loved Omar's line of, "Hey, I'm an Arab."
Mm-hmm.
I just like that. Which reminded me of Frank's line earlier that I forgot to mention.
With the bacon grease joke?
Oh, man, yes. It was so great when Miles said, unless Alpert's covered in bacon grease, I'm not sure Hurley can track anything. Frank's like, hey, don't talk about bacon.
Hey there. Easy on the bacon.
I just love how they played that. Of like, you think he's gonna take up for Hurley, but no, just don't talk about bacon.
You can say whatever you want about Hurley.
Yeah.
I just don't want to hear a word about bacon again. Yeah, I agree. That was good.
Like, man, your mom's wearing an ugly dress. Hey. Don't talk about dresses that way. Let's not talk about dresses.
Exactly. Oh, Frank, that's what you do now.
It is what he does now. Yeah. No, he's the go-to one-liner.
Yeah.
Don't talk about bacon. Oh man, because I love that in the din of of all this conversation that always goes on with these people about who's gonna do this and who's gonna shoot who and who's running away from what and he just hears this word bacon,
yeah.
that just stands out.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah.
So all right, let's talk about the big thing here, which is. What happened when Kimi was giving the soliloquy, and does Jin understand him or not?
I think Jin didn't understand him.
Okay, why did he say thank you?
I think for some reason that I don't understand, he thinks he should say that. He somehow interprets what Kimi's doing or what he says as being something that he should thank him for.
Wow.
But Kimi sort of laughs to himself slightly after he says this, so I really get the sense that Jin just has no clue.
Mm-hmm.
What was just said.
Yeah, when he says thank you, Kimi has this look on his face, and I thought it was sort of like, oh, I just said all this shit you weren't supposed to hear. So I didn't really know how to take it. He definitely doesn't, come off like 100% that he realizes Jin heard what he said or could understand what he said. They played it just the right balance of confusion here.
Yeah.
Because I thought that this would have been a great moment to learn that Jin knows English.
Right. I agree. That's the thing. I feel like if they were going to tell us that, they would have told us that.
Yeah.
You know, so it's just
I just don't know
subtle.
why he says thank you. I just don't get why he says thank you.
It's weird. I agree.
I mean, I'll buy that, you know, from Keamy's tone and the fact that he's, you know, sort of talking a lot, that maybe Jin is understanding that he's saying something, you know, not threatening, you know, something explanatory, but he could have been explaining how he's going to kill him later,
as he is.
As he is. So I was right on the money about that.
You were.
So yeah, I don't know why he would say thank you. It's so, I don't know. My crackpot theory is Jin does know English, and he's just been telling everyone no English this whole time. And the next episode we're gonna find out at the hospital when it matters he's gonna have to speak English or something.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting.
I don't know why he says thank you here. I can't. There's nothing plausible. I mean, your idea of that he just feels like he should is like the best I can think, but it just, to me that's not enough of why you, of all things, you would say thank you. Yeah. When someone's about to put tape over your mouth and lock you in a freezer.
It's very strange. I agree. But I do, my basic idea is that Jin misunderstands what's going on, and what Keamy's telling him, and I don't have anything to plug in for what I think Jin actually has in mind when he says thank you. I just think he misunderstood the situation somehow.
Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy to misunderstand being locked in a closet. In a freezer.
I agree. But if he understood, okay, go the other way. If he understood everything Keamy was telling him, why say thank you?
Well, you'd say thank you for hearing the truth.
Oh, just for hearing the truth. Okay.
Thank you for hearing the truth, and for actually, if this was the typical scene, the thank you would be one of those like, thank you for telling me your master plan kind of a line. You know, like he just kind of walked into this. It would have been, you know, he sort of walked into this trap of explaining exactly what's going on to Jin with his arrogance of thinking Jin doesn't know English. Right. But Jin is saying thank you in English, you know, to say, hey, I understood everything you said. That's what I would expect in a typical scene. And obviously they're not doing that, but so it works for me if he does know English, and I want him to, because I want this scene to make sense.
I see. Then why not speak it to Sayid? You know, why continue the ruse with someone you want to help you escape?
I would say only because we saw that scene first, maybe, or in terms of a story explanation, would be that he's keeping this really, 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 really secret.
Okay.
You know. Okay,
so like Sun doesn't even know about it.
Yeah, Sun doesn't know about it.
Okay, like why did he learn English?
To surprise her so they could run away to America.
Okay.
How you like that one answer?
Okay, so he wanted to do it too. Sun was planning it and he was planning it.
They were both planning it. I don't know.
He just didn't mention it earlier. Okay. Okay. I like your theory. It would be a nice reversal. I feel like if they want to tell us that, they should have given us more than this very ambiguous thing. Yeah. You know. But they could be holding the reveal off until later. It's not that crazy. I mean, it's within the realm of, you know, reason. Mhm. So, I kind of think it's not true. One thing that could be a problem is, you know, if these characters are going to get together in the Flash Sideways, it's going to be a problem if Sun and Jin don't speak English. Exactly, which is another reason I think, you know, one of them needs to speak it. Yeah. So it would be helpful if Jin knew. Oh, I could throw in a crackpot thing that somehow Jin has something going on like what Sun does, and that, you know, his knowing English in the original timeline is somehow is somehow bleeding over here.
Mm.
You know, like that as an alternate explanation for why he might
He
end
did
up.
just hit his head.
Right, he did just hit his head. That's a good point. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought I was going out on a limb.
I was going to mention that earlier if somehow this was related to that, but I didn't remember that he hit his head until you just said that, and I was like, oh yeah, he hit his head.
That was a good. Okay, yeah. I thought it was really half-assed theory. Now it sounds better. There's actually a parallel.
Yeah. Yeah, he just hit his head. Omar just accidentally bumped his head in the door, and I was wondering why they did that. I'm like, that seems like a random, thing to do.
Yeah, it seemed like kind of a waste of time.
Yeah.
I mean, it really just needs to be like a way to explain why he had that wound when Saeed
That's
comes
exactly
in.
what I was thinking. I thought they were, it's one of the. And that's the kind of thing you get when you see scenes out of order. You go, oh, they're doing that because when we see this before or later, it's supposed to be there now after.
Right. Well put.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much like when we heard, when we saw the doctor wash up with his throat cut, and then when Keamy's about to kill the doctor, it's just really obvious what he's going to do, and it just comes off weird and pre-planned.
You think we'll see that doctor at the hospital?
Wow.
Or it'll probably be Jack, I guess. Maybe.
Ray cameo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Ethan might work there too.
Every doctor on Lost is there.
Yeah.
Oh man. So I like this idea that this is why Jen says thank you. Because
I like it too. It works a lot better for me than the sort of in alternate explanation.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense that he only has he only hit his head a little bit.
Yeah.
So he gets this little bit of understanding or something.
Yeah.
Versus Sun, who gets knocked out and loses all of her. Man, that's crazy. If this is a pattern, if this is actually what's going on here, and they're going to flesh that out, that's crazy.
That is crazy. It is crazy.
I'm glad you agreed. Yeah, no, that's really weird. And so we've also seen, we've seen Jack look at, talk about his appendix wound, and he had that other cut on his neck or somewhere.
Yeah.
So we've seen weird things bleed over like that.
Yes. That's true. Yeah, I think this is just a bit more overt.
Yeah.
Where we have I guess maybe not a bit more overt, but it's
more direct.
What do I want to say about it? Yeah, there's something making this strict parallel. The other thing is it seems to be going both ways. Mm-hmm. Having Sun in the original timeline influenced by this, and then having Jin in the alternate timeline influenced by the original. It's weird to have. This really went from a crackpot theory that I was like, no way. Now I believe it.
No, it's really, I like it because it gives me a real reason why he says thank you.
Yeah, I was okay with just letting it be awkward and weird, but now the theory actually works. The bump on the head sold it.
The bump on the head.
That was what I needed to make it work.
Yeah.
And then they actually did it. So yeah, I actually believe this theory. Crackpot or not, I believe it.
Yeah, I know. I'm going with it. Because they do that sometimes. Where they'll have a character tell another character something, and it's wasted on them. They don't hear it or understand it or something. And they could be doing that with this, but I think it works much better if Jin actually understands what he's saying here.
Yeah, and it ties in with the larger story. Mm-hmm. So it gives this scene another reason to be here besides just the fun of hearing Keamy monologue.
Which is as fun as it is.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Keamy just chews up the dialogue. It's really...
If Keamy's on screen, it's just, you might as well not have any other actors around. It's just...
Yeah.
He's way more interesting.
He can just carry the scene by himself, no problem, and it's you're completely transfixed by him. He's great. And the speech is interesting. Like he has an interesting perspective on it. It's not exactly what I'd expect him to say.
Yeah, I feel bad that Jin didn't seem to know the cardinal rule.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't heed it at least, but this idea that everyone knows you're not supposed to sleep with the boss's daughter.
Right.
I'm just like, Jin, did you know that, buddy? Did you hear about that one?
Yeah. Either he didn't know it, or he just decided not to follow it.
Mhm. So he has this line: "Some people just aren't meant to be together."
Yeah.
Is this supposed to? Do you read into that in terms of Sun and Jin's destiny or something? Do you read that to be some sort of summation of that?
Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that though? I wasn't sure if we were supposed to believe it because it was wrong, or we're supposed to actually think it was right. That they're fated to be separated somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like he's wrong in the short term. Like he's not going to kill Jin here and all that, and they won't be together because of that. So I feel like he's wrong in the short run, but I do wonder if, in terms of their destiny, if that's supposed to be the idea. Yeah.
That seems right. I mean, I think that's one of the things. That's one of the major things they're using this alternate timeline to comment on, the overall destiny of the characters. So when someone explicitly references it, I want to say that is what they're saying.
Are they just raising the question, or are they giving us the answer?
I want to say they're giving us the answer, or maybe trying to explain, why Sun and Jin have been apart for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow they weren't meant to be together.
But didn't Jacob say they had a special love or something?
Well, yeah, he did.
Both of them, and
he did say that, yes. Yeah, so maybe it's not true. It seems like it could go either way to me.
All right, yeah. I want to believe that they're just asking the question with that mind. Okay. Because at the end of the day, if Sun and Jin aren't supposed to be together, then what was the point? You know what I mean? Now, they're going to do that with some people. They did that with Locke. He has a tragic ending.
Right.
That's fine. But I think if they did that with Sun and Jin, like this, their whole true love thing and all that, and all their problems, they could have a tragic ending for those two where they don't end up together. But I feel like they wouldn't do that. I don't think they would do that with Sun and Jin. Okay. I think people want Sun and Jin to be together, and I think they know that. And I mean, you got Penny and Desmond, but I think people like their couples, Right. Penny and Desmond, another couple who were apart for a large number of years, and are apart again, I think. Are apart again, yes. Saeed and Nadia were the same way. That does seem to be a running theme on this show. Rose and Bernard are the only ones who seem to make it so far. You're right. Although they were separated for a while. They were separated for. Well, you're not going to have no separation. Someone who goes on a business trip, and you're going to be separated. Well, it wasn't a business trip, but yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, no separation isn't exactly the test here, but right. But I really mean in terms of like being separated for really long periods of time, which Rose and Bernard that doesn't apply to. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we got a lot out of this scene here. We sure did. I did like this scene. It was a good scene. Yeah, you can't. I love how Omar is loyal but lacks attention to detail. I love that. Yeah. It was interesting to me that Kimi was upset that he bumps Jin's head. The guy he's planning to kill. I'm telling you, man, I don't know what's going on with Kimi. He's all over the place. He's making people eggs. He's sincere. Like it reminds me of the tomato or something, you know, when Jack says no one told this tomato was supposed to die.
Yeah.
It's like no one told Kimi he was supposed to, you know, be an evil killer. You know, he's just coming off like, yeah, I know I'm supposed to kill you, but until then, I'm going to be really nice.
Right. Right, exactly.
Interesting stuff. So I liked this scene in terms of how it relates to the Saeed episodes. You know, so we know, okay, well that's, you know, we know why Omar went to go get Saeed when he did.
Right.
You know, that was kind of nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it makes clear Kimi and Omar were dealing with their own other problems. Saeed was like, you know, a side issue.
Oh yeah, totally.
You know, they're in the middle of, you know, this problem, and then they get Saeed in there, and then he starts shooting everybody, and it's just, yeah, it's kind of crazy. The problems are piling up on them.
Yeah, they are. I am ready for the next scene.
Okay. Back on the Hydra Island, Widmore confronts Zoe about taking Jin too early for his timetable. Zoe says they panicked when Jin was about to leave. We find out that Zoe is a geophysicist and was in charge of the mission to get Jin. Then Widmore tells Zoe to take the package from the sub to the infirmary. Jin enters. Widmore apologizes to Jin. Jin asks why he was brought there. Widmore gives Jin's son's digital camera. Jin flips through the photos on the camera, and he sees his daughter, Ji Yeon, for the first time. Widmore understands that Jin wants to be reunited with Sun, but Widmore explains if that thing, meaning Locke, gets off the island, everyone they know and love would simply cease to be. Widmore says he came there to make sure that doesn't happen. Jin asks how. Widmore says, come with me. It's time for Jin to see the package. The package is not a what, it is a who.
All right.
Yes.
So...
Tons of exposition in that scene.
Yeah, just a little bit, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, wow. Wow.
There's a lot to talk about here. The big thing, though, can I start with the big thing, which is if Locke gets off the island, everything would simply cease to be.
Yes. That's what Widmore says.
So that's pretty big.
That's really big.
That's world-ending big.
That's actually bigger than what I thought Jacob was saying.
Oh yeah. To me, it directly correlates to the Flash Sideways.
Right.
And I'm wondering I think at best, I don't even think Widmore knows that he could accurately describe the Flash Sideways.
Yeah.
But I feel like this is the connection, that somehow if Locke gets off the island, this idea of their regular lives goes away and something else happens, which is a pretty big deal.
Oh, okay. But I think it should also be tied in with what Jacob was saying.
What? Which was what?
Which was, the island is the cork that keeps the evil in. And, if Smokey gets out, then the evil will spread.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it should be related to that. Like, he didn't say anything about timelines. Or ceasing to be, for that matter.
Oh, yeah. No, he did not say any of that. I don't know what to make of that.
And I feel like Jacob knows more than Widmore does.
Yeah, but Jacob didn't say a lot of things. And he could also...
You could fill library with what Jacob didn't say.
Yeah, he could. I think technically libraries are already filled with things Jacob didn't say.
Good point.
So
done and done then.
Done and done, yes. But here's my thing. Maybe Jacob was wrong. Like, what if evil chooses not to be evil? Now, there's your philosophical question.
Whoa!
Can evil choose not to be evil?
Evil chooses not to be evil. That's crazy.
Evil chooses good.
Evil chooses good. Wow.
You know, the headlines of every paper. Evil chooses good.
That doesn't make any sense. Evil chooses good. Wow. Wow. It's like it means Jacob was right somehow. In a grand way. Well, you know, his whole thing was about...
Oh, you mean his big point about... So it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, Jacob doesn't get to prove that humans are inherently good. He just proves that evil has the ability to choose good.
Yes, exactly.
That's better. Yeah.
Evil can be good. Like that just seems like an ultimate victory for Jacob.
What if that was the whole point? Like, he sets up all these things with candidates. He keeps telling the Man in Black, you will be trapped here forever. I'm going to have people replace me, even if I die. You'll be trapped here forever because you're evil incarnate. And, you know, and I'm trying to prove that humans have good in them and they're not inherently sinners.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think this is true at all, but that would be an awesome sort of alternate ending to Lost, to where somehow this grand reverse psychology works, and that, you know, Smokey doesn't think he's evil, so he tries to actively not act evil.
Right.
Which makes him act good, and therefore somehow makes a bigger point for Jacob.
Wow.
Because that is one of the big differences here, is that the thing that we call evil doesn't describe itself as evil.
Right.
I think that's a big point between, like, you know, the God and devil or something, you know, like God and the devil. Like, I feel like usually evil, when somebody calls something evil and you see that evil, the evil thinks of itself as evil, you know, like it doesn't say, oh, no, I'm not. You know, like it understands what it is and it does what it does.
Okay.
So I think it's interesting that Locke doesn't believe that. He doesn't say, yes, I am the evil one.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But back to this thing about what Widmore says. What were you thinking when he said everything would simply cease to be?
I took it as yet another bit of hyperbole along the lines of he wants to kill every living thing on this island.
Okay.
You know, that he's really just describing what Jacob was talking about, that, you know, if he gets off the island and the evil will spread and so somehow people will become evil or something, and in that sense they will cease to be. Like that's sort of what I thought he had in mind.
That's the other thing I thought, too, was that he was saying they will cease to be in terms of being themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Not just sort of instantly vanishing or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, he's stating it strongly because he wants Jin to, you know, fully appreciate the stakes. Yeah.
I want to tie it to the Flash sideways. That's because I want it to be an explanation of that. So that's what I'm going to go with.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the Flash sideways should tie in at some point. I just feel like that's not what Widmore's referring to.
Yeah, I think he either doesn't. I would bet he doesn't. He like I said, I don't think he knows that the Flash sideways are going to happen. I feel like that's what he's alluding to. And even what Jacob is alluding to, but how it plays out is what we're seeing in the Flash sideways.
Okay.
You know, for all we know, evil is spreading. You know, like we've never seen everything.
Yes.
So it's hard.
True.
I mean,
it can be both things.
Yeah.
It can still be the Flash sideways, and the evil can still be spreading.
Yeah.
I agree. We definitely, if that's the case, it does seem like we haven't really seen it yet. But it's, you know, it's not the end of the season, so.
Yeah. All right, so you see some pictures of Ji-yeon and all right, well, that's it for me. So geophysicists, so apparently they had a timetable. They were supposed to take Jin for a couple of days. We kind of talked about that a little bit in terms of what she wants Jin for.
Right.
Anything else on that? They got a lot going on here. They got this whole thing with Desmond. They got this thing with Jin. They're trying to protect themselves against Smokey. Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very involved. And they got timetables.
Timetables, my friend. They were planning this. This wasn't like they just showed up and were trying to figure out what's going on. Like, they planned this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a little surprising to me that Widmore knows this much.
Mhm.
You know, I kind of wonder how he even knows some of this stuff.
I want to know how he knows about Smokey and other specific things. But we got to figure out what they're trying to do. And apparently, you know, obviously Desmond is the key to this.
Yeah. Widmore basically says that he came there to make sure that Smokey doesn't leave.
Mhm.
And he's planning to do it with the package, which turns out to be Desmond. So, so I don't know what to make of that. I don't know how. I guess we speculated a little bit earlier what kind of stuff he might have in mind, but it's not obvious to me how Desmond is a weapon against Smokey.
Yeah, either what we talked about earlier, or maybe Desmond is. I don't want to say he's a candidate, but he's something like that. Like, he's got some other, like the same way Alfred was an advisor. Like, Desmond has some specific connection and relationship to the island that Widmore is going to use.
Okay. Still, I really wonder, I don't know, you know, from what I remember, pushing the button is the most important thing he'll ever do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, is that going to be more important than stopping everyone in the world from ceasing to be?
Here's a question. Since you brought that up, I'll blame you for this.
Okay.
Whatever we talk about next will be your fault.
Good. This is because of what you did.
That's because of what you said. So, I'm wondering if, like they said, when Desmond was pushing the button, and that was supposed to be important, and if he didn't push the button, the world would end.
Mm-hmm.
Could we extrapolate that or interpret that to mean if he didn't press the button and the island was destroyed, the evil would escape?
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, maybe.
Which would make me think if the island is destroyed, the evil escapes. Which makes me think the evil is around on the Flash sideways.
All right, there you go. I'm following. I agree.
So that's all I got. But I'm just wondering if we can link those things, like the island destroying or the pressing the button wouldn't have destroyed the island with an explosion or anything like that.
Yeah.
But this idea of the evil would have been able to be released if the island wasn't around.
I see. Yeah, you know, it was never convincing to me that, you know, something that it seemed to just have enough power to, like, make some forks fly around. I was never quite convinced that was going to destroy the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just didn't seem powerful enough to me. You know, and I sort of wrote it off. But, yeah, if they, you know, that would be a nice way to salvage that idea that they really were saving the world, because that would have destroyed the island. Mm-hmm. Which seems more feasible, and then the evil would escape. That sounds good to me.
Nice.
I can take that.
All right.
And also that would make pushing the button on more or less equal footing with whatever he's apparently about to do.
Yeah.
So, you know, okay, most important thing, maybe it's tied for first place with what he's about to do now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, depend. We'll see what he does. Maybe this won't be as big as, you know.
Okay.
Keeping Locke from leaving might not be as big as keeping the island, undestroyed for several years.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. Depends how you look at it, I guess.
That's true. Yeah.
Although I feel like Locke is going to leave. I feel like he's going to
You think he's going to leave?
Yeah, I do. I think we need to see what happens. I think we need to see what happens when he leaves. Otherwise, you know, we know what happens when he's on the island, you know, obviously.
Yeah.
I think we need to see what happens when he leaves. From my view of how the Flash Sideways are related, I think the catalyst is going to be him leaving. So, although I do think it's related to the incident too, so I don't know how I reconcile that. But, yeah, I think he's going to get off the island.
Okay. It's going to be crazy. Smokey's loose. Look out.
Yeah, and I think, you know, whatever happens when he gets off, I feel like he might not even know what's really going to happen.
Yeah.
He might be mistaken. The other thing I was going to bring up earlier was this idea that Smokey wants to go home.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, maybe if the island is, you know, it's got this barrier, there's all this time travel stuff with it and shifting and all this other weird stuff. And I was thinking, well, maybe he knows that if he leaves the island, somehow it will put him back to the time period where he first got on the island, where his home might actually still exist.
Oh, okay. Right.
So that, you know, he escapes back to whatever his home time period is and not the current time period.
Yeah. Doesn't just go home to find a Walmart.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Although he will find low prices there, so that's what he left at home, then he, you know.
Right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that seems like a possibility. I definitely think he should take that into account. You know, he should be aware that time has passed and, you know, understand, you know, whatever he thinks of his home. You know,
well, that's my point, is maybe the fact that that hasn't been a deal to him, maybe it's because he's thinking, you know, he'll go back to his original time.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yeah, okay. I can see that.
Why is he called the Package?
I don't know. They barely even introduced the idea of calling him the Package before they indicate it's a person. So, you know, if it had been a whole season about what's the package, I could understand.
Is the package a metaphor like the box?
Yeah, the package is a metaphor. It's a very strange thing to call Desmond. I don't get it.
Yeah. All right, well, I am ready for the next scene, unless you have anything else here.
Jin sees Ji-yeon for the first time. That seems fairly momentous for his character.
That is pretty big.
I always forget about these things. He never even left the island. So
never left.
So he was just completely out of loop about all the stuff. I guess Sun thought he was dead. So
yeah, she didn't send any postcards back to the island.
So I guess that means, like, does Ji-yeon think her dad is dead? Like, I wonder exactly what she told her.
That's a good question, because she has the gravestone, the headstone at the grave. I think I mean, Sun, that's the thing. Sun thought Jin was dead, so I think, we had this conversation back then, whether or not Sun was faking about, you know, that Jin was dead. Right. So, I think she told her daughter that Jin is dead.
Yeah, I think until very recently until Ben told her that Jin was alive. Again,
I will always consider this to be one of my biggest pet peeves about the Sun storyline is that she did not call her daughter before she left and said, Mommy's not going to be home for a while because I'm going to go find Daddy. You know what I mean?
Right.
I just, to me, it was just a total blunder that she did not have a line to not only say goodbye to her daughter, but to explain, even though her daughter wouldn't necessarily grasp it, but to explain that what she's going to do.
Yeah.
To me, it would have just been dramatic and emotional, you know, and it would have given her character this driving force the whole time, you know, that she kind of lacked, I think. We knew cerebrally what she was up to, but, like, it didn't have the resonance of if she had made this promise to her daughter or, you know, that whole thing. But
right. Yeah, I agree. I think they missed the boat on that one.
Yeah. I would say also the fact that Widmore, he mentions here that they searched the Ajira plane and they saw Sun's luggage and stuff. To me, it makes me think they killed all those people.
Yeah, I had the same thought when you said that. I wasn't thinking that before, but yeah, I see what you mean. That's yeah. Wow, ouch.
Because you're not searching this stuff when those people are alive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Doesn't mean they killed them, but I think they did.
It doesn't. I mean, they could have gotten there and they were already dead.
Yeah.
And then they went through their stuff.
But, you know, they just got there, and there's not much time for them to do a lot.
Right, that's true.
Because they're setting up pylons, they're observing, you know, Locke's group to go get Jin. They're doing a whole bunch of stuff, and you know, if they're searching planes too, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Right.
But all right.
Did I want to say something else about this? I guess not. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, ready for next scene?
Yep.
Okay. Next scene, flash sideways. In the refrigerator with Jin, we overhear the scene with Saeed and Kimi. Jin sees a box cutter and tries to nudge his way toward it when he hears gunshots. Jin then kicks at the door. Finally, Saeed meets Jin in the freezer. Jin does not speak English, so he claims, and Saeed is about to leave him there when Jin pleads with him, free. Saeed sees the box cutter, so he puts the box cutter in Jin's hand, says good luck, and leaves. Mikhail arrives at the restaurant with Sun. He sees bodies on the floor and cautiously approaches with his gun out. Kimi turns out not to be dead, and Mikhail asks him who did this. This allows Jin the chance to sneak up behind Mikhail. He tells him to put his gun down. Mikhail doesn't think Jin will shoot him since he hasn't already, so he quickly turns around and knocks the gun out of Jin's hand. Mikhail's gun fires twice. A fight ensues. Jin manages to get the gun. Mikhail grabs a knife, but Jin shoots Mikhail twice. We see that one of the shots went through his eye. Then Jin notices that Sun has been shot. So Jin carries Sun out of there to get help. Sun reveals to Jin that she's pregnant.
Alrighty.
Ooh. A lot of events.
Yeah, it was a lot. Yeah, he totally shoots her. I was rewatching that scene when you were saying it, and when he turns around on Jin and Jin like deflects the gun, he's pointing right where Sun is.
Yeah.
You know, right where Sun was. So come on, Sun, you couldn't even hide in a better place. Jeez, you hid directly in the line of fire.
Yeah.
You know, of all the places, of all the areas that got shot in that room, you know, she stood in the one that got shot.
Yeah.
Not her fault, but it is.
Right.
So
yeah.
I love Saeed giving Jin the box cutter in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, when he said, you know, I don't know why you're here, and I really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just gonna leave him right up there.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the of the current Saeed in the main timeline.
Me
of just
too.
Being somehow detached.
Yes.
He just doesn't care, and I'm like, that's weird. Like, I feel like the normal Saeed wouldn't have done that.
Even Saeed that we met in Sundown didn't seem like this.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't cold and unemotional.
Yeah.
He was very much the opposite of that. It was weird. It was like Saeed totally changed between, like, you know, shooting Kimi and walking to the refrigerator.
Well, I think, and I was just going to say, I think that's why. You know, he just killed these people,
Yeah.
which he didn't want to do in the first place. He was trying not to be the bad guy, and he just killed all these people. And so I think that, you know, that makes his state of mind, you know, legitimate, that he's sort of upset about all this and, you know, detached because he's upset with himself, you know.
Right.
So it definitely makes sense, but I just really like that whole how that played out. And he's like, "Here, I'm gonna give you a chance to free yourself," and it's just like this little bitty thing, you know, like it's almost like, you know, trying to mess with an experiment or you know, he's not gonna really interfere, but just a little bit, just enough to make a difference, you know.
Yeah.
Which was good.
Yeah. Yeah, he leaves it. He doesn't cut him free himself, but he doesn't just leave him there.
Yeah,
he chooses that middle ground.
Yeah, and I liked it for the practical sense of he doesn't know what Jin is up to. He could have freed Jin, and Jin could have killed him.
Right.
He gives him, he gives him a knife, which lets Jin free himself, but it gives Saeed time to leave.
Yes.
You know, and I liked it.
Right. Yeah. 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 I did too. Although Saeed really is sounding British to me.
Yeah, he is.
Like more so. I don't know what's up. Season 6 Saeed is even more British than he already was.
Yeah, it's like Jin's like, no English. Saeed's like, oh, I'm English.
Who said English?
Tally ho, mate. So the next little scene here, man, Kimi, right?
Fucking A, yeah.
You know,
Kimi again, of course. You brought it up. I thought he was dead. He's not dead, of course.
Look at that. Kimi not dead.
I should have known. It's even another parallel. Like Kimi was the guy that would not die.
Yeah. And I was gonna say, did he learn that trick from Mikhail or something?
He should have, yes. Yes, that's right. They're both guys that will not die.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I almost feel like Mikhail should survive.
Yeah, I know. He only got shot in the eye and like the chest or something.
That's right.
Yeah, he don't count him out just yet.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if like this was how he lost his eye originally. I mean, not that Jin shot him, but you know, getting shot in the eye.
Yeah.
Like we never really found out, and I wonder if this is a way of explaining that.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know.
It might be taking it too far, but I don't know. It's the closest we've come to seeing how he lost his eye.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I like that. And Mikhail is still himself. It just reminds me so much of, you know, the way he was on the island. He's not buying that Jin's gonna shoot him. He's right about it. You know, he's able to disarm him, and you know, gets a couple of shots off. You know, before Jin actually does shoot him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I love how he dissected the scene. He's like, yeah, no, if you were the guy, you would have shot me already.
Yeah. I think Jin wasn't going to shoot until he was directly threatened.
Yeah.
So he was right to call him on that. That's why Mikhail was a good villain. He was formidable.
Mhm.
You I loved when I remember when he came up with the tea and he like threw the tea thing and then he started like punching Saeed in his arm where he got shot.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Like, damn. He just dressed that wound, and now he's punching it.
Exactly. Yeah, he knows exactly where to hit him because he just dressed the wound.
Exactly. Just, oh, man. He was a good character. I forgot it. It's been so long.
Yeah.
I really liked that they brought him back.
Yeah, no, he was great. I would love if Mikhail and Kimi end up at the hospital.
They both survive and they end up at the hospital. Oh, man.
It's just one big scene at the hospital where every lost character is there.
Oh, my God.
Half of them injured, half of them in the waiting room.
Right. Wow, it's like Lost Hospital.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
Jacob's Anatomy.
Yes.
Our can't think of any good ones.
Yeah, I don't know. But it does seem to be going that way. Not everybody's going there, but it's going to be a lot.
Mhm.
And I do like the idea of Kimi and Mikam both surviving.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. I feel like they should be dead, but that's what they do.
So wait, what happened with? I forget in that scene. What happened with Kimi?
In this scene?
Does Jin shoot him again or something?
No, he doesn't. We really don't see Kimi again.
Yeah. He just kind of like Jin gets Sun and they leave, right?
Basically, like once Jin gets the drop on Mikao, we're done with Kimi. We don't see what happens to him.
Oh, he's still alive.
So he very well could be alive. Last we saw him, he was alive.
Yeah.
So you know how that goes.
All right.
What do you think about, 2 questions. What do you think about Sun being pregnant? Do you think that's Ji-Yeon X?
I guess so. I guess it has to be, right?
Okay. Just making
sure. As opposed to someone else's baby or something?
Yeah.
No, I think it's Jin's baby.
Okay.
No matter what universe it is, it's Jin's baby.
Okay. I agree, but I don't know. I thought it was worth asking. The other thing is, what do you think is going to happen to Sun? You think she's going to die? You think she's going to live? Where do you think that's going?
I don't know. I got to say at this point, she was pretty early in the pregnancy. It looked like, by the decay of the clothing, it looked like she was pretty early in her pregnancy.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's going to live. Maybe she'll have a miscarriage.
Okay.
Unless they say, miraculously the bullets didn't do any damage to anything. I would guess that this will be the bad part of their story, is she'll have a miscarriage or something.
Mhm.
I don't know what if the baby was, if it was further along, I could say, it'll just induce early labor or something.
Mhm.
And I'll have the baby now, but of course this is way too soon. So I guess either she'll be fine and the baby will be fine, or she'll have a miscarriage. I feel like the middle one gives it more drama.
Okay.
So.
Okay, but you don't think she'll die?
I don't think she'll die, no.
Okay. Yeah. So this is another Flash Sideways story that ends on this kind of cliffhanger. It's interesting when they do this. Maybe this is what they're kind of going to do as the Flash Sideways start to, lead towards some kind of conclusion. Maybe the days of the Flash Sideways having kind of settled outcomes are over. I don't know. But this was a pretty big cliffhanger to leave this story on.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised they did this. Okay, so ready for the next scene?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sun sits on the beach. Jack comes over to talk to her. Jack tells her about a patient with a similar condition who was able to write, although he could not speak. So Jack hands Sun a pen and a pad. Sun is able to write. Jack found a stubborn tomato in Sun's garden. Sun apologizes to Jack, and he accepts. Jack asks Sun about Locke, and she tells him, but she didn't go because she tells him he said he had gin. Somehow I failed to write that. But she didn't go because she does not trust Locke. Jack asks Sun if she trusts him. She nods her head. Jack promises he will help Sun find Jin, and he will get them on the plane and far away from the island. Jack offers his hand, and Sun takes it.
All right, Jack making promises again.
Go, Jack.
Wow, this is a weird one for Jack, I think.
Yeah.
I'd have to say, since he got on the island, he was Jack 2.0, and he's been fairly normal Jack-like. Sorry, let me speak English.
What? Thank you. Yeah, I don't speak whatever that was.
This is the tired podcaster.
Oh, okay. Okay, I really should speak that.
You should speak that. It just seems like Jack has been fairly different since he's been back on the island. Since the Zero Flight, since the 70s.
Yes.
But now he's back to this hero Jack, to where he is now going to promise to get everyone off the island. When before, getting off the island wasn't his main concern.
That's true.
And I thought just recently Jack realized that they were all there for a reason.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So 2 scenes ago, he's trying to tell Sun that, hey, I saw this lighthouse with all these names. And I meant to say that for that scene. I love that he was trying to tell her that.
Mm-hmm.
And she totally, slaps him for doing that, Not literally, but just totally, says, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Right when he was getting to the good part, which was what he should have started with, really.
Yeah, I know. It was too much build-up, and I was like, come on, Jack, you're losing her.
You're losing her with the names, and it was a tall lighthouse, about 500 feet.
Exactly.
And it's faced northwest, and it's like, Jack, please, get to the point, my friend. Yeah, it was weird that he didn't just go straight to the point of reflect. Like, what's weird is he wouldn't have been able to tell her anything meaningful for her because he doesn't know what the church looked like if she got married or wherever she got married. Like, he didn't know that's what that was.
Yeah.
But he could have said it showed my house and all that stuff.
Right.
But anyway, yeah, just a couple scenes ago, Jack was about to relate to her how important that it's their destiny to be on the island. Oh, by the way, Richard and I did a little test. We can't die.
Yeah.
Or something, he would surmise happened there.
Yeah.
And then here, now he's promising to get them on the plane and it's far away. So, well, I guess he's not saying he's going to leave. But the fact that he's saying he will help them leave, I think, is new for Jack for recent history. Yes.
I totally agree, and I don't see how he's going to do this and go along with Richard's plan to destroy the plane.
Mm-hmm.
He can't do both. So, which is it going to be? Stop the Man in Black from leaving by destroying the plane, or getting Sun on the plane and helping them leave?
Yeah, it's weird, and this is right when he says, "Do you trust me?"
Yeah, like, did Jack decide, forget about Richard's plan, I'm going to get people on the plane? Like, are we supposed to think that? Or is he actually lying to Sun? Like, it's weird. This scene is weird to me.
Does Jack know, what does Jack know about Locke? Does he know he's evil incarnate?
I don't think he knows that, no. He knows he's not Locke. That's about it.
That's all he did. Does he know that he's Smokey?
It's not clear to me that he knows that.
Okay.
They haven't established that he knows that.
That's why I feel like Jack he's trying to play both sides, and I think he wants Locke to not leave the island. I think he agrees that he's with everyone else in agreement with that, but I feel like he doesn't understand how big of a threat Locke is.
Mhm.
So I feel like my point is, I feel like if he knew what we knew about Locke, I don't think he would have made this promise to Sun.
Okay.
Because I think he would say, well, it's more important for Locke not to get him. Like, I think he would have promised Sun, I'll help you get off the island.
Yeah.
But not if that means not destroying the plane.
Yeah.
And potentially letting Locke get on it.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. And what's strange is Locke wants all of those guys to come with him.
Right. Everybody's welcome.
Everybody, it's a big enough plane. Everyone can come.
Yeah.
So the man who's offering to get people off the island is evil incarnate.
Right.
Thank you, Lost. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very strange. I was gonna say maybe Sun and Jen can just hop on Widmore's sub.
Yeah, the sub should still be around unless Locke's dead body comes around to blow it up.
Oh no.
There is only one thing that can resurrect me from the grave, and it is a sub nearby that is not in flames.
Yeah, wow. It's just that powerful. The sub's presence just causes Locke's body to reanimate.
Once you've blown up one sub, you just want to blow up as many subs as you can.
Forever.
Not even death can stop you.
Wow. If Locke were alive, I wonder if he'd want to blow up that sub.
He better not. I'd slap him.
He'd need a good slapping if he did.
He would. No, Locke, don't blow this one up. Did you know you were broken? God damn it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't have what it takes. Like, go sit in the corner.
Oh, I like that. Locke's just a little boy that needs time out.
Jeez. He did love to play his games, right?
That's true. He
loved his games.
Yeah. Mousetrap and Backgammon.
Mousetrap.
His two favorite games.
He played so many games of those two.
He did. Oh, he played chess that one time.
Yeah. So I like that. I like Jack's little thing here. Figuring that Sun could probably write in English. Which just makes their situation seem stranger.
Yes.
Like we talked about before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a purely verbal problem.
Mhm.
She knows what the words are. She knows how to write them. She is unable to speak them. That is a weird condition.
Yeah. Especially when you write, don't you kind of, say the word when you write a word anyway?
Yeah, I mean,
like the structure of phonetics goes into play in terms of how you write it.
Right. Yeah, I think that's kind of true.
Yeah. Oh well. Not on the island, it isn't.
Yeah. Some condition is crazy.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it also seems to me she thinks she should be saying English words, but Korean is coming out. That's the way it plays.
Yeah.
To me. So that's even weirder. It's like the wiring is off, and she's sending the signal for the English word, and it's pulling up the equivalent Korean word, which should be a real problem because the grammar should be totally different, and it shouldn't even work to do that. But
well, I don't think it's doing a one-to-one transfer. That's bad translation anyway.
Yeah. It is. But it just seems like, I mean, her brain's doing something really crazy if it's like, anticipating, the sentence structure is going to have to be this because she's going to say this later. So it anticipates that and says the right word in Korean, at the beginning. Like that's,
Well, I'm not a brain scientist or a neurologist, but
brain scientist. Like
I would imagine that the place in her brain that formulates the concept she wants to say, is one place that place comes up with what she wants to say. That's either routed through the Korean translator or the English translator.
Yeah.
And her problem now is that it's being routed through even when it's being routed to the English translator, it's still getting routed to the Korean translator, and it's coming out as Korean.
Okay.
So now that she has to know, I feel like that remedies the problem. Like, I feel like knowing what she wants to say, because, no matter what language you're speaking, formulating what you want to say is going to be coming from some particular place in your brain. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but it's not that abstract. I mean, you have to have a specific syntax for how to formulate what you want to say. You can't just...
True, but my point is, the syntax for language is separate. That's something you learn. That's separate than how you formulate the context of what you want to say in your brain.
Mm-hmm.
Because, any baby can learn the syntax of a language.
Yeah.
But what they want to say and how they want to say it is a universal thing in their brain.
I see.
That all of them share. So I feel like the areas that deal with the syntax and the translation of what you're trying to say, and how do you process that verbally, I think, that's what's damaged for her, is that place.
Yes. Okay. I'll buy that, Sal.
Do we have any listeners still? Did we lose
Hello?
anyone with that?
Crickets?
I know.
A single tumbleweed blows by.
Oh, man. Who let this tumbleweed? I didn't know that tumbleweed had a TalkShoe account. I'm going to mute it.
You really should. It's an e-tumbleweed.
E-tumbleweed, yeah. So, anything else in this scene?
No, I think we covered it.
All right.
Okay, next scene. Back at the camp, back at Locke's camp, Sawyer asked Kate where her brain went.
What? Where'd your brain go, Freckles? It went to find Jen. I was going to go with it, but I'd just get caught.
Yes.
All right, sorry, continue.
Thank you. I believe that's what he says, sort of. Sawyer thinks that Charlie Widmore blew Locke out of the water. Kate says, what if he didn't? Sawyer says they're screwed 6 ways from Sunday. Then Locke returns to the camp without Saeed. Sawyer asks about Jin, then about Saeed. Locke suggests that he sent Saeed to find out about the thing that Widmore was hiding. Doesn't really say much about Jin.
All right. So the line is, where'd you go? Kate says what? Sawyer says, looked like your brain took a little stroll.
There you go.
Where'd your brain go?
Where'd your brain go? It ain't here.
It's not here, I can tell. I just imagine, like, the brain leaving some, like, blood trail.
Ugh.
And they go track it, but it's really a false trail.
Oh, the brain like a false trail.
And then the brain falls from a tree to attack Kate. I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Nice. I like that.
How did the brain make a false trail? It's a brain. I don't know.
It's really gross and creepy and just unpleasant.
Thank you.
What imagery? Like brain slithering a trail on the ground. it's Kate's brain too.
And then the brain runs into a tree and forgets how to talk.
Oh.
Why could you talk, brain? Why could you talk? I'm glad you ran into that tree.
Yes, we all are. Thank you.
All right, back to Lost.
Yes.
So there's not much here, I guess.
No, it's just it's funny. Sawyer, it's weird. Like Sawyer says he thinks Charlie Widmore blew Locke out of the water, but it's like, I mean, in Recon, he gives Locke the upper hand. He tells Locke, that he told Widmore, that he was going to lead him into a trap. And it's like he told him that, and now he thinks, Locke's going to get led into a trap. Like, it's Sawyer's just confused in this episode.
Sawyer seems like he's confused on who he double-crossed. Like, who did he tell what?
Yeah, it seems like he forgot. I don't know what else to do with that.
And I don't even know why he thinks Widmore can kill Locke.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't either.
Yeah. Sawyer was off in this episode, wasn't he?
He's slipping. Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't know what he said like a day ago. He's confused about what was that thing he said earlier? That line that we talked about. Do you remember? You remember what I'm talking about? I wish I had more to go on than that, but he's got
something
that.
You were talking about.
He's got that line. Thought you were trying to avoid Charlie Widmore.
Oh yeah.
Like again, it just seems like he's just losing. He just doesn't really fully understand what's going on, even with himself.
I think he's trying to say, I don't know. Maybe he was trying to say, I don't know. Like he says, because if Locke rode over there on the boat, Sayid and Charlie Widmore probably blew him right out of the water. What? Does that make any sense? Why would Sayid and Charlie Widmore blow him right out of the water? Am I reading this wrong?
Wait a minute. That is what the transcript says. That is not the line.
That can't be the line.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the tape here. I want to hear exactly what he says there. Let's see. Okay, sorry. Okay.
What? Looks like your brain took a little stroll.
Why aren't you worried, James?
I am worried. Just really good at pretending I ain't. But I got a feeling this is almost over. Because if Locke rode over there on a boat, Sayid and Charlie Widmore blew him right out of the water.
Okay, that's what he said. They missed. He said, because if Locke rode over there on the boat with Sayid, then Charlie Widmore blew him right out of the water.
Okay.
Yeah. The transcript's a little off.
So that's kind of making me, I'm wondering if he's really being specific here and saying if Widmore saw him coming over on a boat, then he would have just used a sub or something to destroy the boat.
It sounds like he is being that specific.
Which to me I would buy versus him saying if Locke went over there to attack Widmore killed him. Because it's like, well, that shouldn't be what you set up.
He is specific about the boat and being blown out of the water. So
I think that's what he's talking about.
I think you're right. I mean, I still find it a little bit strange, but I guess he thinks, despite whatever he wanted to happen, this is what's going to happen.
Mhm. Yeah. Well.
Someone needs to fix this transcript. The idea that Sayid just teams up with Widmore and blows Locke out of the water. Sawyer just thinks that's going to happen for no reason.
Somehow Sayid's going to double cross him.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Who typed that? Read what you're typing.
Clock approaching. All right, that's pretty much all I got for this.
Okay. Okay, so next scene, last scene.
Yep.
All right. Saeed's head comes up for air. Saeed swims over to the submarine where Zoe and Seamus are, bringing the package as per Widmore's instruction. The package can hardly stand, and they drop him. We see that it is Desmond David Hume. Desmond makes eye contact with Saeed in the water and is confused. Then Zoe and Seamus pick Desmond back up, and take him away. Saeed watches from the water. Lost.
Oh, man. This was weird.
Yeah, this is weird. What do you mean?
Like, Saeed is 6 inches away from Desmond's face.
Yeah.
Why did he get that close? I don't understand why he got that close.
He got really close.
He got really close.
If Zoe or Seamus, just were a little more observant, they could have easily seen him.
Easily have seen him.
Because, he is seemingly inches away from Desmond's face.
Yeah, it was weird for him to be that close and to have that blank look on his face.
Yeah.
And Des was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you staring at me like that, Saeed? What's going on here? And later he's going to claim to have seen Saeed.
Yep.
And people are going to think he's making it up because he was all loopy.
Yep. Oh, God, I can hear it already.
Oh, man, it's going to happen.
Zoe, you gave him way too much.
Mm-hmm.
He's seeing people. He doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah. In the water. I saw him in the... Shut up. Yeah, so that was weird that he had to... Why not give Saeed some binoculars and have him see further back? I don't know. It's just weird for him to come up so close, like he was gonna... I mean, it'd be different if he was trying to kill him or something.
Right.
But to get a look at who the package was, it was weird. It was
very weird.
And they drop him, and he falls right near the edge.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Let's stage these contrivances a little more finesse.
If you're gonna stage a contrivance, at least do it right.
Do it right. Don't do it at all.
Well, everyone asked for it, and now you got it. Desmond's back.
Desmond's back. I hope you're happy.
I really did not think it was Desmond that was locked up in the sub.
Of all people. I was hoping it was Walt.
I didn't think it was a person, actually. I thought it was a bit of machinery. I was surprised it was... When Widmore said it was a who, I was like, okay, it's a who. Well, who's it supposed to be? You were thinking Walt?
I was hoping Walt.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that would have been... That would have been something. That would have been different.
Yeah.
I know, I remember in the early part of this podcast, I remember tossing around some theories about Walt using his powers and, somehow coming into play in the final stages of the show.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah. But it looks like it's going to be Desmond.
Yeah, Desmond.
I don't know what Walt, what part Walt's going to play in this island story. I feel like he's more likely to be seen in the alternate timeline, even though there's problems with that. So I don't know what they're going to do with Walt.
Hey, so the Swan Station?
Yeah.
You know how it imploded?
Sure. That's what everyone says.
I'm wondering if the implosion, if maybe that had some connection to the alternate timeline. Like the stuff that got imploded exploded into the Flash Sideways timeline somewhere.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like somehow that's a connection, and the fact that Desmond was there when he turned the failsafe and all that. That's why he gets somehow he's special because of that.
We'll give him a connection to the Yeah. I mean, I do think the turning of the failsafe key was one of the big things that makes Desmond like he is now.
Yeah.
So that would tie the implosion. The imploded hatch. Like
somehow that opened up a portal to the Flash Sideways world.
Okay, and so you imagine that stuff is like over there?
Somehow, yeah.
Okay. Wow. Interesting.
So Desmond will find those clothes one day that he got
Oh, that's
exploded
where
off.
the clothes went.
That's where the clothes went.
Finally.
Mhm.
Been wondering about that for a long time.
Yeah, that's where the clothes went.
Okay, that's good. That'll work. I like that better than it just imploded his clothes off.
Yeah.
Even though it's kind of still what happened.
Yeah, it's what happened, but they went somewhere.
Somehow it works a little better when they went somewhere.
Yeah.
Still don't know why Locke couldn't talk.
Because he hit his head on the tree.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And that's why people don't talk on this show, right?
I guess now we have an explanation. Yeah, that'll do. Obligatory polar bear reference.
What?
That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Just because we're talking about that.
Polar bear.
Yeah, polar bear kidnapping.
That's why the polar bear kidnapped Echo.
Yeah.
Maybe the polar bear was trying to save Echo.
Save him from what?
Well, it drug him away from the implosion.
Oh, just from the implosion?
Like, somehow the polar bear knew that was a dangerous area where that implosion took place, and so it was trying to drag him away from it.
Wow.
Yeah, how do you like that?
That's okay. I mean, that's quite a polar bear.
From killer to hero, polar bear.
I don't know what he was going to do with him if that's not true. Like, are we supposed to believe he was planning to kidnap Echo, or was he going to, not kidnap, sorry, was he planning to, like, eat Echo, or was he just going to, like, raise him like Echo was his own, or, like...
I think you hit the jackpot. He was going to raise him as his own polar bear baby.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see what the polar bear's end game was. Like, your story fills it in. I don't know. Why does a polar bear kidnap someone? Okay, enough about the polar bear.
Yeah.
I realize we harp on that a lot, according to TLL Highway.
Oh, do we? Okay, well, good.
That's what I read, at least.
So anything else on this last scene? What are they gonna do with Dez?
WTF Desmond? I don't know. What we said earlier is, the best kind of thing I can think of.
Okay. Something
with the electromagnetism, going between the timelines. That's all I know that Desmond can really do.
Yeah.
He can't, I don't know. There's no particular reason to think he can just fight Smokey himself.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Does he even know about the smoke monster? God.
I'm gonna say no. In terms of what I can remember in terms of Desmond and Smokey, I can't think of any scene where he has seen Smokey. But I feel like someone must have mentioned him at some point.
Yeah, I mean, he should know because someone told him, but I don't think he ever saw him.
Yeah.
Not that we saw. So it's weird. Like, as far as we can tell, there's no connection between Desmond and Smokey. So I don't see.
Therein lies the connection.
Okay. I guess that'll work.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no, I agree. Why not? I'm buying it.
All right, well, anything else?
No, I think that's about it. That's a good episode. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm voting this for the best Son Engine episode of all time.
Yes, I will second that. Fantastic Son Engine episode.
Yep. Alrighty, well, we'll be back next week, guys, with whatever comes on next week.
That's right.
That's how it works.
I think it'll be Lost.
It will, yeah. We'll do a Lost episode next week. We should definitely stick to that.
Yeah.
Maybe at the Lost season finale, we'll switch to like Flash Forward or something.
Yeah.
We'll just not cover the Lost finale.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going to cover that.
It's true, exactly.
Yeah.
We like to do things our own way.
Yeah. I say we pick up Flash Forward. You know what? Because I think it's going to be even better than Lost.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now everyone knows I'm lying.
Yeah, that's a tough sell. Especially right now.
Yeah.
Maybe in season 3, some people would have bought it.
Oh.
Sorry, season 3.
Oh.
We beat up on you a lot.
Yeah, I can take it.
I agree.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for listening. We'll be back next week. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.